Sometimes it's really frustrating. I get teased by the maids first thing in the morning. Is there no justice or law anymore? As expected, the current master is so weak that he can only fantasize about such things. Fiona showed no intention of stopping, but her round, pert buttocks lifted up, away from the edge of the bed. She was afraid that if the other party really caught her, they would gag her. That would be bad. The current owner is not cute at all. The owner who squinted and breathed a long sigh yesterday was much better looking. At this point, Fiona couldn't help but swallow. It was the first time she had ever seen that expression on Ron's face. Fiona, I promise you, if you don't shut up, I'll shut you up no matter where you run off to. The maid was becoming increasingly arrogant, and Ron felt he should punish the disobedient maid properly that night. If Master can do it, the maid would be happy to be treated like that by Master. As she spoke, Fiona walked to the door, ready to escape the room at any moment. Of course, this only applies to now. If Master catches the maid later, she might resist. Don't blame me for being sharp-tongued then. This is the kind of thing that won't let the owner get away with it easily. Fiona, you really need to be disciplined. Originally quite sleepy, Ron was instantly energized by the maid's actions, and he simply sprang up and got out of bed. Even if the master uses all his skills, the maid will not let the master do as he pleases. Seeing Ron get out of bed, Fiona knew that if she didn't leave soon, she might be gagged, so she immediately made a hasty escape. Even after leaving the house, she couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. After arriving at the restaurant, the master can fill the maid's mouth with food. That bastard owner, he's always eyeing me. Ron, who hadn't intended to do anything to his maid, was now at his wits' end listening to her lewd remarks. I need to find an opportunity to properly train her and teach her how to be a good maid. Congratulations! Your knight character has been upgraded from a regular knight to a holy knight. Holy Knight, Strength +1, Swordsmanship +2, Riding Skill +2, Knight's Holy Light +2. At this moment, Ron felt streams of energy flowing into his body, nourishing his physical form. The strength has increased slightly. Their understanding of swordsmanship and horsemanship has become much deeper. With the 15 points of Knight's Holy Light I acquired earlier, I now have 17 points. This is an exaggeration. A Holy Knight who takes a regular potion will gain a maximum of 5 to 8 points of Knightly Holy Light if he has not reached the rank of Holy Light Knight. Now I am almost 3 times their size, and I am far superior in terms of the intensity, effect, and duration of the Holy Light. Ron estimated that dealing with 10 knights below the Holy Light rank at the same time should not be a big problem. This was under siege. In a one-on-one situation, the chances of fighting back would only be greater. Ron let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling of constantly getting stronger is so great. Now there are 30 Holy Knights, plus Fiona and Yarman, making a total of 32 Holy Knights. In addition, there are 3 Dragon Girls and a Witch, making the team increasingly stronger. I currently have 3 portions of Swift Archer potions, 3 portions of Mage potions, and 3 portions of Shadow Assassin potions. Once we reach the territory, I will select a few outstanding subordinates and have them take these potions. This way, you can get 3 more illustrations, which will further enhance your strength. When we face Wilson Gray, we won't be afraid at all. This way, you don't have to be too worried, and you can go all out when expanding. Start from scratch and build your own territory. Ron was looking forward to the moment when his territory was completed and he would officially become the Lord. He exhaled a breath of stale air, began brushing his teeth and washing his face, and after finishing, changed into clean clothes and went out. As soon as I opened the door, the sunlight rushed in, its warmth and comforting touch on my skin. Just as I was about to go to the restaurant, I saw the Yelong women sitting in the pavilion. Lucia, you wet the bed again last night. Oville looked helplessly at her companion beside her, not expecting to find a large wet patch on Lucia's bed so early in the morning. You're almost 17, how come you still can't control bedwetting? She couldn't understand why these things couldn't be controlled naturally as one grew up. No, Lucia didn't wet the bed. Upon hearing this, Lucia waved her hands repeatedly, probably feeling ashamed. She stammered and her face turned bright red. The facts are right there, it wasn't bedwetting, so what is it then? Oville looked at Lucia with the helplessness of an elder. After all, they'll be adults soon. If they can't control themselves now, what will they do when they find a suitable partner? Does it just start emitting smoke all the time? Chapter 48 The Dreamy Dragon Girl? The innocent Lucia? In the sunlight, in the gazebo, Lucia's face was burning hot. No, really no, I just had a dream, and then. She was so upset she almost cried because she really didn't wet the bed this time. She clearly remembered having a very long dream last night. The dream seemed to be a replay of that day. Lucia dreamed that Ron grabbed her tail and gently kneaded it, the intense sensation making her scales soft. When Lucia was overwhelmed by her emotions, she awoke, and then her tail trembled slightly, overflowing with dragon nectar. Although she didn't know why, she inexplicably felt ashamed about it and that she couldn't tell anyone. Moreover, the feeling she had at that time remains vivid in her memory to this day. I even inexplicably considered asking the Lord for help. After all, being petted on the tail feels quite nice. What dream? Freya, who was standing nearby, seemed very interested in this and wanted to know the details. I can't remember. Lucia pursed her pink lips and lowered her head shyly. Seeing her companion's shy and embarrassed expression, Freya realized that this dream was not so simple. As for why she knew so much, it's because she also had a dream. In her dream, she became the queen who controlled everything, trampling and ravaging Ron, that damned human man, under her feet. She enjoyed the feeling immensely, and seeing the man begging for mercy filled her with immense pleasure. However, in her dream, Ron suddenly bit her lightly, causing her body to tremble instantly. Her tail couldn't help but sway gently, and her ruby-like scales gradually softened, releasing hot steam. The intense feeling was unforgettable for her, to the point that I don't even know how to face myself anymore. This human is clearly an enemy, someone who imprisoned and forced himself and his companions to become his subordinates. How could I have such a dream? Good morning, little dragons. Did Lucia wet the bed again last night? Ron could only think, as expected of the water dragon girl, she's almost an adult and still manages to cause this kind of trouble. When you're an adult and in a relationship, won't it be non-stop? Just thinking about it is incredible. Ron can't be blamed for having this idea. Lucia also bears a lot of responsibility. After all, she's so big and still wets the bed, and that big, fat butt is just unbelievable. It's hard not to notice. No, I didn't. When the culprit from last night's dream appeared, Lucia was filled with shame. Her tail swayed incessantly, and her pale blue scales became even more lustrous, glistening with moisture. What happened in my dream must never be known to the Lord? Morning. Ovil responded politely. Freya glanced at the man with a cold face, but did not respond, still maintaining that indifferent demeanor. However, thinking about what happened in the dream, I can't calm down. She felt that if she stepped on his face in real life, this shameless man would definitely do what she dreamed of, and might even hug and kiss her. This kind of thing. Just thinking about it was unbearable for her. That's good. Let's go have breakfast. Ron didn't want to dwell on the matter, so he planned to finish breakfast, sell the potion first, and then buy the supplies needed for the expansion. Expanding territory may seem difficult, but it's actually not simple at all. In addition to the nightly order, various kinds of resources for pioneering are also needed. It will probably take 2 days to prepare everything. Yay, we get to eat barbecue again. Lucia, who had been nervous and shy just moments before, immediately forgot everything else when she heard there was food. His mind was filled with nothing but roasted meat, and his mouth was already watering. Ovil remained silent, staying close to Lucia. She didn't seem to have a strong need for food. What frustrates her is that, despite not being particularly demanding in terms of food, her reproductive desire has been steadily increasing lately. Especially when I'm trying to sleep, the image of that man always inexplicably pops into my mind. This feeling made her restless and unable to sleep, tossing and turning all night. What Ovil didn't know was that these kinds of things are better left unresolved than suppressed. If left unaddressed, once the situation reaches its limit, it will inevitably spiral out of control, surging like a raging ocean wave. Philia's emotions upon seeing the man were also complex. On one hand, he felt that this human deserved to die and that he had to gouge out his eyes and take revenge. On the one hand, a strange feeling welled up, and she even became somewhat infatuated with that feeling. Thinking of this, Freya clenched her teeth. It's just physical desire. I'm sure I can control it. Lilith, breakfast is ready. Ron knocked on Lilith's door. My lord, I am currently at an important juncture in my research. You may eat first. Lilith's voice came from inside. It sounded weak, but still very excited. How long have you been researching this? Hearing the other person's listless voice, Ron asked a question out of curiosity. I don't know either. I've been researching it ever since I left yesterday. Lilith is obsessed with divination and elixirs, often spending days without eating or drinking to study them. Okay, I'll call you again at noon. Skipping a meal or two isn't a big problem. After all, she's not an ordinary person. So Ron didn't insist and took the little dragons to the restaurant. As soon as she reached the restaurant entrance, Fiona bowed respectfully and began to speak. Breakfast is ready, master. She acted as if she had no idea what had just been said, continuing to do what a maid should do without changing her expression. Ron didn't delve any deeper into what had just happened, because he was now focused on purchasing resources for the pioneers. As for punishing the maid, it's not too late to wait until things stabilize. Of course, if she continues to be so unruly, and I can't tolerate it, then I won't. The roast chicken smells so good. As soon as they entered the restaurant, before Ron even sat down at a table, Lucia eagerly sat down on a stool and picked up a roast chicken to eat. It tastes so good. Lucia is like that. She's naturally a bit ditzy, and when she sees food, her brain shuts down, leaving her only focused on eating and not thinking about anything else. Lucia, the Lord hasn't let us eat yet. Although Ovil was unfamiliar with human rules, she noticed that Ron would say something before everyone started eating. Through this, she understood that humans must have such rules. It's okay, I don't like people who are too conventional. Ron himself is not a rule-abiding person, and he is not rigid in his treatment of his subordinates either. If he's loyal enough and useful enough, he probably wouldn't be angry even if Lucia peed on his head. Hihi, my lord is the best. Hearing Ovil's words, Lucia realized that she had been too hasty. However, Ron didn't pursue the matter, which made her very happy, and she felt that the Lord was a very good person. I can eat delicious roasted meat every day, and I don't have to do any work. I have a very leisurely life every day. Lucia felt that she would feel embarrassed if she didn't give something in return. But I have nothing, so what would the Lord like? By the way, it seems the Lord needs the water from the scales at the tip of his tail. Gumbling. Thinking of this, Lucia swallowed a
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
mouthful of dragon's saliva. If there's a chance, give it to the Lord. After all, having your tail rubbed feels really good. Chapter 49 lists the resources needed for development. Should we buy wheat seeds? The dining atmosphere today was very pleasant. This is also what Ron wanted to see. He didn't like to put on airs of a lord when facing his own people. But for outsiders, that's a different set of rules. You bastard master, you must be thinking about something lewd again. When Fiona saw Ron stop cutting his food and thinking, she couldn't help but complain. I'm considering purchasing development supplies. Ron looked helplessly at his maid. After you finish breakfast, make a list of supplies. List out the necessary resources for development. This will give you a clearer idea of what you need to buy. It was finished a few days ago. Fiona raised her small face, stood up, took out a yellowed piece of paper from her waist pocket, and handed it to the man. Master only needs to think about SESE. The maid will take care of this for you. This was handled well. Ron was surprised that Fiona had already prepared the supply list in advance, so they could set off to purchase the supplies immediately. A quick glance revealed more than a dozen types of supplies, with their quantities and market prices all clearly marked. Fiona's list is very detailed, and she thoughtfully calculated the approximate total price of these supplies. If he didn't have a mouth, he would be a pretty good person. Including wheat, rye seeds, and farm tools. Ron scanned the list but did not find any wheat or rye seeds. This is quite normal, since everyone thinks that winter is less than 3 months away, and when it will be freezing cold, there will be no time to plant crops. Master, are you still sleepy, or did you expend too much energy last night, causing you to become mentally confused? Fiona put down her knife and looked at the man beside her with a surprised expression. As we all know, there are still about 3 months left before winter arrives. Wheat and rye seeds take at least 3 months to mature, which is not enough time to support the wheat's maturity. The owner must have expended too much energy last night to suddenly have this thought. I observed the celestial phenomena last night and learned that this year's winter will arrive a month later than usual. Ron started making things up. Therefore, we have plenty of time to set off for the pioneering area the day after tomorrow. Winter is still about 4 months away. It will take 3 to 4 days to reach the swamp, and about 10 days to clear land for planting wheat. In other words, there are still 3.5 months to plant. The swamp's muddy soil is fertile, and the wheat will definitely mature in 3 months, which is more than enough time. The master's eyes only observe women's bodies. How could he possibly observe celestial phenomena? Fiona lifted her round, pert buttocks off the stool, leaned closer, and touched Ron's forehead. Master, you don't have a fever, so why are you talking nonsense? Could it be that you developed delusions after being manipulated by the maid last night? She even felt that Lilith's divination might be more reliable than this statement. Although Lilith is unreliable, she is still a witch. How could she be wrong every time? According to probability theory, you're bound to hit the target at least once. With your clumsy skills and slow hand speed, you think you can drive me to delusions. Ron felt that if he hadn't never experienced it before, he probably wouldn't have been able to meet the final requirements. Of course, this was also thanks to Fiona's disgusted expression at the time, which was a big plus. Despite clearly disliking the maid, she still goes out of her way to help. Oh. Upon hearing this, Fiona slightly raised her chin and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. The master stared at the maid's body with burning eyes, but now that he has succeeded, he says such things. Damn master, your eyes were full of longing yesterday. Especially that expression at that moment. I want to see it again. The past is the past, the present is the present. Don't mistake the past for the present, and don't mistake a moment for eternity. Actually, the feeling at the time was not bad. Ron was quite looking forward to feeding his maid. It's a real shame that she's so eloquent, only good for talking. Damn master, he's really gone after you've already pulled up your pants and forgotten about me. Fiona pouted and gave the man a disdainful look. In that case, it will probably be impossible for the master to get help from the maid again next time. If you won't help me, then I'll help you. Ron chuckled mischievously, realizing that spending so much time with the maid was gradually influencing his speech. It seems there are many things the master wants to do for the maid, but the maid has no desires and doesn't need the master's help. Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she could already imagine Ron helping her. The master must have been looking forward to this for a long time, and must have wanted to help him for a long time. But how could I possibly let that bastard owner get away with this? How will you know if you don't try? Ron understood that in this kind of situation, there was only 0 times or countless times, and he would likely be the one who was frequently ambushed. TCH, I don't want to do strange things with my master. Fiona had an expression that seemed to see right through the man's schemes, as if she had never had any desire for them whatsoever. But somehow, her upper legs, tightly encased in black pantyhose, came together. All right, Fiona, that's enough of the jokes. Ron stopped there, not forcing things, and letting things take their natural course. Right now, the most important thing is to purchase development materials. Wheat, rye seeds, and remember to add farm tools. After thinking for a moment, Ron gave a rough number. We need to purchase enough wheat seeds to plant 200 mu and enough rye seeds to plant 100 mu. We also need to prepare more farm tools so that at least 200 farmers can work at the same time. It's a certainty that there are more than 200 farmers involved. The only question is whether we can find some along the way. 500 or 600 people will be enough for this winter. If things go well, we can resettle a large number of people next year. Understood. Since Master insists, the maid can only do as Master wishes. Fiona shrugged helplessly. She was completely opposed to Ron's decision. Anyone who heard that wheat was being planted at this time would probably think that the Lord was crazy, wasting his time and money. Fiona, why does what you say always sound so strange? Ron suspected that his maid was implying that he could be tougher on her. But I've been busy preparing supplies these days, so I haven't had time to play games with the maid. Could it be that there's something wrong with your thinking, Master? The maid was just communicating with you normally, there's nothing strange about it. Fiona crossed her arms and looked at the man beside her with an air of arrogance. All right, your task this morning is to buy wheat, rye seeds, and farm tools. Ron felt that it was reliable to entrust this task to Fiona. Understood, the maid will definitely help Master diligently and wholeheartedly. Fiona licked the corner of her mouth, gently biting her pink lips with her pearly teeth, her expression alluring. Ron no longer had any doubts. He knew that his maid was deliberately provoking him. But his mind is now focused on expanding his territory, waiting to establish a foothold in the swamp. Ron will show Fiona what the consequences are for someone who likes to say strange things. Chapter 50 Furious Philia. Ron won't tolerate it. After the maid left, Ron finally had some peace and quiet. Previously, there was only a rough plan for developing resources. Seeing the detailed list makes it even clearer that expanding territory is no easy task. There are more than a dozen items that need to be purchased. The total amount exceeded 3,000 gold coins, and this did not include wheat seeds and farm tools. Considering all of these, it's estimated to cost around 3,500 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins were only used to purchase ordinary exploration resources, not including potions, weapons, and equipment. If you add all of these together, it would be an astronomical figure. One potion costs around 1,400 gold coins, so 30 potions would cost over 40,000 gold coins. Where would an ordinary nobleman get so much money? This is also why it is difficult for minor nobles to rise to prominence. The potions needed to train the holy knights alone are enough to bankrupt at least 90% of the nobles. Fortunately, Ron possessed the complete recipe for holy knight potions, and produced 30 potions without spending a single penny. The gold coins used to buy materials were earned from selling inferior potions. Selling 5 more potions later will provide enough initial funding to expand our territory. As long as the situation can be stabilized in the early stages and the territory gets on track, profits can be realized. Ron stretched comfortably, preparing to head to Teresa's shop to sell potions. The last time I had a fairly good talk with that shop owner, Fanny, I decided to sell my products there again. However, you still need to change your clothes so as not to reveal your true identity. My lord, are you going out? After eating and drinking her fill, Lucia lay on the sofa. Seeing Ron leave, she looked up and asked a question. I'm going to buy some things. Ron responded with a smile, then spoke in a deep voice. You all stay home and behave yourselves. You will be officially heading to the territory in the next couple of days. Once there, your activities will no longer be confined to this small area. Overa and Philia are both adults now, with prominent dragon horns. If they went out, they would definitely attract countless eyes. It even attracted covetous eyes. Because juvenile wyverns are easy to capture and deal with, but adult wyverns are a different story. Even holy knights often fail to capture them. Moreover, the ordinary slave mark can no longer control adult dragons. A more powerful soul imprint is needed to control it. A soul imprint requires at least a third-rank witch and a secret potion to be inscribed. Therefore, adult subdragons are basically only seen in the homes of some high-ranking nobles. This is not someone a minor noble like Ron could match. This is why Ron doesn't allow outsiders into the backyard. If it were discovered that she had been raised as a subdragon girl, it might attract the covetous eyes of other nobles. Yay, I've been so cooped up here. Lucia still prefers to swim in rivers and lakes and enjoy the cool breeze under the trees. Although there's plenty of barbecue meat now, the area we can move around in is too small, and most importantly, all the shrimp in the lake have been eaten. My lord, may I take Lucia with me when we go out? Lucia was about to head to an unknown frontier and wanted to see the outside world. All she had ever seen before were dragons or other subhuman races. I've never played in a human kingdom. That works too, since Fiona isn't here today. Lucia hadn't grown horns yet, and to outsiders, she was just an ordinary female dragon. It's no secret that nobles enjoy keeping subhumans. Almost all nobles do it. Many people know about the last time we bought 3 dragon girls. So there shouldn't be any problem taking Lucia out today. Yay, we can go out and play now. Lucia had thought the other party wouldn't agree, but to her surprise, they did. Can I come with you? Although Oville was interested in the human kingdom, she was now more afraid and had no intention of going out. However, the thought of Lucia being taken out by this man made her uneasy. You grew horns after you came of age, which would make you too conspicuous when you go out. It's better to stay in the manor. Ron did not agree, and the reason was simple. Ovil had grown horns 5 centimeters long, and anyone who was even slightly familiar with subdragons could tell that she was an adult subdragon. If other nobles discover this, it might cause unnecessary trouble for the expansion. Because adult female dragons in good condition can sell for tens of thousands of gold coins. Few people can resist such temptation. Ovally. Lucia looked reluctantly at Ovil beside her. In fact, she would have preferred to go out with everyone. It seems that among humans, you can only be considered a weak lord. Phyllis immediately saw through the surface and grasped the essence. She knew that if the man in front of her was strong enough, she and Ovil wouldn't need to hide their relationship even though they were adults. Only weak lords who fear being plundered by others would worry about these things. It must be said that Phyllis's perspective on problems is always somewhat unique. That's obviously the case. Ron didn't care about being called weak, because he possessed the Lord's Compendium and the complete potion recipes for all 12 professions. Given some time to develop, they can quickly build a professional legion from scratch. The Kingdom of Saint Tis only possesses the potion recipe for the Holy Knights. The potion recipes for the other professions are severely incomplete. Even if you take it, your strength won't be too great. At most, you can only advance to the 2nd rank. However, the Holy Knight potions possessed by the Saint Tis family offer the opportunity to advance to the Night King level. However, after all these years, no one has yet reached that rank. So, I can understand that you also have something on me. Freya grasped the crux of the problem, and the corners of her mouth gradually turned up. And then, Ron frowned slightly. Just as he had expected, this future Red Dragon Queen would not be content with the status quo. You can take Lucia out, but if you dare to lay a hand on her. Philia paused here, her crimson vertical pupils narrowing, and she said threateningly, I can't guarantee that I won't do anything drastic. She never considered a fight to the death, until the very last moment. Freya would always choose to safely return to the tribe with her companions. So, faced with the menacing red dragon, Ron didn't hold back and immediately reached out and pinched Lucia's fair face. Xiaolong, what are you going to do? He knew that Freya would never put her companions in danger. This could be considered her only weakness. Without Lucia and Ovil, Ron wouldn't be able to handle Philia right now. Lucia, you can all tell me, but why would you suddenly do this to yourself? Damn human, you're asking for it. Upon seeing the man's provocation, Freya immediately flew into a rage, her scales standing on end and steam billowing from her mouth. It raises its tail and transforms its hands into sharp claws, assuming an attack stance. You ungrateful dragon. Ron sneered contemptuously. I don't think you understand your current situation. He remained completely calm, and even pinched Lucia's face with his other hand. If you are exposed, I will at most offer you up to others in exchange for my own safety. But if you fall into the hands of others, you will be treated like toys and humiliated every day. At this point, Ron looked at Phyllis with great interest. Of course, if you expect to be used as a dragon artifact and played with at will, you can certainly do that. Chapter 51 Lucia wants the Lord to rub her tail. These words, one by one, were brutally poured into Freya's ears. This caused her already steaming scales to resemble a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. I originally thought you were different from other humans. Freya gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the man in front of her. Looking back now, I realize I was overthinking it. She has barely slept these past 2 days, tossing and turning at night, pondering what path to take in the future. It was a desperate gamble, and they escaped with their companions. I'll just stay and work for this man for 3 more years. After much thought, she still felt the latter was more reliable. Moreover, after spending the last 2 days together, Freya realized that this human was not as greedy or disgusting as she had imagined. At least I won't force myself or my friends to be his toys. Your thoughts don't matter, just obey orders. Ron doesn't tolerate this arrogant and short-tempered little dragon at all. If he did, he'd probably get too cocky very quickly. Then some other ideas came to mind. As long as we suppress her in all aspects, she won't cause any trouble. You're really good at provoking dragons. Philia bit her lip so hard it almost bled. After 3 years, I will return to you after I send my companions back to their tribe. At that moment, she felt that killing this man was not enough to vent her anger. But if they were really together for 3 years, maybe his return wouldn't be about revenge. Sorry, I'm not interested in the dragon girl. Ron made a disgusted face. She'd learned that from Fiona, and it had to be said. It was very useful in situations like this. Remember what you say now. If it were a dragon, Freya would have attacked right now, but considering the safety of her companions, she chose to hold back. Freya. Ovil walked up to her friend and gently hugged her, hoping to calm her down. I am fine. Philia's volatile temper has indeed improved considerably, though she was extremely angry for those few seconds. Now she feels that it's really not a big deal. 3 years later, even if we don't kill him, we must arrest him and punish him severely. Philia no longer harbors as much resentment towards the other party. At least she no longer considers cremating him at the drop of a hat. Don't worry, Lucia will take good care of herself. Lucia was in a good mood, but seeing their heated argument made her feel a little down. She hoped that the relationship between Philia and the Lord could be eased. But I don't know what to do. If he touches you, tell me when he gets back. Freya was still worried about this human. After all, her partner was too naive and might not even understand what was happening before being taken advantage of. She had thought before that if this human had to choose between her and her companion to become a dragon weapon, she would be willing to bear it all alone. I still think this way, but for some reason, whenever I think about it, my tail wags slightly. Alright, I will definitely not let the Lord touch my body. Lucia recalled the feeling of her tail being pinched by the other party before. I still miss that intensity. Be careful, stay close to him and don't wander off. Ovil had intended to address Ron as Lord, but since Freya had just had a heated argument with Ron, she decided against it for the time being. Don't worry, Ovil, Lucia will be very good. Lucia is actually quite afraid of humans, but for some reason, she feels that as long as the Lord is there, she is not afraid. It's a very strange feeling. Okay, let's go. Ron didn't want to delay any longer and planned to sell the potions as soon as possible to buy supplies for the expansion. Lucia glanced at her companions a few times with reluctance before following the man's steps. Once outside the courtyard, Lucia looked around excitedly, curious about everything. My lord, I've ridden in this before. Lucia recalled the feeling of being captured by humans and thrown into a carriage. At that time, it was in an iron cage covered with a black cloth, surrounded by darkness, with no sunlight. Now, however, one can lift the curtain and enjoy the view. This is called a horse-drawn carriage, a basic means of transportation for humans. Ron patiently explained to the little dragon in front of him. So this is called a horse-drawn carriage. Lucia had ridden in one, but didn't know its name. In the tribe, almost all animals were food, and they never thought of using it to carry a dragon. If I take the Lord with me, can I call it a dragon carriage? Lucia's mind wandered, and she suddenly imagined herself being tied to the front of a cart and pulling it. That's right, but usually the ones pulling the carts are male sub-dragons. Some nobles would choose dragons as their mode of transportation to show off their status, even though they were not as fast as horses. It was mainly for the sake of appearances. For nobles, displaying their nobility in front of outsiders is more important than anything else. I see. In the future, if the Lord visits our tribe, I'll have my brothers pull your cart. Lucia is the 15th child in the family, with a bunch of older brothers and sisters. She was a staunch advocate of surrender, already planning to bring the men back to the tribe and have her brothers used as mounts. She's truly a good younger sister. Going to the tribe is something we can consider, but let your brothers pull the cart instead. Ron wasn't one to seek the limelight, as long as it was convenient and comfortable to travel, that was enough for him. By the way, my lord, do you still need dragon dew? Lucia found it quite comfortable to have her tail rubbed, so she wanted to experience it again. Her strong feelings stem from an intense desire to reproduce. Although she is still a minor, it is evident that her needs are very strong. If he were an adult, he would be terrifyingly strong. After saying this, Lucia lowered her head, her face burning, and her tail swayed gently behind her. Not now, but we'll need some in about 20 days. After awakening as a holy knight, one can take a magic potion approximately every month to enhance their strength. Taking the potion again will also speed up the advancement time. Ron found Lucia's question somewhat inexplicable, but he wasn't sure what was wrong with it yet. More than 20 days. Lucia swallowed a mouthful of sweet dragon saliva, feeling that too much time had passed, and she now wanted to have her tail rubbed by the other party. My lord, the scales on my tail are moving, and it feels like there are bugs inside. Could you please help me? Lucia suddenly felt an itch on her tail, so she turned around, bent her slender waist, and raised her tail. Normally, she would also have Ovili or Philia scratch her itch, but now I'd rather Ron do it. Her movements were very erotic, especially her plump, fleshy buttocks, which created a strong visual impact. Where is the tail located? Ron took a breath without making a sound, completely forgetting what Freya had said earlier. Of course, he can't be blamed for this, since it was Lucia who asked for it herself. Wow, there are bugs everywhere. Perhaps it was because of the potion she had taken that Lucia's reproductive desire had increased considerably, even though she was not yet an adult. She herself didn't know why she did this, she just felt that having her tail rubbed and squeezed was very comfortable, so she did it. If Lucia knew what was going on, she would be extremely ashamed and would never have made such a request. Ron nodded, stretched out his large hand, and grabbed Lucia's thick tail. Chapter 52. The moment my fingertips touched the tail, it felt cool and smooth. Lucia couldn't help but hum softly when her tail was just lightly touched. Its pale blue scales rippled in the water, as if water could drip out at any moment. Lord. Lucia swallowed a mouthful of hot dragon saliva, turned her head, and looked at the man behind her with a bewildered expression. How is it? Do you still feel any bugs in your tail? As he needed her, Ron clearly felt that the scales on the water dragon girl's body were softening little by little. I feel it, I still feel it. Lucia felt as if her whole body was covered in bugs, and her tail trembled slightly. The emotions became increasingly intense. Then let me massage it for you again. Ron had already figured out what the little dragon was thinking. He guessed it was because he felt good from having its tail rubbed that it said that. I never imagined that the innocent water dragon girl would have blushing cheeks, trembling body, and a confused expression. However, before reaching adulthood, the dragon girl's body has a protective mechanism that prevents her from being compatible with a partner. Of course, Ron didn't intend to do anything to Lucia. He still preferred conquering a proud and arrogant woman like Philia, making a dragon like her submit. That was much more interesting. Lucia is a nice addition to life occasionally, as she adds a touch of spice. My lord, it feels so good to massage my tail. Lucia exhaled a breath of hot air, and water rippled within the scales of her tail, as if water could drip out at any moment. Is that why you came up with this idea? Ron had an expression that said he understood the other party's intentions. Lucia dreamt last night that the Lord was massaging my tail, so. As Lucia spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. The tail behind him became extremely restless and began to wrap around Ron's arm. Lucia, something's not right with you right now. Ron knew perfectly well what was going on with the water dragon girl in front of him. I never expected it to be so intense. Its tail had already started wrapping around my arm. If you replaced your arm with something else, it would feel really good. Lucia feels a little unwell. Naive Lucia didn't know why she was acting this way. She just wanted to get closer to the Lord, to be even closer to him. Rest assured, Ron knew the dragon girl's weakness. My lord, how is it? Are there no more worms in its tail? He didn't mind helping Lucia catch bugs. On the contrary, he was happy to do so. After all, it's rare to see Lucia with this kind of expression. She looks very radiant. In addition, the tail feels nice to the touch, so there's no reason not to refuse it. Yes. Lucia's tail trembled, she bit her pink lips, and lay down on the stool. My lord, to express my gratitude, you may stroke my belly as much as you like. When expressing gratitude and obedience, the dragon girl will expose her most vulnerable belly and allow the other party to touch it. No need to touch my belly. Next time, if you need my help, you have to help me too. That's fair. Ron wasn't one to suffer losses. If he helped Lucia rub her tail, she had to help him in return. Yes, that's fine as long as it's not about Lucia giving birth to a baby dragon for the Lord. It's all good. Lucia knew that she couldn't give birth to a baby dragon right now. Under normal circumstances, Lucia wouldn't agree to Ron's request so easily. But unfortunately, the feeling of having her tail rubbed was so pleasant that she found it even more wonderful than eating roasted meat. In order to ensure there would be a next time, Lucia agreed. All right, mutual help is the only fair way. If it's one-sided giving for too long, Ron will get annoyed. It's reasonable to make it clear in advance that we'll help each other next time. Then, what does the Lord want Lucia to do? Lucia was curious about what kind of help the man in front of her would ask for. If she's to be treated as a toy or a dragon artifact, she'll have to think about it carefully. She still finds this hard to accept. Upon hearing this, Lucia nervously hugged her tail. Lucia can't do that. If it were anything else, even something involving using one's hands, Lucia would consider it. But she couldn't accept using a tail right away. However, after thinking about the feeling of having my tail rubbed, I couldn't help but want to agree. If you can't do it, then forget it. Ron didn't want to dwell on the matter. His idea of having Lucia use her tail was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, and he didn't really have to. There will be plenty of opportunities for this in the future, there's no need to rush. For now, I'm still thinking about selling potions. Okay then. Lucia hung her head, looking dejected and feeling somewhat annoyed. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, perhaps tomorrow, she will be unable to resist asking Ron for help. In this kind of situation, there are only 0 times or countless times, no one can resist the body's instincts. Especially considering her strong reproductive ability. The carriage rolled across the blue flagstone road and stopped in front of Teresa's shop. Lucia, please be quiet inside later. Although the dragon girl's language is different from humans, it's still best to make it clear beforehand to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, my lord, Lucia is very well behaved. Lucia's emotions came and went quickly. She had been feeling down just a moment ago, but now those things were long gone. Ron smiled and nodded. The water dragon girl was more obedient. The fire dragon girl had too bad a temper and was extremely difficult to train. It will probably take some time before I can get her to listen to me. As soon as I reached the shop entrance, the female receptionist in uniform bowed respectfully. Hello sir, welcome to Teresa's shop. What would you like to order? Find Ms. Fanny for me. Just tell her that Rodman came to talk business with her. Rodman was an alias he used to avoid revealing his real name. Today, he was also dressed up, wearing brown leather pants, a brown denim jacket, and a cowboy hat, making him look like a farmer herding livestock in the countryside. Okay, Mr. Rodman, please wait a moment. The female receptionist nodded respectfully, took 2 steps back, and turned to walk into the inner room. My lord, are you here to buy something delicious? Lucia immediately realized that this might be a place where humans sell food. I'm going to sell you for a good price. Since the ancient dragon language sounds like the roar of a dragon to humans, Ron leaned closer and responded in a low voice. My lord, you mustn't sell Lucia. Lucia will do many things for you. Although Lucia thought it might be a joke, she still felt inexplicably nervous entering a strange human shop, worried that she might actually be sold. Will it use its tail to help me? Upon hearing this answer, Ron casually asked a question. Lucia's cheeks gradually flushed, and she loosened her tightly clenched pink lips. As long as the Lord doesn't sell Lucia, then it's fine. Chapter 53 Lucia can't resist Ms. Fanny's temptation? There was no other way. To avoid being sold, they became dragon artifacts for humans. Lucia had no choice but to agree to the man's strange request. It was shameful, but I had no other choice. I was just kidding. Why would I sell you? I'm still waiting for you to work for me for 3 years. Ron was surprised that Lucia agreed. He didn't like to force people to do things. So he patted the other person's head. So your promise just now doesn't count. I'll say it again, if you're willing to help each other, come find me. Ron felt that only in this way could both parties have a better experience. If one party is forced, they will never achieve the ultimate feeling. I know. Lucia suddenly felt that the man in front of her was really nice. He didn't force her into this situation. This inexplicably made her feel a sense of goodwill towards it, and she thought that if she really couldn't resist, then she should go. Mr. Rodman, Ms. Fanny is already waiting for you inside. The female receptionist who came out earlier was pointing the way with a very respectful expression. Ron nodded and followed steadily behind. Lucia didn't dare stray too far and stayed by Ron's side the whole time. After entering the room, the female receptionist left and gently closed the door. Wearing a long red dress, Fanny lifted her ample, pert buttocks off the soft sofa, swayed her slender waist, came to Ron, extended her hand, and opened her mouth with a smile. Mr. Rodman, it's a pleasure to see you again. She adopted a very humble posture, as if she were facing a superior. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Fanny. Ron didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to shake her hand. The woman's hand was very soft, and she looked like someone who hadn't done much heavy work. Of course, as the owner of Teresa's shop, the rough work was naturally done by servants. Mr. Ronald, is this your maid? Fanny noticed the female subdragon dressed in a maid outfit and found it quite novel. This female subdragon did not seem to have been oppressed for a long time. They're in great spirits. It seems Mr. Rodman knows how to train people. Otherwise, a female subdragon wouldn't be so obedient. Moreover, judging from her rosy complexion, Mr. Rodman must be incredibly powerful. Fanny is a 25-year-old married woman who knows a lot, so she saw through the trick at a glance. That's it. Ron didn't want to explain further and simply took out 5 bottles of potions. These are 5 bottles of Holy Night Potion. Needless to say, the other party understood that they had come to sell magic potions. Mr. Rodman, I will still purchase them at 1,300 gold coins per share. When Fanny saw the potion, her eyes lit up almost imperceptibly. No problem. Ron naturally had no objection to such a high acquisition price. I'll have someone prepare the gold coins right away. Fanny immediately got up, swaying her slender waist as she walked towards the door. After giving an instruction to her subordinate, she turned back. Miss Fanny, aren't you going to inspect the goods first this time? Last time I saw the potion, the other party used special eye power to check it, but this time they didn't even bother to examine it. I believe in Mr. Rodman's character. Fanny did this to leave a good impression and thus get closer to her. Miss Fanny, it's not a good habit to trust others too easily. Since he hadn't received the gold coins yet and was just killing time, Ron chatted casually for a bit. I don't trust others, but from the first moment I saw you, I felt that you were a trustworthy gentleman. Fanny actually had a mission this time. First, to find out the man in front of her, and second, to achieve a deeper cooperation with him. Ideally, large quantities of potions should be delivered regularly to meet the needs of the Therese family. This is the first time I've heard that. Ron never took women's words seriously, especially those who were used to making polite conversation. Anyone who takes such words seriously is a fool. Mr. Rodman, actually, this time I want to reach a deeper cooperation with you. Before saying this, Fanny took off her shoes, then lifted her foot, which was covered in black stockings, and gently rubbed it against the man's calf. She would never have done something like this before, but this time, she agreed only after her husband insisted. The reason is simple. Although the Therese family has the title of count, they do not hold positions in the central government, nor do they have a continuous territory. He only had shops in major cities, so he could be said to have the title of count but no real power. The family's internal strength is not strong. It can be said that it has wealth but lacks corresponding power. In recent years, the kingdom of Saint Tess has become increasingly turbulent, which made the Therese family feel that a crisis was approaching, so they kept seeking a way out. After much thought, the only option was to purchase potions from major cities to train more holy knights. As for why Fanny's husband would let his wife do that, because the Therese family only intermarries within their own families, Fanny's husband is also Fanny's cousin. The two had met occasionally since childhood. Their relationship was not particularly close, but they were by no means distant either. They were resistant to the twisted family marriage, so they hit it off and entered into a marriage of convenience. They were together for 5 years but never consummated their marriage. Oh. Ron looked down and saw the woman's feet, tightly encased in black stockings, and then spoke with interest. Ms. Fanny, how deep of a collaboration would you like to achieve? He was not averse to women's subtle seduction, but he would never act impulsively or make irrational decisions. This is a quality a qualified gentleman should possess. Being attracted to beauty without being lewd means that one may be tempted by beauty, but will never lose one's rationality. That depends on how deep a collaboration Mr. Rodman wants to achieve. I'm open to any level of cooperation. Fanny licked her lips, her expression alluring, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be brimming with tears, as if they would overflow at any moment. Honestly, I actually did something like this just to get a deal. Fanny was actually quite resistant to the idea. If the person sitting opposite her was a man in his 30s with a large belly, she would have firmly refused. But if it's a young and handsome gentleman, she thinks it's not impossible to give it a try. After all, I've reached the watershed of 25 years old. It's time to divert some of my energy. Pat. Just then, the door opened, and a knight carrying a brown wooden chest walked in. Miss Fanny, here are 6,500 gold coins. Well, let's go down. Fanny nodded calmly, her feet under the table never stopping. Ms. Fanny, if you want to deepen our cooperation, this level of sincerity may not be enough. As Ron spoke, he glanced down at the woman's feet. Fanny understood, took a deep breath, and spoke softly. If Mr. Rodman is willing to cooperate, I will meet all your requirements. She was willing to give everything for the Therese family. Of course, the main reason was that she felt the man in front of her had a special charm that made her accept the conditions. Then it's settled. Ron picked up the brown wooden box and said with a smile, "Looking forward to seeing you next time." "Me too, I'm really looking forward to your arrival." Fanny bit her pink lips, staring blankly at the man's departing figure. After the other person left, she slumped onto the sofa, panting heavily. This was the first time she had done something like this, and she was so nervous that her body was constantly tense. I wonder what Mr. Rodman would be like when it comes to doing this kind of thing. Chapter 54, Mass Purchase of Holy Light Swords? A familiar-looking girl? Ron left the shop without looking back. He didn't pay much attention to what Ms. Fanny said. The next time we come will probably be next spring, when the pioneering campaign ends. The time frame is very long, and we don't know what will happen along the way. Therefore, whether Ms. Fanny's proposal for deeper cooperation will depend on the circumstances at the time. Once you officially become a lord, you can indeed consider selling large quantities of potions, which can quickly boost your combat power. My lord, that female human was kicking you just now. Lucia also saw what Ms. Fanny did, but the naive girl didn't know what it meant. He felt that the woman was bullying his lord. She considered helping, but Ron had previously warned her to be quiet and not cause any trouble. Since Ron didn't show any signs of discomfort, they let it go. She's not very strong, so let her kick it. Ron gave a perfunctory reply, picked up his suitcase, and got into the carriage. Why doesn't the lord kick it back? Lucia believed that grudges should be settled on the spot, but if you couldn't win, then forget it. I'm too weak now. I'll come back and beat her with a stick next year when I'm stronger. Ron knew that this woman named Fanny was really looking forward to him doing this. Of course, he doesn't mind. If there's an opportunity for deeper cooperation next year, that's not out of the question. Then I'll help you beat her up. Lucia thought Ron was a very nice person, so she was thinking of helping him out. Ron nodded and began to think about the next steps. 30 holy knights have been trained, and the overall strength of the territory has increased significantly. Their strength has already reached the upper middle tier among all the pioneering lords. However, the knight's equipment will also need to be changed after being promoted to Holy Knight. Ordinary iron longswords are difficult to imbue with holy light for low-ranking holy knights. A specially crafted holy light sword is required. This is a longsword forged from condensed light stone, mystic iron, and fire obsidian. It allows novice holy knights to better imbue themselves with holy light. After Ron was promoted to Holy Knight, he tried to imbue his longsword with holy light. He succeeded, but only for a very short time. The holy light covered the sword in a very scattered way, like specks of starlight dappling the blade. It can only slightly improve combat power. Therefore, the holy light sword is very necessary. Otherwise, having dozens of holy knights but being unable to exert effective combat capabilities would be a waste. My lord, I'm so hungry. The aroma wafting from both sides of the street made Lucia's mouth water. Didn't we just eat? Ron was puzzled. He had eaten 7 or 8 lamb legs and a dozen roast chickens for breakfast, and less than 2 hours later he was hungry again. I ate so much in one meal, but my stomach didn't bloat like a ball. Sometimes I really want to see how Lucia's stomach is shaped. Hehe. I don't know why, I just feel hungry. Normally, Lucia wouldn't get hungry this quickly, but after releasing a wave of dragon dew, her body absorbed nutrients faster, so she's hungry now. Okay, after we buy the weapons, I'll take you to get something to eat to fill your stomach. There are still 2 or 3 hours until lunch, and she's already hungry, so it's definitely a good idea to let her eat something. Yay, thank you, Lord. Seeing that the man had agreed, Lucia was so excited that her tail wagged back and forth, filled with anticipation. Be quiet for a while. Before Ron got off the carriage, he gave his usual instructions. Don't worry, my lord, Lucia will be very well behaved. She had no time to cause trouble, all she could think about was what to eat later. After getting off the carriage, Ron put his hand to his forehead to shield his eyes from the sun. Looking up, he saw the words Black Iron Weapon Shop engraved on the signs of the shops along the street. It is here. Ron went into the store without hesitation. Hello sir, welcome to the Black Iron Weapons Shop. As soon as I entered, the female receptionist at the door bowed and smiled politely. Sir, how can I help you? The maid asked. I need a batch of holy light swords. Ron stated his purpose directly. Yes, sir, this way please. The maidservant respectfully led the way, and soon they arrived at a room of about 10 square meters, which contained dozens of holy light swords. Hello sir, due to recent territorial expansion in the far north, these 35 holy light swords are the last ones available. These past few days, the shops of all sizes in Winterfell have been busier than during Christmas, with several nobles buying up supplies almost every day. They also benefited from the situation and made a fortune. I want them all. Ron estimated that, including himself, there were a total of 33 holy knights, and 35 longswords would be enough. Yes, sir. Each holy light sword costs 110 gold coins. The female receptionist stated the price, and she actually wanted to add that just a week ago, these holy light swords were 100 gold coins each. If you encounter a difficult customer, you might even sell them for 95 gold coins each. Alright, wrap them all up and send them to my carriage. Ron was well aware of the price increase of the holy light sword, but he didn't try to bargain, because there was no need. Shop owners won't offer discounts when supplies are tight and they have no worries about selling their goods. Ron felt he didn't have that much influence, so instead of wasting words, he decided to pay up quickly. After all, gold coins are easy to earn, and you don't feel bad about spending them. If we ever run out of funds, we can just make another batch of potions to sell. Yes, sir, please wait a moment, I'll make the arrangements right away. The man didn't haggle before they met, and the female receptionist's eyes lit up noticeably, as if she was somewhat surprised. As he left, he glanced at Ron one last time, as if trying to remember the appearance of this generous gentleman. Ron plopped down on the sofa and began waiting for the other party to load the holy light sword onto the carriage. With the weapons issue resolved, all that's left are some miscellaneous supplies for development. Let's head back to the mansion first and go out to buy them in the afternoon. Lucia also slightly raised her plump buttocks and sat down next to the man. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she chose, "I'm sorry, ma'am, the holy light sword you requested is sold out." The female receptionist bent down and sincerely apologized. "Isn't that right?" The sharp-eyed girl immediately noticed that the knights were carrying the holy light sword. "I'm sorry, those holy swords have already been bought by that gentleman." As the receptionist spoke, she pointed in the direction where Ron was sitting. Following the other person's gaze, the girl saw a well-dressed gentleman sitting on a sofa, looking at her with a deep gaze. Understood. The girl didn't say much, nor did she utter any strange or outrageous remarks. He turned to leave, preparing to go to the next place to ask again. Ron, who felt the other person looked familiar, didn't let the opportunity pass. He needed to at least know the other person's name and confirm some things. So he stood up and called out to the other person. "Madam, please wait." Chapter 55, Sparring with the Future Female Sword Saint, Jean d'Arc. This woman is very strong. The girl, who was about to leave, stopped when a voice called out to her from behind. She turned around and looked at the man who walked up to her with her emerald green eyes. She didn't speak, but waited quietly for the other person to explain why they had called her. "Let me introduce myself, Leonard Ron, a pioneer lord. When you want to know someone's name, you only need to introduce yourself, and the other person will usually give their own name as well." Ron smiled and extended his hand, his expression serious and his movements gentlemanly. "Joan of Arc, swordswoman." The girl reached out and lightly touched the other person's hand before immediately withdrawing it. Her expression didn't change much, she seemed unwilling to have much contact with the man in front of her, only introducing herself out of politeness. "Your name is Joan of Arc." Ron's pupils contracted when he heard the name. No wonder she looked familiar, it turns out she's the female sword saint who will one day single-handedly drive the undead race to flee the continent. This event happened 2 years later. Joan of Arc at that time looked very young and did not have the domineering aura of defeating an army with a single sword 2 years later. "You know me." Joan of Arc scrutinized the man before her, still finding him unfamiliar and unable to recall where she had seen him before. "I don't know you, but I've heard some of your stories." Ron calmly started making things up. "I heard that you have practiced swordsmanship since you were a child and have a deep understanding of swordsmanship." He knew that Joan of Arc was obsessed with swordsmanship. If it weren't for this, there probably wouldn't be such domineering swordsmanship in later generations. "I just like it." Joan of Arc didn't want to get entangled with the man in front of her, so she decided to end the conversation there. She needed to buy a holy light sword to practice with back home. The reason she chose the holy light sword is because she possesses a bloodline inheritance, the blood of the Holy Spirit. This is why she was able to make rapid progress in her strength within 2 years, becoming an unparalleled female sword saint. Besides his obsession with swordsmanship, he also benefits from the power of his bloodline. Otherwise, if he were immortal, he would never have been able to defeat the undead race on his own. "Since you are proficient in swordsmanship, it just so happens that I also have quite a bit of knowledge about swordsmanship." Seeing that the other person was about to leave, Ron gave a reason to make them stay. "Since you happen to want to buy the holy light sword, how about we have a duel? If you win, the holy light sword will be the winner's prize." As Ron said this, his eyes shone with confidence. How? Under normal circumstances, Joan of Arc would never fight back against provocations from others. But today was different. The man in front of her wasn't provoking her, his eyes revealed admiration. In addition, she also wanted to see the opponent's strength, and if she won, she could get the holy light sword. "Why not? No problem." Joan of Arc nodded and accepted the bet. "If you win, you can take one thing from me." In her view, since it is a bet, both parties need to be equal. Since I can obtain the holy light sword if I win, then the other party should also receive something if they win. "Okay, deal." Ron readily agreed, already planning what he would take from the other party after winning. "Sir, madam, if you wish to spar, you can go to the backyard, where the shop owner usually practices. You can use wooden swords to spar there." The female receptionist next to me tactfully suggested a suitable location. "It is good." Ron nodded and followed the female receptionist into the backyard. Although Lucia couldn't understand what these humans were saying, she knew one thing: stick close to the Lord. Joan of Arc didn't hesitate either. She went into the backyard and casually picked up a wooden sword. Mr. Ron, what are the rules for this sparring match? There are no rules, you can use your swordsmanship to the fullest. Ron wasn't worried about Joan of Arc using a wooden sword. After all, it possesses more than twice the three-dimensional attributes of an ordinary holy knight, and can also heal itself when injured. Ron wanted to test the current strength of this future female swordswoman. Understood. Joan of Arc saw absolute confidence in her opponent's eyes, which ignited her fighting spirit. She wanted to see if the man in front of her was just bluffing or if he truly had the ability. Let's start. Without further ado, Ron gripped his longsword tightly with both hands, thus beginning the sparring match. Unlike in the movies, where strong swordsmen fight, they stand still, looking for each other's weaknesses. In a real battlefield, if you stand still, you won't be able to spot any flaws. Only through constant slashing and attacking can one find the enemy's weakness and then deliver a fatal blow. So, as soon as the sparring began, Joan of Arc gripped her longsword, pushed off with her legs, and charged forward. When she was about 3 meters away from the man, she slashed diagonally downwards with her longsword. The blade traced a semicircle in the air. Ron did not dodge, he instantly twisted his wrist, causing the longsword to slant downwards, slashing at the descending sword. Bang! The wooden swords clashed together, producing a crisp sound. Joan of Arc was knocked back half a step by the momentum of the sword, and her hand went numb from the shock. Her brows furrowed immediately, and she took 2 steps back, unable to help but exclaim in surprise. Mr. Ron, what incredible strength! This was the first time Joan of Arc had encountered someone who could almost knock the sword out of her hand during a sword fight. In other words, the man in front of you has superhuman strength. I may not be as good as you in swordsmanship, but I have brute strength. Ron's swordsmanship was originally quite ordinary, but after obtaining 2 illustrations in the encyclopedia, his swordsmanship improved significantly. In addition, my reaction speed has increased, which is why I was able to block that sword strike so easily. Your swordsmanship is also very impressive. Joan of Arc's hands trembled slightly from her superhuman strength and impressive swordsmanship. Her blood began to boil. She hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. The blood of the Holy Spirit has a unique characteristic. It enhances Joan of Arc's strength in all aspects, depending on her fighting spirit and state of mind. Once Joan of Arc reaches her peak condition and unleashes her holy blood, she can unleash a devastating attack. However, Joan of Arc is not yet able to unleash her sacred blood, because she only recently discovered the secret of her blood. Joan of Arc exhaled, stumped her foot, and drew her sword forward. There was no fear or apprehension in her eyes, only unwavering determination. Bang bang bang. She changed her fighting style, no longer engaging in head-on confrontations, and opted for a style that deflects the opponent's force. That way, your hands won't hurt from the powerful force. Although Ron was stronger and had a faster reaction time, he was at a complete disadvantage in the fight. Only now did he truly realize the power of the future female sword saint before him. Her strength doesn't lie in the numbers, but in her daily sword practice and her obsession with the way of the sword. Perhaps only with this spirit could Joan of Arc become a sword saint in the future. Bang bang bang. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The female receptionist standing nearby was dumbfounded. I thought it was just a casual sparring match, but I never expected to witness a duel between 2 masters. The intense collision left her dazzled. These 2 are incredibly strong? Lucia, who was sitting in the courtyard watching the show, was also surprised. She had always thought that Ron was just an ordinary lord who didn't seem very strong. I never expected them to be so fierce in battle. Lucia became increasingly mesmerized, and her tail began to sway gently behind her. My lord is so powerful? Chapter 56 Joan of Arc's unhappy childhood. Ron became a ray of light shining into her life. In the sunlight, in the courtyard, 2 people were locked in a struggle. The match lasted a full 20 minutes, and no winner was decided yet. This is a high-intensity competition, and the slightest mistake could lead to defeat. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them persisted for so long. Phew, I lost. Ultimately, Joan of Arc, unable to sustain her strength any longer, chose to concede defeat. Because she knew that there was no point in continuing the competition. The man before me not only possessed superhuman strength and quick reflexes, but also had extraordinary stamina. They sparred for a full 20 minutes without showing any signs of weakness or exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Joan of Arc immediately realized that this man might, like herself, possess some kind of bloodline. Another point that made her admit defeat was that she only had 1 morning of free time and had to return to the military camp before noon, or she would be severely punished. What do you want? Joan of Arc took out the pouch from her waist and began to take stock of her belongings. A long sword, 120 gold coins, a ruby. You may take any one of these items. This was all her possessions. She had originally planned to save the gold coins to buy the holy light sword. If the other party takes it, she can only accept her fate. What I'm thinking of isn't here. Ron glanced at it casually and then smiled. What do you mean? Joan of Arc discerned a different meaning in the other person's words. Without wasting words, Ron directly removed the other man's grey hood. As the hat was removed, Joan of Arc's bright turquoise hair cascaded down, falling to her chest. Bathed in sunlight, it shone like a dazzling emerald. It was only at this moment that Joan of Arc's appearance was fully revealed. Her features were delicate, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and fair, soft skin. Perhaps because she was frightened, her face gradually turned pale, she bit her pink lips tightly, and her bright green pupils widened, revealing a panicked expression. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Joan of Arc was pale and her lips were trembling. She was nowhere to be seen the composure she had displayed during their earlier sparring. The reason she lost her composure was due to a traumatic experience from her childhood. Joan of Arc was born into a broken family. Her mother, heavily pregnant, returned to the village. No one knows who her father is, and after she was born, she grew extremely rare green hair. In the western region, most people have flaxen or dark brown hair, so this caused a huge uproar in the village. From that day on, Joan of Arc's mother, Jasmine, became the target of ridicule from the village gossips. Unsurprisingly, these words also reached the ears of their children. The children, imitating her, would call Joan of Arc a bastard every time they saw her, calling her the offspring of a mother and a monster. Joan of Arc was bullied almost every day during her childhood, and she gradually began to hate her green hair. This made her, at such a young age, start to wonder if she wouldn't be disliked if she didn't have this hair color. But even after she shaved her head, those people continued to spit out knives, subjecting her to a slow, agonizing torture. Joan of Arc's childhood was unhappy. "I noticed your hair when we were sparring just now." Ron was well aware of Joan of Arc's childhood experiences. He grasped a strand of her hair and spoke sincerely. "You have such beautiful long green hair, why don't you show it off?" Shocked, bewildered, and confused, Joan of Arc was filled with mixed feelings, shame at having her veil removed, helplessness, and doubt at being praised. This is what she heard from the second person who said her hair was beautiful. The first person was her mother, whom she lost forever when she was 8 years old. "No, it's not good looking." Joan of Arc still hated her green hair. If it wasn't strange that she didn't shave her head, she would want to shave it all off. This is a wound that she will never be able to heal in her lifetime. How could long hair, as beautiful as an emerald in the sunlight, not look good? Ron's lips curled into a smile, and then he drew his long sword. "Lady Joan of Arc, may I take a lock of your hair as a reward for the victor?" His reason for doing this was simple, to leave a good impression on Joan of Arc. That way, even if she doesn't join him in the future, they won't have to turn against each other. Of course, Ron still hoped to recruit this future female sword saint. "You really only want a single strand of my hair?" Joan of Arc still couldn't believe it, knowing that this green hair was a nightmare from her childhood, a shadow she could never shake off. These days, people are actually giving up gold coins and gems in favor of their own hair. Of course, I hope that seeing this beautiful strand of hair will remind me of the exhilarating sparring session we had today. Ron spoke earnestly, his expression serious, like a gentleman admiring a precious jade. "All right." Joan of Arc bit her pink lips, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she turned her face to the side and closed her eyes. After she closed her eyes, those painful memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm her. "Your swordsmanship is also very impressive." Joan of Arc's hands trembled slightly from her superhuman strength and impressive swordsmanship. Her blood began to boil. She hadn't encountered such a formidable opponent in a long time. The blood of the Holy Spirit has a unique characteristic. It enhances Joan of Arc's strength in all aspects, depending on her fighting spirit and state of mind. Once Joan of Arc reaches her peak condition and unleashes her holy blood, she can unleash a devastating attack. However, Joan of Arc is not yet able to unleash her sacred blood, because she only recently discovered the secret of her blood. Joan of Arc exhaled, stumped her foot, and drew her sword forward. There was no fear or apprehension in her eyes, only unwavering determination. Bang bang bang. She changed her fighting style, no longer engaging in head-on confrontations, and opted for a style that deflects the opponent's force. That way, your hands won't hurt from the powerful force. Although Ron was stronger and had a faster reaction time, he was at a complete disadvantage in the fight. Only now did he truly realize the power of the future female sword saint before him. Her strength doesn't lie in the numbers, but in her daily sword practice and her obsession with the way of the sword. Perhaps only with this spirit could Joan of Arc become a sword saint in the future. Bang bang bang. The battle reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. The female receptionist standing nearby was dumbfounded. "I thought it was just a casual sparring match, but I never expected to witness a duel between two masters." The intense collision left her dazzled. "These two are incredibly strong?" Lucia, who was sitting in the courtyard watching the show, was also surprised. She had always thought that Ron was just an ordinary lord who didn't seem very strong. "I never expected them to be so fierce in battle." Lucia became increasingly mesmerized, and her tail began to sway gently behind her. "My lord is so powerful?" Chapter 56 Joan of Arc's unhappy childhood. Ron became a ray of light shining into her life. In the sunlight, in the courtyard, two people were locked in a struggle. The match lasted a full 20 minutes, and no winner was decided yet. This is a high-intensity competition, and the slightest mistake could lead to defeat. Unexpectedly, the two of them persisted for so long. Phew, I lost. Ultimately, Joan of Arc, unable to sustain her strength any longer, chose to concede defeat. Because she knew that there was no point in continuing the competition. The man before me not only possessed superhuman strength and quick reflexes, but also had extraordinary stamina. They sparred for a full 20 minutes without showing any signs of weakness or exhaustion. Upon seeing this, Joan of Arc immediately realized that this man might, like herself, possess some kind of bloodline. Another point that made her admit defeat was that she only had one morning of free time and had to return to the military camp before noon, or she would be severely punished. What do you want? Joan of Arc took out the pouch from her waist and began to take stock of her belongings. A long sword, 120 gold coins, a ruby. You may take any one of these items. This was all her possessions. She had originally planned to save the gold coins to buy the holy light sword. If the other party takes it, she can only accept her fate. What I'm thinking of isn't here. Ron glanced at it casually and then smiled. What do you mean? Joan of Arc discerned a different meaning in the other person's words. Without wasting words, Ron directly removed the other man's grey hood. As the hat was removed, Joan of Arc's bright turquoise hair cascaded down, falling to her chest. Bathed in sunlight, it shone like a dazzling emerald. It was only at this moment that Joan of Arc's appearance was fully revealed. Her features were delicate, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and fair, soft skin. Perhaps because she was frightened, her face gradually turned pale, she bit her pink lips tightly, and her bright green pupils widened, revealing a panicked expression. What are you doing? At this moment, Joan of Arc was pale and her lips were trembling. She was nowhere to be seen the composure she had displayed during their earlier sparring. The reason she lost her composure was due to a traumatic experience from her childhood. Joan of Arc was born into a broken family. Her mother, heavily pregnant, returned to the village. No one knows who her father is, and after she was born, she grew extremely rare green hair. In the western region, most people have flaxen or dark brown hair, so this caused a huge uproar in the village. From that day on, Joan of Arc's mother, Jasmine, became the target of ridicule from the village gossips. Unsurprisingly, these words also reached the ears of their children. The children, imitating her, would call Joan of Arc a bastard every time they saw her, calling her the offspring of a mother and a monster. Joan of Arc was bullied almost every day during her childhood, and she gradually began to hate her green hair. This made her, at such a young age, start to wonder if she wouldn't be disliked if she didn't have this hair color. But even after she shaved her head, those people continued to spit out knives, subjecting her to a slow, agonizing torture. Joan of Arc's childhood was unhappy. I noticed your hair when we were sparring just now. Ron was well aware of Joan of Arc's childhood experiences. He grasped a strand of her hair and spoke sincerely. You have such beautiful long green hair, why don't you show it off? Shocked, bewildered, and confused, Joan of Arc was filled with mixed feelings, shame at having her veil removed, helplessness, and doubt at being praised. This is what she heard from the second person who said her hair was beautiful. The first person was her mother, whom she lost forever when she was 8 years old. No, it's not good looking. Joan of Arc still hated her green hair. If it wasn't strange that she didn't shave her head, she would want to shave it all off. This is a wound that she will never be able to heal in her lifetime. How could long hair, as beautiful as an emerald in the sunlight, not look good? Ron's lips curled into a smile, and then he drew his long sword. Lady Joan of Arc, may I take a lock of your hair as a reward for the victor? His reason for doing this was simple, to leave a good impression on Joan of Arc. That way, even if she doesn't join him in the future, they won't have to turn against each other. Of course, Ron still hoped to recruit this future female sword saint. You really only want a single strand of my hair? Joan of Arc still couldn't believe it, knowing that this green hair was a nightmare from her childhood, a shadow she could never shake off. These days, people are actually giving up gold coins and gems in favor of their own hair. Of course, I hope that seeing this beautiful strand of hair will remind me of the exhilarating sparring session we had today. Ron spoke earnestly, his expression serious, like a gentleman admiring a precious jade. All right. Joan of Arc bit her pink lips, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she turned her face to the side and closed her eyes. After she closed her eyes, those painful memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm her. However, she is no longer the little girl she once was, and she can bear this pain alone. All right, I'll keep this beautiful lock of hair safe. After cutting off a lock of his hair, Ron spoke to the receptionist beside him. Prepare a fine wooden box, I'm going to put it in. Mr. Ron, I'll take care of it right away. The female receptionist was stunned by the man's actions. It was the first time she'd ever seen anything so flirtatious. Who? After a lock of her hair was cut off, Joan of Arc felt relieved and immediately tied up her disheveled hair, hiding it in her hood. Take this sword. Ron handed a holy sword to Joan of Arc. I can't accept this, since I lost. Joan of Arc never liked to take advantage of others. Things were done the way they should be. Even when faced with the holy light sword, which he desperately needed, he still did not succumb to greed. Just take it. Why all the nonsense? Ron forcefully handed the longsword to the girl, giving her no room to refuse. Then I'll give you the money. How many gold coins is this sword? Seeing that the other party insisted, Joan of Arc had no choice but to accept it, but not wanting to take advantage of the other party, she proposed to buy it. No money needed. The sparring just now put me in a good mood, so consider it payment on your skill. Ron's reason for insisting on not accepting gold coins was actually quite simple. The future female sword saint before us is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and is the kind of person who will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. If I give the other party a little benefit now, I will never raise my sword against him when we meet again in the future, even on the battlefield. If we weren't on the battlefield, it would be relatively easy to get her to join us. Joan of Arc, I admire you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to the swamp territory to find me. Finally, Ron didn't forget to leave a promise, to give the other party a good impression. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ron, but I really can't accept this sword. It was harder to let her take advantage than to take advantage of her. Joan of Arc felt extremely uncomfortable. I never take back what I give away. Ron turned and left, waving his hand into the air before he did. I hope that next time we meet, we can have another chance to learn from each other like we did today. Joan of Arc pursed her pink lips, staring blankly at the man's departing figure. After Ron completely disappeared, she then looked away, touched her hood, and a smile appeared on her lips. At this moment, the clouds parted to reveal the sun, shining as brightly as the stars. Ron's actions became a ray of light illuminating her dark childhood. Chapter 57 Lucia doesn't want to become a toy? Please read on. In Winterfell, on the old town street, in a carriage, Ron stretched comfortably. The sparring session that lasted for 20 minutes had actually taken a toll on his stamina. In the past, Ron probably wouldn't have lasted 10 minutes. His three-dimensional attributes physical strength, endurance, and energy have now increased several times over, far surpassing ordinary holy knights. The more illustrations you collect in your Pokédex, the greater this gap will become. As long as he develops step by step, becoming the strongest knight on the continent is only a matter of time. Once we reach the pioneering land, we can select a few people to take the magic potions of the Shadow Assassin, the Mage, and the Swift Archer. After they successfully advance, they will receive 3 illustrations, further enhancing their strength. Now Ron can at least fight against 7 or 8 holy knights of the same rank on his own. With increased strength, he would likely be able to handle being surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen holy knights with ease. My lord, were you sparring with that female human just now? Seeing that both sides were fighting with wooden swords, Lucia thought it was just an ordinary contest. Yes. Ron nodded. In fact, he had noticed a detail during their sparring session. On Joan of Arc's shoulder, I saw a family crest, the style of which clearly belonged to a nobleman from the west. It is clear that Joan of Arc served as a swordswoman under a nobleman in the west. This is why Ron insisted on giving the other party the holy light sword. If they were to face each other on the battlefield in the future, Joan of Arc would surely remember this kindness, and even if he were to be defeated and forced to retreat, Joan of Arc would not kill him. If you defeat the Western noble groups, you can then take the opportunity to recruit them. Having made a good impression this time, she will most likely not refuse. This way, I can recruit another capable subordinate, which might help to balance things out. When Phyllis tries to take advantage of her, Jean can restrain her. This is the way emperors govern their subjects. They cannot allow any one power to become too strong. They need to maintain a balance. After winning a duel, is all you get a lock of hair from your opponent. Lucia saw Ron cutting his hair, but she couldn't understand what they were saying and could only guess. The winner will gain the right to train and educate. Ron opened the box, took out the lock of hair, and waved it in front of Lucia. I can take a single hair from her to collect it whenever I need it. Perhaps feeling a bit bored in the carriage, he started making things up. What? Upon hearing this explanation, Lucia's pupils widened, and she wore an expression of disbelief. There are at least several hundred hairs here. How could she have lost to the Lord so many times? A similar tradition exists among certain ethnic groups, where only the victor wins the right to mate. However, this tradition only exists among hermaphroditic ethnic groups. Lucia, let's have a match too. After tidying up Joan of Arc's hair, Ron smiled at the little dragon in front of him. The winner gets to cut off a lock of the opponent's hair. The meaning of cutting off one's hair is all too obvious. Since the dragon girl doesn't understand human language and customs, the power of interpretation rests entirely with Ron. No, Lord is too strong, Lucia will definitely lose. Upon hearing the man challenge her to a fight, Lucia nervously shifted her plump buttocks to the side. If we lose, Lucia will be subjected to that by the Lord forever. As she spoke, Lucia lowered her head shyly, her face flushed, her breathing rapid, and her thick tail swayed uneasily behind her. Seeing the man staring at her, Lucia loosened her tightly clenched pink lips. Lucia is not yet an adult, she shouldn't do that kind of thing. The female dragon has a special body structure, she can only reproduce successfully when she reaches adulthood. It's okay, you can pay me back first, or you can use a tail or something instead. Ron understood that the dragon girl needed to be an adult before she could be, so he proposed a compromise. Lucia can't do it. Lucia's body trembled slightly with nervousness, and ripples of water seemed to flow within her pale blue scales. How will you know if you don't try? In the spirit of making the journey more interesting, Ron continued to tease the water dragon girl in front of him. If I were out buying supplies by myself, it definitely wouldn't be as interesting as it is now. You should find someone else. Lucia will definitely lose. She wasn't as stupid as people thought. Knowing she was outmatched, she didn't choose to fight. Of course, the real reason is that she doesn't want to become the man's weapon. Lucia felt that just pinching the tail was comfortable enough. She didn't dare to imagine what she would become if things continued like this. Lucia, if I deliberately lose to you, will you force me when you come of age? Ron's mind is unconventional, and he always comes up with strange ideas. Of course, this might be because he's spent too much time with those lousy maids. No, I can't. I'm a dragon, and you're a human. You can't do that kind of thing. Lucia never imagined that she would find a human partner after she grew up. But then she realized that the man in front of her was actually quite handsome, strong, and an excellent lord. This is where Ron's dragon affinity comes into play. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, there would be a genetic rejection reaction when crossing species. When Ye Longniang looked at other humans, she thought they were ugly and unattractive because they didn't have scales. However, due to the dragon's affinity, they found Ron to be the only exception, and the more they looked at him, the more pleasing he became. Haha, look how scared you are. Seeing Lucia's increasingly tense expression, Ron couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was just joking with you about what I said earlier. Know when to stop. It would be impolite to continue teasing them. Oh, it was just a joke. Lucia paused for a moment, then patted her ample bosom and let out a long sigh. I thought the Lord was planning to do something to Lucia. It was just a joke. I knew the Lord wouldn't force me. My lord, Lucia is hungry. If she hadn't been so nervous, she would have spoken up much earlier. Now that she's stopped, the first thing she thinks about is food. We'll be at the restaurant soon. After leaving the Black Iron Weapons shop, Ron had already instructed the coachman to head to a very famous restaurant in Winterhold. Yay, Lord is so kind. Lucia shifted her plump hips and sat down next to the man, her face full of joy. For her, as long as there is food, she is happy. Arrive. The carriage stopped at the restaurant entrance. Ron lifted the curtain and spoke to Lucia behind him. Try to keep quiet at the restaurant later, or I might not be able to respond to you. With so many people around, if Lucia were to communicate in the ancient dragon language, it would sound like she was uttering a dragon roar to outsiders. That's really ungentlemanly and will easily attract attention. Don't worry, my lord, as long as Lucia's mouth is full of delicious food, she won't be able to speak. Lucia playfully opened her mouth, revealing her pink tongue. As she swallowed, Ron could clearly see the inner walls of her throat contract slightly. Such a beautiful mouth, it's such a waste to only use it for speaking. Chapter 58 A small gathering of northern nobles? Minor nobles are like ants. Under the sunlight, people come and go on the streets. Ron led Lucia into a restaurant called Bates. This restaurant is high-end and is mainly frequented by nobles and wealthy businessmen. Ron had been here a few times before and thought the food at Bates was pretty good. So I'm going to take Lucia to try it out. Hello sir, welcome to Bates. May I ask how many people are in your party today? As soon as I entered, a young female receptionist in uniform bowed and greeted me with a smile. Gentlemen, could you find me a quiet spot? Ron took 2 silver coins out of his bag and handed them to the receptionist. In such restaurants, tipping the waiters is common sense, and of course, nobles are happy to do so. This better reflects their nobility. Sir, thank you for your generosity. This way, please. Tips are arbitrary. Some people are used to giving copper coins, but Ron didn't have any, so he just took out 2 silver coins. Money comes easily, and you don't feel bad about spending it. The waitress, now emboldened by the 2 silver coins, became even more eager to ensure the generous gentleman before her had a perfect dining experience. Ron. Just as Ron was about to sit down, a voice came from his right. He turned his head and looked in the direction from which the sound came, and saw 5 young noblemen in suits sitting around a round table. It's so nice to see you before heading to the frontier. At the dinner party last time, Boris Hayden, who was sitting next to me, got up, came over, and greeted me with a smile. I'm also very happy to see you again. Ron was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to run into a group of minor nobles from the north having a meal here. I'm hosting a small gathering today, Ron. Why don't you come and chat with us for a bit? Opportunities like this won't come often in the future. Boris Hayden spoke with a sincere expression. I also want to apologize to you for the dinner last time. In that situation, I had no choice but to face Baron Grey. He sighed repeatedly as he spoke of the later part of the story. If it weren't for this incident, I think we would have become very good friends. Few of the nobles who participated in territorial expansion were fools. On the contrary, they were all cunning old foxes. People like Boris Hayden are clearly adept at saying one thing to one person and another to someone else, trying not to offend anyone. Although everyone considered Ron to be practically dead, no one wanted to antagonize him. After all, in a pioneering war, no one can predict what might happen. It has happened before that minor nobles would participate in expansionist wars, conquer large territories, and become legendary lords. Mr. Hayden, I can understand what you did back then. Ron was telling the truth. The situation was special at the time, and no one wanted to offend a pioneering lord who had 50 holy knights. That's good, Mr. Ron. Please have a seat. Boris Hayden pulled out a chair and extended a sincere invitation. Seeing the invitation, Ron did not refuse. After sitting down, he patted the stool next to him, gesturing for Lucia to sit down as well. Lucia was already planning to sit next to them, so without any hesitation, she lifted her plump buttocks and pressed them heavily onto the wooden stool, quietly waiting for the delicious food to arrive. Mr. Ron, you seem to be in better spirits these past few days. Pullman Kyle greeted him with a smile. Mr. Kyle, what are you saying? I'm so worried about the pioneering work that I can't sleep at night. Ron sighed heavily, seemingly having no hope for this expedition. Unfortunately, we were too weak, otherwise we would have definitely sided with you back then. Pullman Kyle's statement was false, but his weakness was true. The sons of the barons present each had 3 or 4 holy knights under their command, plus about 100 ordinary knights. It is the worst among the pioneering lords. If they don't join the Northern Alliance, anyone can take advantage of them. If they knew that Ron, who only had 1 holy knight just 2 days ago, now commands more than 30 holy knights, they would probably be astonished. Mr. Ron, I hope you can get through this crisis. With his neat short hair, Burke Tyrone spoke sincerely, as if he were genuinely worried about Ron's plight. Thank you all for your kind offer, but now I can only take it one step at a time. Ron thought that when these people went back to see Wilson Gray, they might tell him about their current situation. So he's deliberately showing weakness now in order to conceal his true strength and lull Wilson Gray into a false sense of security. That way, when they face each other again, they can use a surprise attack to achieve a decisive victory and annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Sigh, let's not talk about this sad thing anymore, let's talk about something else. Ron changed the subject, not wanting to discuss the matter further. Really? Boris Hayden nodded and continued their conversation. Alas, the potion I bought from Earlborn yesterday failed to advance my subordinate's career after he took it. It seems I haven't been favored by the goddess of fate. The potion is of poor quality and severely damaged, even taking it doesn't guarantee awakening. The chance of failure is 50%, and if it fails, you must wait at least 6 months before you can take it again. The slightly flawed potions possessed by the Kingdom of St. Tis all had a 10% or so chance of failure. Only if Ron possesses the complete version of the potion can success be guaranteed. The potion I bought also failed to advance. Pullman Kyle sighed helplessly. If another holy knight is added, then I will have 5 holy knights including myself. Among the sons of a baron, having more than 5 holy knights means they are no longer among the weakest. I was quite lucky, my subordinate took a potion last night and successfully advanced to holy knight. At this point, Burke Tyron's face was full of joy, as if he was particularly happy about the matter. He glanced at Ron beside him and asked him a question with some curiosity. Ron, what about you? Did you succeed with that potion yesterday? I succeeded by sheer luck, and I am now a holy knight. By mixing truth and falsehood, the enemy can't distinguish between the real and the fake. Ron's self-destruction to become a holy knight makes his information seem more authentic. If news of his promotion reached Wilson Gray's ears, he would probably just laugh. After all, the difference in strength is huge. Adding another holy knight makes no difference, it's still the same crushing victory. That's great news, congratulations Ron. The nobles present all offered their congratulations with smiles. If they knew that Ron had over 30 holy knights, they would be absolutely astonished. Compared to those 2 counts' sons, we are nothing but maggots. Boris Hayden couldn't help but sigh. According to current information, the Western noble group has about 800 holy knights and as many as 5,000 ordinary knights. Moreover, they have all seen blood on the battlefield and their strength is extraordinary. Our Northern Alliance has only about 400 holy knights combined. Just thinking about it makes one despair. After he finished speaking, the nobles present fell silent, each feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. At this point, Boris Hayden spoke again. The central noble group is even more outrageous. There are more than 1,000 holy knights alone, fully equipped, each armed to the teeth. Just looking at them makes one's scalp tingle. They are the main players in this pioneering war. We're lucky if we can even get a small piece of territory. Chapter 59, If you don't work, you'll become a toy. Furious Philia? Inside the restaurant, at a round table, Lucia grabbed a piece of grilled meat and began to eat heartily. She didn't understand these humans, what they were saying. Since my mouth is just sitting around doing nothing, I might as well enjoy some delicious grilled meat. The nobles were engrossed in their conversation and had no idea that the food on the table was rapidly disappearing. By the time they realized what was happening, the table was already empty, devoured in a flash. Ron, your female dragon slave has quite the appetite. Boris Hayden was parched from talking and wanted to have a drink to calm his throat, but when he saw the table full of food, only fruit, vegetables, and bread remained, he was stunned. Sorry, I was having so much fun chatting with you guys that I forgot to keep an eye on things. Ron didn't fail to manage her properly, he was just taking advantage of her whenever he could. Since he wasn't paying for the meal, he let Lucia eat to her heart's content. It's alright, let her eat what she wants. I'll just have the kitchen prepare more. Boris Hayden appeared unconcerned, but his heart was bleeding inside. That damned female dragon ate at least 50 gold coins. Mr. Ron, you've taken excellent care of your female dragon. Pullman Kyle looked at Lucia and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He's in good spirits, and maybe he can successfully come of age here with you. Even the best-looking female dragons that are not yet adults are only worth 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins, but once they reach adulthood, their value can increase tenfold. Those in even better condition would be purchased by nobles and wealthy merchants at exorbitant prices. Everything else is fine, except that she eats too much. To be honest, Ron said that the water dragon girl was indeed amazing all over, with a wasp waist, plump hips, fair skin, and a full, rounded upper body. The key is that it is rich in dragon dew, which is something that other dragon girls can't compare to. Haha, that's true. If we kept her at home, she'd probably be drained of her health and money. Burke Tyron couldn't resist making a joke. However, I've heard that while it's more difficult to build a territory in the swamp, it has the advantage of abundant water resources. If you were to build a territory in the swamp, it would definitely be the most fertile place in the entire far north. Although Boris Hayden was distressed by the inexplicable loss of 50 gold coins, he remained outwardly very amiable. Once the expansion war ends next year, you will be the swamp lord. That's a bit of a lie, since everyone knows that swamps are not suitable for building territory. If it were a suitable opportunity, it wouldn't be Ron's turn, it would have been taken by a powerful noble long ago. After the last banquet, the nobles of the north talked about it in private, and they mostly shook their heads and laughed, thinking that Ron was doomed. However, what they didn't know was that Ron had 3 dragon girls who could easily carve out territory in the swamp. I hope that everyone can be formally ennobled and become lords next year. Ron raised his glass of red wine and chatted about the future. The other nobles also set aside their cups, raising them together to congratulate each other. To be honest, at first glance, this scene actually looks quite harmonious. That's how it is at aristocratic banquets, no one speaks their mind or innermost thoughts. They might be saying congratulations, but secretly they wish the other person would die sooner. This small gathering came suddenly and ended just as quickly. After exchanging pleasantries, Ron left the restaurant, and as he went down the steps, he burst into laughter for no apparent reason. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out their true strength. Hopefully they'll live to see the end of the pioneering war. When they attend the banquet at the Earl's mansion, their expressions will surely be quite interesting. How's it going? Is it delicious? After getting into the carriage, Ron saw that Lucia was smiling happily, so he asked her about it out of curiosity. It's delicious, but there's too little. I'm still not full. Lucia, who had already eaten the equivalent of 5 adult meals, felt that what she had just eaten was merely an appetizer and did not fill her stomach at all. You've eaten so much. When you go to the pioneer area, you'd better work hard, or you won't get any roasted meat. Ron didn't eat much, but he did have 2 drinks. Don't worry, my lord, Lucia will get the job done. Lucia felt that she would do her best to complete the mission, even if it was just for food. Of course, if there's a lot of work to do, she'll probably just collapse on the ground. If I don't work, can we change the punishment? After much thought, Lucia still felt that it was too cruel to withhold barbecue from those who didn't work. Then I'll punish you by making you eat something. Ron just blurted it out. He treated it as a spice of the journey. Of course, he might do that if Lucia really disobeys. This punishment is perfect. Naive Lucia didn't think much of it and assumed that the punishment of eating meant having lots of grilled meat. The meat you're being punished with is raw and unroasted. Ron made a slightly mischievous joke. It's too fishy if you don't grill it. Lucia felt that the meat tasted too strong if it wasn't grilled, except for the delicious river shrimp, of course. You were right after all. Ron's lips twitched. Although they weren't on the same wavelength, his reply was perfectly reasonable. Lucia, the reason it's called punishment is because it's meat you don't want to eat. Ron pinched Lucia's cheek and spoke with a smile. But Lucia likes to eat all kinds of meat. Even with such an obvious hint, Lucia didn't understand at first, but then a thought flashed through her mind and she remembered what Ron had told her before, and her cheeks immediately turned red. My lord, this is unacceptable. After she realized what was happening, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her mind almost went blank. Then get to work. If Lucia works diligently, Ron won't do anything to her, but if she slacks off, well, that's not guaranteed. Lucia will try her best. She didn't believe it herself, but in the enclosed environment of the carriage, she felt it was best to perform well first. If the work gets too tiring and I really can't keep going, then we'll talk about it then. If all else fails, you can help each other out with the Lord. After all, it feels good to have your tail pinched. Thinking of this, Lucia slightly brought her legs together, and her tail swayed uncomfortably behind her. Dash, dash. The carriage rolled along the old stone-paved road and stopped in front of the mansion. Ron stretched comfortably, lifted the curtain, and got off the carriage. Young Master Ron, everything is normal at the manor. Yarman, who was guarding the mansion, greeted Ron with a smile when he saw him return. Ron patted Yarman on the shoulder and slowly entered the mansion. Upon arriving at the backyard, they saw 2 dragon maidens in the pavilion, looking over anxiously. They breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Lucia was all right. Lucia, nothing bad happened on this trip, right? Oville's question was rather vague. She didn't directly ask whether the man had done anything to her. Yes. Lucia excitedly threw herself into Oville's arms. Lucia ate a lot of delicious food, including grilled steak, grilled venison, and grilled foie gras. When she heard the first part of the sentence, Oville's heart nearly jumped out of her chest, thinking that Ron had done something to her. Fortunately, nothing bad happened, they just ate something. Did he touch your body? Freya first stared at Ron with her crimson eyes for a while, but didn't see anything unusual, before asking Lucia. No, Lord, you didn't touch my tail. Lucia scratched her head, her eyes darting around, seemingly afraid that her lie would be exposed. Upon hearing Lucia's answer, Freya was certain of one thing. That damned man touched Lucia's tail. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and glared at the man in front of her. It seems you didn't take my words to heart. If her tail were touched, she might grit her teeth and bear it. But Philia couldn't accept that her partner was being toyed with at will by this man. Suddenly, a wave of orange-red heat rose from her body, her hands transformed into sharp claws, and she glared angrily at Ron before her. Chapter 60. Lucia begged to have her tail touched. Ron was just happy to help the dragon. In the sunlight, in the courtyard, Philia glared at Ron. Its ruby-like scales emitted steam continuously, and it gritted its teeth, seemingly about to go berserk at any moment. Hi, Hylia, it's not what you think. Upon seeing this, Lucia immediately stepped in front of the man, separating the two. She was very uneasy and didn't know what to do. Lucia, you're too naive. You don't even realize you're being taken advantage of. Freya looked helplessly at her companion, not wanting her to get hurt again. Yes, it was Lucia who asked the Lord to scratch my tail for me. Seeing that the situation had not improved, Lucia had no choice but to blush, lower her head shyly, and tell the truth. What? Phyllis felt like the sky had fallen. She never expected that Lucia would be so eager to give it to her. I was sitting in the carriage when I felt a bug in my tail, so I begged the Lord for help. Lucia nervously fidgeted with her fingers, avoiding eye contact with the angry Lucia. Lucia. Freya glanced at Lucia, then at the grinning man beside her, making her want to angrily question him, but she didn't know what to say. I am a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see my subordinates suffer. Ron shrugged and smiled smugly. If any of you are feeling down in the future, you can come to me. I'm always happy to help with these kinds of things. Seeing the defeated Freya, I felt incredibly pleased. I love seeing her angry but having nowhere to vent. Freya was almost laughing in anger, looking at the man in front of her with disdain. Even if I'm in excruciating pain, I would never ask you for help. That's just her personality. When she encounters difficulties, she won't ask for help from others, and her first thought is to solve the problem herself. Not to mention looking for Ron, she felt that such a thing would never happen in her lifetime. Don't make any promises you can't keep. You might need my help soon. Ron felt that they would have to stay together for another 3 years, during which anything could happen. Freya is currently incredibly proud and aloof, but with time, she will gradually become more gentle and charming. A pointless delusion. Freya felt that even if she were to die from poisoning right now, she wouldn't beg the man in front of her for the antidote. How could I possibly need help? Even when she was sleeping, Freya always thought about the feeling of having her tail rubbed that day. She felt she could do this herself and didn't need help. Lucia, it seems I need to give you a proper lesson on that kind of knowledge. Oville felt that she was partly to blame for this, as she hadn't taught Lucia about that kind of thing earlier, which led to this situation. Yes, I want to learn. Lucia felt she understood, but not completely. Her understanding of those things was vague, and she definitely needed to know more. That way, next time I'll know what I can do with the Lord, and what I need to be an adult to do. Do you want to hear about a woman's private matters? Freya looked at the man with displeasure through her crimson vertical pupils. Actually, I want to learn those things too. Ron put on a studious look, seemingly longing for those things. You think you're funny. Freya kept a cold face, giving him an expression as if he were looking at an idiot. Once everything is explained, let's go straight to the banquet hall for lunch. Feeling bored, Ron yawned and left. Ovally, I'm hungry. Can we have lunch before I go? Upon hearing that there was food, Lucia became incredibly hungry, her mouth constantly drooling. Can't. Oville's tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Oh well. This was the first time Lucia had seen Oville so serious, so she had to give up the idea of having lunch first. It seems you don't realize how serious this matter is. Seeing Lucia's indifferent attitude, Oville sighed helplessly. You are not yet an adult. If you are forcibly trained by that human, your body will be damaged, which will prevent you from reaching adulthood. As she said this, her brows furrowed even deeper. This also means that you will never be able to grow dragon horns and become a complete dragon. It's not that it's impossible to train underage dragon girls, it's possible, just quite difficult. However, female dragons have a unique body structure, and if they are forcibly trained before they are fully grown, they will never be able to reach adulthood, and their lifespan will be greatly reduced. Some nobles and wealthy merchants don't care about all that. If they encounter a female dragon with good looks, they will force themselves on her. They don't care whether the female sub-dragons live or die. Of course, they probably didn't understand what that meant. They only knew to repeatedly vent their lewd desires until the other person died. Hearing that it would prevent her from reaching adulthood, Lucia's pupils contracted, and her face turned pale instantly. Lucia wants to grow up and grow dragon horns. Although she is very greedy, she is also a dragon with dreams, and wants to grow beautiful dragon horns. Then you should be careful next time. Only adults can touch this place with a suitable partner. Oville reached out a finger and gently tapped Lucia's lower abdomen, telling her this most important piece of common sense. Yes, I understand. Lucia promises she won't. Lucia only knew that the place was special and that it would be shameful if someone saw it. I only realized now how important it was. Also, the tail is the second most important spot, only a suitable mate can touch it there. Lucia's mouth dropped open when she heard this. Then, what should I do since the Lord touched my tail? Her mind went blank, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. That means that from now on, Lucia can only be paired with the Lord. After all, he had touched its tail. Luckily he's human. If he were a male dragon, you, Lucia, would only be his mate. In most of the wyvern tribes, there is a tradition that if a male wyvern strokes a female's tail and the female's tail becomes soft, it means that they are compatible. In that case, the two will become partners. Oh, is that so? Hearing this, Lucia breathed a slight sigh of relief. It's the same if your tail has been pinched by the Lord, right? Lucia was looking forward to Ron stroking her tail again. She figured that since this had already happened, there was no need to control herself anymore. As long as you don't do the last step, it's fine. Remember this from now on, no one is allowed to touch your tail either. Ovel had some doubts about whether Lucia could do that. If that's not done, the tail is such a sensitive area, it can easily make the dragon act strangely. If Lucia falls for her and eventually breaks through to the final step, then it's all over. Thinking about this, a bold idea came to her. If all else fails, she could take Lucia's place and let that human rub her tail. After all, I'm already an adult, so even if I'm forced into re-education, it won't cause serious consequences. Freya, who was listening nearby, suddenly remembered the time she pricked her tail with silver needles. When I was rubbing the tail, that man was in front of me, and I had a strange feeling. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult to soften the scales by kneading them yourself. Thinking of this, Freya bit her lip until it bled. It's disgusting that my body can feel something in that human version of myself. Chapter 61 The Sweet-Talking Fiona? The scumbag maid immediately became obedient. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, baking the earth. After purchasing the supplies, Fiona passed through the mansion gate and entered the courtyard. She immediately spotted Ron in the pavilion. A smile immediately appeared on his lips. Without thinking twice, he jogged forward. What is the master thinking about all by himself here? After saying this, she gently placed her round, pert buttocks on the bench. Let me think, my amorous master must be reminiscing about the maid's help last night. The owner must really want me to help again. But how can you just agree to something like that so easily? I'm thinking about when to shut you up. With the expansion of territory imminent, Ron had no time to think about anything else. However, after hearing what Fiona said, a fleeting thought did arise in my mind. You bastard master, I'm the maid you grew up with since I was a child. How dare you try to do this to your maid? Fiona pouted and gave the man a disdainful look. Who told you to spout such vulgarities the moment you open your mouth? Ron was also helpless. If she were speaking normally, he wouldn't have said a word. I was just stating what my master was thinking. In Fiona's opinion, Ron's head seemed to only be filled with those kinds of thoughts. The owner clearly wanted to help him one more time, but pretended not to care. Tisk. The master is truly saying one thing and meaning another. If I did what you said, your lunch wouldn't be roast lamb leg now, but luncheon meat that I personally fed you. If it weren't for the fact that expansion was imminent, Ron would probably have already severely punished that wretched maid. That way, she won't say those unnecessary things anymore. As expected, Master had wanted to do this for a long time. Fiona lifted her round, pert buttocks off the wooden stool and gave the man a disdainful look. The worst kind of master is the one who tries to feed his maid weird things. That bastard Ron, he's always thinking about this kind of thing. How could I let him succeed? I won't eat anything indiscriminately. Alright, let's save the bickering for tonight. Ron stretched and didn't want to talk anymore. Let's go have lunch now. It's already noon. Let's have lunch and then go out to buy supplies for the expedition. The master is quite the shrewd philosopher, isn't he? He can even use the word bickering in a place like this. Fiona felt that Ron had outstanding creativity in this area. They always come up with all sorts of novel words. They must think about those things a lot in their spare time. Compared to you, who knows everything, I'm still far behind. Ron felt that his maid was becoming increasingly outrageous and had begun to rebel against the heavens. We need to take some time to give him a proper talking to. You damned master, don't make wild guesses. The maid clearly doesn't understand anything. Fiona deliberately acted innocent. It needs to be taught by its master. She bit her pink lips tightly, looking bewildered, and gazed at the man beside her with a charming expression. Grass? Ron couldn't stand it anymore and grabbed Fiona's slender waist, pulling her close. Stick it on. Well, before Fiona could react, she felt as if she were being embraced by a ball of fire. My mind went blank, I was almost unable to think, and my heart was pounding wildly. Her upper legs, tightly encased in black pantyhose, were slightly pressed together. How is this teaching method? Ron licked his lips and smiled smugly. That's cool. Really relieved? The maid had been chattering away with lewd remarks, now she should shut up. You bastard master, how could you do this to a maid? Fiona was no longer as composed as before. Her head was spinning, her cheeks were burning, and she lowered her head shyly, not daring to meet the man's gaze. Ha ha ha, Fiona, you have moments like this too. You always talk dirty. Looking at the little maid with flushed cheeks and evasive eyes, Ron laughed triumphantly. The maid didn't do anything because of her master's actions. Fiona didn't know how to explain. Her usually eloquent tongue had gone silent after being treated roughly by the man. Sure enough, when it comes to being a smart aleck, you have to use your words to calm yourself down. Fiona. Ron took a half step forward and brought his face close to his maid's ear. What are you going to do? Feeling the hot breeze, Fiona's delicate body trembled slightly, and she nervously gripped the hem of her skirt, afraid that the man might do something else. Turns out, you have a sweet tongue. Ron lowered his voice, whispered those words in the maid's ear, and then left nonchalantly. Fiona was stunned. She hadn't expected that a man's words could be so damaging. She was at a loss for what to do. Ron had walked quite a distance before she finally took a step forward, her legs tightly encased in black bodysuit stockings, and followed him. That bastard master, taking advantage of the maid in broad daylight. If it's nighttime, won't I be completely devoured? Inside the mansion, in front of Lilith's room. Dong dong dong. Ron knocked gently on the door. Lilith, it's time to come out for lunch. Lilith was studying something this morning and didn't go out for breakfast, so she should be coming out by now. My lord. An excited female voice came from inside. It was obvious that Lilith's research had made progress. Pat. The door opened, and Lilith, dressed in a deep purple robe, excitedly shook the glassware in her hand. My lord, the upgraded lamb leg breeding fluid has been successfully produced. How to say? Seeing the brownish-green liquid bubbling inside, Ron immediately sensed something was wrong. This thing looks incredibly dangerous. The improved sheep leg reproduction fluid only needs to be injected into the sheep leg, and new sheep legs will grow the next day. Lilith, her expression excited, enthusiastically described the effects of the medicine in her hand. The newly grown lamb leg will be as plump and delicious as a normal leg in about a month. Such a perfect elixir is sure to catch the Lord's eye. In the future territory, there will be thousands of 8-legged sheep. Lamb leg reproductive fluid, it's really a good thing. Ron, who is quite open to new things, thought that an 8-legged sheep was absurd. But in order not to dampen the witch's enthusiasm, Ron still smiled and said, seal this lamb leg reproductive fluid and use it when meat is scarce in the future. When food becomes truly scarce, Ron will probably try this bizarre solution. Yes, my lord. Lilith was incredibly excited and was already looking forward to herding the 8-legged sheep. Master, you're not actually planning to use that thing, are you? Fiona, standing to the side, felt nauseous just hearing about 8-legged sheep, let alone seeing one. That would be an absolute nightmare. This thing can be very useful if the timing is right. A wicked smile crept across Ron's lips. He was thinking about another possibility for the medicine. The public generally believes that deformities in animals are an ominous sign. If a large number of animals in the kingdom become deformed, people will consider it an omen of the kingdom's demise. Ron thought that perhaps he could use it when he had a large army to rebel in the future. Chapter 62 The wheat ripens? The maid is at her master's fingertips at any time. Inside the mansion, in the dining room, on the long table, a whole roasted chicken, golden brown, emitted wisps of translucent steam. The entire banquet hall was filled with the aroma of roasted meat. It smells so good, it's Lucia's favorite grilled meat. As soon as Lucia entered the hall, she sniffed her nose and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of dragon's saliva. However, today she did not rush to the table to eat, but sat on the stool and waited for the man at the head of the table to speak. Little dragons, let's enjoy our meal. Ron didn't keep them waiting. It was better to relax during the meal. Okay. With the Lord's permission, Lucia eagerly grabbed a roasted chicken and put it in her mouth. Freya and Ovil, on the other hand, twisted off the chicken legs and ate them in small bites. Their eating manners were quite proper. Let's start to. Ron picked up his knife, cut off a piece of lamb leg, put it in his mouth, and savored it. By the way, Fiona, how did the shopping go this morning? Ron turned his head and asked the maid on his right. Damn master, you were so busy doing lewd things before, and you only think of asking these questions now. After Fiona calmed down, she started saying strange things again. Of course, the maid will do whatever her master asks her to do. She's the type who never learns from her mistakes. She was just sucked hard by Ron a few times not long ago, and now her mouth is starting again. That's all set. We'll go out and do some more shopping this afternoon. Ron was quite confident in his maid's abilities. Aside from her slightly foul mouth, she was otherwise quite good. No problem, a maid's job is to help her master. Fiona gently placed the hand holding the knife on the table, looking at the man beside her with a worried expression. But everyone knows that it will be freezing cold in less than 3 months, so the owner's choice to plant wheat at this time is completely futile. This is common sense. Of all the pioneering lords, only Ron bought wheat seeds. What will you do if I manage to plant wheat before the harsh winter? Ron knew that this year's winter would last for more than a month, so he was fearless and began to dig a pit for the maid, waiting for her to jump in. Master actually dares to propose a bet. Fiona thought her master was probably possessed. How could he dare to bet on something that was so obviously doomed to fail? The maid thinks that the master will definitely fail, and then the maid will make a good laugh at the master. After thinking for a moment, Fiona realized that it would be impossible to grow wheat if she went to the pioneering area now, so she boldly spoke up. If the master really grows wheat, on the day of the harvest, the master can do whatever he wants to the maids. As she said this, she winked at Ron. In other words, the master can impose all his strange fetishes, delusions, and perverted ideas on the maid. The owner must have wanted to do this for a long time. However, the wheat is unlikely to ripen this year, and even if the master wanted everything from the maid, he absolutely could not do it. Fiona, you seem to be really looking forward to it. Ron felt that his maid seemed to really want him to succeed. Of course, if master succeeds, the maid will naturally be happy for you. Fiona licked the corner of her mouth. So even if it's just to get the right to use the maid for one day, the master has to work hard. That bastard Ron will definitely go to great lengths to get me. You're in for a rough time then. The wheat is sure to ripen, and we can also harvest our own maid along the way. It's truly a joyous harvest. The master is clearly very weak, but he is always sharp-tongued. Fiona's words were completely the opposite of what she meant. She had been shocked before and thought that Ron was too strong. My lord, I might be able to help with this matter. Lilith blushed upon hearing their conversation, but she grasped the key point. They knew Ron was planning to ripen the wheat before winter arrived. She was confident that she could discover a secret remedy to make wheat ripen quickly. Oh, Lilith, you have a brilliant idea. Although Ron thought this witch was unreliable, he figured that researching a secret medicine to ripen wheat shouldn't be too difficult. I have 2 research directions. In just a short while, Lilith had an idea in her mind. Tell me the story. Ron's interest was piqued. The first research direction is to make wheat mature quickly so that it can be harvested earlier. Lilith swallowed hard, her face filled with excitement as she looked at the man in front of her. The second research direction is that since winter is coming and the weather is freezing, if wheat is cold resistant, it can be planted in winter. She felt the first option was too ordinary and didn't suit her great witch persona. If we're going to do research, we should research and develop frost-resistant wheat so that wheat can be harvested 3 or even 4 times a year. Well done, Lilith. Just hearing about your research plan has already boosted my confidence. Ron thought that instead of having Lilith research something like lamb leg reproductive fluid, it would be better for her to research antifreeze wheat. At least that wouldn't sound too far-fetched. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely figure it out before the wheat is sown. Lilith became excited, put down her knife, and bowed to say goodbye. My lord, I can't wait to start my research. That's fantastic. Once the frost-resistant wheat comes out, it will definitely amaze the entire kingdom. This is what we witches should be studying. Go, Lilith, I believe you will succeed. Before the witch left, Ron didn't forget to give her a word of encouragement. Seeing how much Ron trusted her, Lilith patted her soft chest and assured him, My lord, just wait and enjoy the bountiful harvest. It wouldn't have mattered if she hadn't said it, but her words sent a chill down Ron's spine. Wait. Ron called out to Lilith. I still hope you can do a divination about this matter. He had previously thought that the wheat was ripe and ready, so there was no need for Lilith to perform another divination. Now that she said that, I'm starting to wonder if something might go wrong. Look at my brain, I almost forgot something so important. Lilith slapped her forehead, feeling incredibly stupid. Couldn't a divination have provided the answer to this? My lord, I will now divine whether the wheat will ripen successfully. When Lilith took out the compass, her aura changed completely. She became like a mysterious and powerful witch, radiating confidence from every pore. Fiona, standing to the side, wore a disdainful expression. If it were just Master alone, I might have a chance of success, but now that Miss Witch is involved, I think the wheat will definitely not be able to ripen. They let such an unreliable witch conduct research on secret medicines and even perform divination. Just ridiculous. Miss Fiona, please give me a quiet environment for a divination. Lilith looked at Fiona with a serious expression. No problem, Miss Witch. Fiona waved her hand dismissively. As the restaurant became relatively quiet, Lilith closed her eyes, held a compass, and manipulated the stars, her body radiating a pale blue energy. As the stars pointed towards calamity and misfortune, Lilith opened her eyes and spoke with a grave expression. How could it possibly fail? The divination in chapter 63 failed, that's good. Let's set off to buy resources for the expansion. With our own secret medicine, how could we possibly fail? Unable to accept the divination results, Lilith collapsed to the ground, completely distraught, as if her soul had been drained away. Upon learning the result of the divination, Ron felt completely relieved. Steady? Since the witch's divination result was a failure, then it's settled. The divination results will change depending on your efforts during this period. Under normal circumstances, a witch's divination is not omnipotent. But if Lilith is certain of failure, then success is inevitable. Ron knew this wave was in the bag, all he had to do was plant the wheat as planned. My lord, this divination was incredibly accurate, and there is little chance of it changing. Lilith felt that the constellations, star positions, and compass all pointed to a dead end, making success unlikely. She remains the same, utterly confident in her divination skills. I believe you can do it. There's really no way to change it now, success is a foregone conclusion. In order not to dampen the witch's enthusiasm, Ron still offered a word of encouragement. My lord. Seeing how much the man trusted her, Lilith took a deep breath, stood up, and said earnestly, Although I was absolutely certain that the wheat planting would fail, I still wanted to give it a try. She has always been so confident in her divination skills. After leaving those words, she departed the restaurant, intending to lock herself in her room and meticulously study the secret medicine. I reckon this is the only time in a long time that her divination has been accurate. Fiona thought Lilith's divination was unreliable, but this time she guessed right. Is it possible that her divinations were never accurate? Ron said something cryptic, then picked up his knife and fork, cut off a piece of tender beef, and put it in his mouth. So Master knew this. I thought Master was attracted to Miss Witch's body, which is why he trusted her so much. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man, but then suddenly felt something was off, a feeling she couldn't quite put her finger on. Of course I believe it. I have complete faith in her divination. Ron's belief is the opposite, it's something Lilith couldn't possibly predict accurately. In a sense, her divination was accurate. With Lilith around, many wrong answers can be eliminated, and many problems will be easily solved. Upon hearing this, Fiona spoke with a face full of disdain. Your master is really only thinking about those kinds of things. Look at your lips, they beg for a kiss again. Ron is now speaking with increasing arrogance. Of course, to deal with a maid who talks a lot of flirtatious nonsense, you have to be even more assertive than her to take the initiative. You bastard master, the maid will not give you a chance. Fiona picked up a piece of lamb leg, put it in her mouth, and turned her face away. The host wasn't behaving himself during the meal either. Fortunately, Ye Longniang was there, otherwise the lewd master might have done something even more outrageous. After all, the current master is capable of randomly attacking the maids at any time. Don't wander around this afternoon. I'm going out to buy supplies for the pioneering effort. If all goes well, we'll officially set off for the pioneering area the day after tomorrow. Ron wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and looked at the dragon girl across from him who was eating grilled meat. Don't worry, my lord, Lucia is very obedient. Lucia, her mouth stuffed full, looked up and gave the man a smile. For her, as long as there is food, anything is negotiable. Understood. Ovel nodded seriously in response. Freya stared at the man with her vertical pupils, seemingly lost in thought. Freya, what about you? Did you understand? Ron had a feeling that this fire dragon girl was somewhat restless, and that she might have some dangerous ideas in her head. I understand. As long as I don't run around, I can do whatever I want. Freya wasn't the type to be easily manipulated. Even if she didn't intend to do anything, she still habitually talked back. If you want to become a dragon artifact, you can indeed do anything. Ron didn't tolerate the unruly fire dragon girl at all. Disgusting male human, I will rather die than let you succeed. Upon hearing this, Freya was so angry that she felt an urge to bite the other person. Indeed, all humans are equally depraved. Since you can breathe fire, I can do it while it's still hot. Ron teased with a mischievous grin. Disgusting, filthy human, I'll kill you first. This was the first time that Freya had ever seen such a shameless human. What he said was simply unbearable to listen to. All sorts of lewd words came at her like arrows, making it hard for her to withstand them. All right, enough of this small talk. Ron wasn't in the mood to argue with Freya right now. He needed to prepare the supplies for the expedition first. My lord, I have something I'd like you to help me with. Seeing the man about to leave, Ovil, who hadn't spoken until now, finally opened her mouth somewhat awkwardly. Tell me what's going on. Ron was a little puzzled. What could Ovil possibly want from him? Anyway, it's impossible for her to be like Lucia, asking him to rub her tail. We're heading to the pioneering area soon, and we'd like to buy some clothes. I've been wearing a maid outfit for the past few days, and it doesn't fit very well, especially the tail at the back, which always pushes the skirt up. This makes her buttocks too easy to expose. That's right, I'll buy it later. Ron had almost forgotten about it. The backyard was full of women, so nothing much had happened. Once they arrive in the territory, they will have to work and do chores. Wearing this out would be too indecent. Thank you. When the man agreed, O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. Yay, Lucia will have beautiful clothes to wear soon. When Lucia went out in the morning, she saw many human girls dressed in all sorts of beautiful clothes. Girls love beauty, and Ye Longniang is no exception. I hope I can dress up nicely too. Master, you must have been teasing the dragon girl just now. It took so long. After leaving the restaurant, Fiona gave a look that said she knew exactly what was going on with the man. You guessed right. It used to be just the maid's fantasy, but this time she actually guessed right. She was indeed flirting with Freya just now. However, that little dragon with red scales, like you, needs to be trained. Ovil is very sensible, Lucia is very obedient, and only Philia is always restless. Fiona rolled her eyes at Ron with disdain. For your master, not satisfying your strange fetishes is just a sign that you need to be disciplined. You bastard master, you must always make excessive demands on the dragon girl. The owner of the aphrodisiac has only that kind of thing on his mind. I think your mouth is the one that needs the most discipline. After getting into the carriage, Ron revealed a wicked grin. You bastard master, please stop having such lewd thoughts about the maid. We're supposed to be doing serious business right now, how can you be so indecent? Fiona lifted her round, pert buttocks and sat further away from the man, afraid of being attacked. Then think carefully about how to purchase supplies later. Ron wasn't really thinking about those things right now. He planned to finish buying most of the supplies this afternoon so he could buy them all tomorrow. That way, we can officially set off early the day after tomorrow. Understood, the maid will naturally arrange this matter properly. Chapter 64 Expansion Plan? The maid wants a reward? Time flies by, though not quite that fast, it's just nearing dusk. The sunset paints the sky, creating a beautiful picture. As the sun sets, a horse-drawn carriage speeds through the city, its rolling wheels crunching over the mottled stone pavement. You bastard master, you've worn out the maid's feet and mouth in just one afternoon. During this time, Fiona was busy running around to various shops, haggling so much that her mouth was almost swollen from talking. Fortunately, the result was good. We purchased more than a dozen items, saving at least several hundred gold coins. What are your plans to do to reward the maid when you return, master? Fiona lay back on the sofa, exhausted after 4 hours of fussing. Come to my room tonight, I'll give you a good foot massage and moisten your mouth. Ron's lips curled into a wicked smile. You bastard master, isn't this the maid rewarding you with her body? Fiona looked at the man in front of her with disdain. Of course, master isn't entirely without a chance. As long as the wheat ripens before the harsh winter, the maid will be at master's mercy. The master has so many strange fetishes, if he succeeds, he'll definitely use them all on me. That day will come. If you can't wait, you can now face the consequences of failure. Winter won't arrive for more than a month this year, and given that Lilith's divination was unsuccessful, the wheat harvest is a foregone conclusion. Then we can look forward to enjoying the fruits of our labor. Upon hearing this, Fiona slightly raised her chin, narrowed her eyes, and looked at Ron in front of her with an expression of looking at scum. That bastard master is really daring. We haven't even officially set off for the pioneering land yet, and he's already thinking about punishing the maid. That lewd master can't wait to punish the maid. The most disgusting thing is a master who is always in heat. After saying this, she turned her slightly flushed face to the side. You've really had a tough day. Get some rest early tonight. Fiona was supposed to come to the door that evening, as it was her duty as a personal maid. Of course, the home visits are just simple services. Satisfying Ron's special fetishes is not included for the time being. But who knows what will happen in the future. I didn't expect my owner to be so considerate sometimes. Fiona felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that Ron was actually a pretty good person when he wasn't being lewd. Of course, because you're my Fiona. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the mansion. Ron stretched, said something casually, and got out of the carriage. Fiona was left standing there, bewildered. The master means that he/she is the most special and important person, right? But that bastard master must have just wanted to flirt with the maid, that's why he said that. She stopped hesitating and got off the carriage. Reporting to young Master Ron, everything at the manor is normal. The dutiful Yarman clenched his right fist and placed it against his heart, respectfully performing a knightly salute. Well done, Yarman. Have someone take these 20-odd carriages behind you into the mansion. Remember, don't touch the supplies inside. Normally, there's no need to add that last sentence, but Yarman is too stubborn. If things aren't explained clearly, Ron is afraid something might happen. As ordered. Yarman nodded with a serious expression. How many gold coins are left after purchasing the supplies? After entering the mansion, Ron turned his head to look at the maid beside him. 826 gold coins remain. Fiona clearly remembered every penny she spent. If it weren't for her excellent bargaining skills, she probably would have only had a little over 500 gold coins left. Is there any food left that we haven't bought? We purchased over a dozen items of supplies today. Ron plans to save the food for tomorrow's purchase. Yes. Fiona nodded without hesitation. She remembered this very clearly. Take 400 gold coins tomorrow to buy grain, about half wheat and half rye. Ron estimated that 400 gold coins could buy enough food for 500 or 600 people for 3 months. Currently, including the knights and the farmers who will soon be taken away, there are less than 400 people. The wheat they planted will be ready for harvest in a little over 3 months, which is plenty of time. The swamp is rich in water resources, so even if there is a shortage of food, it can be supplemented by hunting. I happen to have 3 bottles of Swift Archer's potion. After arriving at the frontier, I will compete in a hunting contest to determine the top 3. Have them take the potion, then form a squad that hunts in peacetime and kills enemies in wartime. Through hunting, they can continuously improve their mounted archery experience. When they return to Winterfell in the next wave, they can continue to purchase potion ingredients, make potions, and upgrade them all to Swift Archers. Ron's plan is to first train a squad of about 20 archers. Such a small squad can sometimes be surprisingly effective on battlefields dominated by knights. Imagine a knight charging and clashing, with arrows constantly being shot at the enemy. Even if they don't hit, they can still put a lot of psychological pressure on the enemy. Moreover, after being promoted to Swift Archer, accuracy will be greatly improved, and shooting accurately will become the norm. Ron also plans to form a squad of mages, which will then transform into fireballs, ice balls, and arrows, constantly raining down on the enemy. What future is there in night battle? If you're going to play cooperative battles. The nobles of the Kingdom of St. Tis did not lack the desire to form legions composed of various professions, they simply lacked the potion recipes for other professions. The Kingdom of St. Tis also possesses the recipe for the Swift Archer's potion, but it is severely incomplete. Even if one were to succeed by taking the potion, their strength would be far less than half of what it would be if they had taken the full version of the potion, and their rank would at most increase by 2 levels. 2-tiered Swift Archers have limited strength. They are useless in small-scale battles and insufficient for large-scale wars. This is somewhat of a case of being neither the best nor the worst. Ron possesses the complete formula for the Swift Archer potion, making his potion even more powerful than the one held by the neighboring Kingdom of Roseth. The Kingdom of Roses was founded on archers. 90% of its army consisted of Swift Archers, with the rest serving as human shields. The Rosyth family possesses all-seeing eyes, which also have a special feature. They can slightly alter the trajectory of objects. In other words, they can control the arrows that are fired. This is the fundamental reason why the Roseth family has been able to maintain the kingdom's prosperity for 1,000 years. Ron wasn't particularly interested in the neighboring kingdom for the time being. Right now, we must focus on this expansion campaign. Only by becoming the winner can we be ennobled and become lords. Only those crowned by the Kingdom of St. Tis are considered true nobles. Understood, Master. The maid will do her job well. Master only needs to stay at home and enjoy himself. Seeing the man deep in thought, Fiona couldn't help but mutter a complaint. What are you thinking about? I need to get things settled with the farmers tomorrow. Receiving farmers is not a simple matter. It requires registration, issuing silver coins, and letting them buy daily necessities themselves. Once this matter is settled, we can officially set off for the 1,000-mile swamp the day after tomorrow. Chapter 65 Enraging Freya? A fierce battle with her? The sun sets behind the horizon, and the evening glow retreats into the mountains and forests. As the night deepened, the stars and moon in the sky grew brighter. The dinner ended in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. As always, Lucia, with her gluttonous nature, still has a big appetite. Yi Long ate 7 or 8 lamb legs and more than a dozen roast chickens. Lilith didn't eat dinner. In her words, it was the early stage of the research, and there were many problems to overcome, so she didn't have time to eat. After exchanging a few words with the maid, Ron returned to his room. Instead of going to sleep, he took out a map and began studying the route to the swamp. While accidents are unlikely to happen on the road, it's always good to be cautious. When you're unsure what to do, you can ask Lilith to do some divination. Ron thought Lilith was incredibly useful. She could be used to eliminate a wrong answer anywhere. Perfect? Who? After studying Ron for a long time, he rubbed his face and let out a long sigh of relief. We have a general route in mind, but we'll have to wait until we reach a fork in the road to make a choice. After all, the map is very simple and can only give you a general idea. You have to walk for a while to know if the road is good or not. It's still early, let's go outside and train a bit to familiarize ourselves with the characteristics of the Holy Light Sword. Ron left the room. At this moment, the stars and moon hang high in the sky, and the evening breeze brings coolness. This weather is perfect for sword practice. Ron went to the open space in the courtyard, drew his long sword, gripped the hilt tightly, and began to swing it repeatedly. Within 10 minutes, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. This is just a warm-up, the real practice is about to begin. The Holy Knight is called a Holy Knight because it possesses holy light within its body, which can cover its long sword and increase its lethality. Once you reach the rank of Holy Knight, you can freely control the holy light. Ron has only recently become a Holy Knight and is not yet able to control himself freely. However, it's much better than using a regular longsword. Previously, only a tiny amount of holy light, about the size of a sesame seed, could be applied to the longsword. It can now cover each bean-sized grain of holy light. Although it hasn't achieved full coverage yet, its power has increased significantly. A single strike from this sword is something no ordinary knight could withstand. The holy light within Ron's body is 2 to 3 times that of a holy knight of the same rank. With abundant holy light, not only can the holy light cover last longer, but its power is also stronger. Holy light is a special kind of existence, like a layer of starlight covering a longsword. It can increase strength, hardness, toughness, and lethality. With each strike, a faint golden holy light could be seen surging forth. However, there was only a faint trace. Only by advancing to the rank of Holy Light Knight can Holy Light form something resembling sword energy. In addition to taking a magic potion once a month, training and comprehension will also accelerate the advancement process. In order to become stronger, Ron stopped slacking off and prepared to practice swordsmanship for at least 2 hours every night. SHHHHH. In the courtyard, Ron practiced his swordsmanship with complete absorption under the moonlight. People become incredibly focused when they have something to do. At this moment, Ron entered a state of focused concentration, with only how to make the next strike even better. This made him forget the passage of time. After finishing her training in the backyard, Freya prepared to go back to her room to take a shower and have a good night's sleep. As I passed by the front yard, I was surprised to see a figure moving around in the moonlight. Curious, she turned her head and looked over. There was a tall man holding a long sword that shimmered with starlight, slashing and hacking. After recognizing the man's appearance, Freya frowned slightly. This human looks weak, but I never expected him to know this move. She had witnessed the power of this move when she was captured by humans before. At that time, Freya was not yet an adult and was no match for a group of holy knights. Now that I have the opportunity, I can learn more about this human ability so that I can handle it with ease if I encounter it again in the future. Philia quietly sat down on the bench in the pavilion, her crimson eyes fixed on the man's every move. Ron, focused on his work, didn't notice the dragon that had appeared in the pavilion. When he stopped to catch his breath, he noticed that there seemed to be a figure in the pavilion. Ron assumed it was Fiona, since it was so late and she was probably the only one watching him practice his swordsmanship. When I turned around, I was surprised to see Philia with long, fiery red hair. Why is it her? As expected, this fire dragon girl was up to no good. Peeking at sword practice must have been her way of assessing my strength so she could make her move later. Noticing the man's gaze, for some reason, Freya nervously avoided his eyes. Spying on men in the middle of the night is not a good habit. Ron sheathed his long sword and slowly walked toward the pavilion. I am watching openly and honestly. Just as Freya was about to leave, her expression turned serious and cold when she saw the man approaching. A pair of crimson vertical pupils stared at the other person as if they were devoid of any emotion. How? Ron plopped down next to Freya and teased her with a laugh. You're staring at me like that, do you like me? He found it quite amusing to tease the fire dragon girl sometimes. Anything I set my sights on will either end up in my stomach or die under my claws. Philia raised her chin slightly, her face full of arrogance. Sometimes what ends up in our stomachs isn't just grilled meat. Ron smirked, intending to provoke Freya so he could gain a good sparring partner. Disgusting human. I find your mouth even more repulsive than your eyes. Steam rose from the scales on Phyllis's body as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the man before her. If I have the chance, I'll shut you up forever. She felt that even if she didn't kill this human in the future, she would cut off his tongue and gouge out his eyes. Only in this way can I vent my anger. Come on, you can shut me up now. Ron brought his face closer, revealing a smug expression. Die to me. At that moment, Freya's mind went blank with anger. Steam kept spewing from her scales, and her hands turned into sharp claws as she grabbed at the man's shoulder. Clang! Faced with the sudden attack of the claws, Ron instantly drew his longsword and held it horizontally in front of him to block. Sparks flew as the sharp longsword clashed with the black claws, shattering the silence of the night. You little dragon, you have such a bad temper. Today I'm going to trample you under my feet and conquer you. Ron wasn't actually angry, he said that to provoke Freya and make her enrage and attack. This kind of battle is far more savage than mere sparring. Disgusting human, you are the one who should be trampled underfoot. Freya had reached her limit and decided that even if she didn't kill the other party, she would teach him a lesson. Clang, clang, clang. As she launched her attack, wisps of flame emanated from behind her, dazzling and intensely hot. Of course, after becoming a holy knight, Ron was imbued with holy light, and his longsword also began to shimmer with golden light. In the still night, the shimmering gold and orange-red hues collided and sparked intensely. Chapter 66, Phyllis's tail is her weakness? It goes soft the moment you touch it. In the still of the night, under the moonlight, in the courtyard, a man and a dragon fought fiercely. The light blades and dragon claws clashed repeatedly. The battle reached a stalemate, and Ron was starting to lose ground. And surprisingly, they lost because of their strength. When he sparred with Joan of Arc before, Ron was superior to her in both strength and reaction speed. Now, the tables have turned, Freya's strength and reflexes are superior to Ron's. If it weren't for the fact that an inch longer means an inch stronger, and that the longsword wasn't covered in holy light, Ron would probably have already been defeated. The flexibility, physical strength, power, reaction speed, and dynamic vision of the vertical pupils of the subdragon species far surpass those of humans. Philia had also awakened a trace of true dragon bloodline, making her physical strength unprecedented. If Ron hadn't had his blood drawn a few days ago, he probably would have been brutally abused by Phyllis. Human, you look so pathetic right now. As Freya fought, she grew stronger and stronger. Seeing the man being beaten back step by step, she couldn't help but smile. He felt incredibly relieved, having finally gotten his revenge. Celebrating before winning is not a good habit. Although Ron was constantly under pressure, he gradually found his opponent's offensive rhythm and his defense became more relaxed. So-called combat experience is honed through repeated battles. Especially when the opponents are evenly matched, or even when the enemy is slightly stronger, you can gain a lot of combat experience each time. These are the foundations to becoming stronger. Human, you don't actually think you can beat me with your weak body and clumsy swordsmanship, do you? At first, when she saw Ron practicing his sword under the moonlight, she thought he was quite strong. But now that she had a chance to fight him, Freya realized that this man was just as weak as she had imagined. If he dares to do anything strange, Freya can let him know what the dragon's claws taste like. I'm definitely not as good with words as you. How about we have a verbal battle first? Ron licked his lips, a mischievous grin on his face. As expected, I still can't resist the urge to pin you to the ground. Freya took a deep breath, her attack speed increasing. She didn't want to drag it out any longer and was prepared to crush her opponent in one fell swoop and then trample her to the ground. Only in this way can I feel relieved. Clang, clang, clang. To Freya's surprise, no matter how fast her attacks were, this man could block them. Although they were constantly being pushed back, they were neither injured nor showed any signs of falling. Little dragon, you're far from being able to pin me to the ground. Ron's lips gradually curled upwards. Don't let me catch you off guard, or I'll pin you to the ground and you'll be punished. This battle greatly improved Ron's control over the holy light and his combat experience. If you have the chance, you can practice with Freya more. Damn. Seeing the man's smug expression, Freya got angry. She turned to the side and lashed her tail at the man's abdomen. She hadn't used her tail in the previous battles. Using the tail this time was a surprise attack, intended to catch the opponent off guard. Clang. Ron reacted quickly, immediately blocking with his sword. But it's no use. The tails of the subdragons are very strong, far stronger than their claws. A single tail whip is at least 3 times stronger than a claw whip. In his hasty defense, Ron's longsword was flung away, and his hand was jolted and bled. Before he could react, the tail, covered in thick scales, wrapped tightly around his waist and abdomen like a large red python. The force was so great that it seemed to crush the internal organs. Humans, who's getting humiliated right now? Seeing the man's pained expression and sweat beading on his forehead, Philia felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It gives you a feeling of pleasure from head to toe. Who? Ron took a deep breath and said meaningfully. Is it possible that I let you catch me on purpose? Still being stubborn, Just as Freya was about to mock the man in front of her, a tingling sensation suddenly ran through her tail, causing her to let out a soft moan. Looking up, I saw the man's hand gently sliding on my tail. It is a fine tail, strong and powerful, with scales that shimmer like rubies in the moonlight, and feel warm and smooth to the touch. Ron gently stroked Freya's tail with his fingers while describing his feelings with a look of pure enjoyment. Disgusting human. Don't touch my tail. Philia's delicate body trembled violently, and she immediately tried to retract her tail to prevent the man from touching her. Because if things continued like this, she was afraid she would become strange. Now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to take it back. Ron wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. He grabbed Freya's strong, powerful tail and gave it a good squeeze. Go to hell. Freya knew that this might be her only chance. because if this man touches its tail again, it won't be able to exert any force. This is absolutely unacceptable. So she suddenly yanked her tail back. The force was so great that Ron almost lost his grip, but fortunately he caught it tightly with both hands in time. However, due to the powerful inertia, his body crashed into Freya. Phyllis had just used all her strength, so she had no time to dodge. She could only watch helplessly as the man crashed into her. Snapped. A man and a dragon lay on the ground, the man on top of the dragon. Even as he fell, Ron still managed to grab Freya's vitals, because he knew perfectly well that this was her weakness. If we loosen restrictions, all our efforts may be in vain. Get away from me, you filthy human. At this moment, Freya panicked, her eyes darted around, her cheeks were hot, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Little dragon, who's on the ground right now? After subduing Freya, Ron felt incredibly relieved. He had almost been pinned to the ground and rubbed into the ground by her. Luckily, I knew about the dragon girl's weakness, otherwise I might have really been in trouble. What Ron didn't know was that during battles and sparring, the dragon girl's tail would transform into an attack stance. Even if it is touched or grabbed, the scales will not soften. There's only one reason for this: Freya's body senses a compatible partner and desperately wants to reproduce. Even if you win, it's not a glorious victory. Get off me right now. Freya glared fiercely at the human in front of her. If looks could kill, the human in front of her would have been dead 10,000 times over. Despite her outward rage, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart pounded violently. The scales on its body are gradually becoming softer. Just tell me whether you won or not. Your tail is your weakness, so you can't blame me for that, can you? As Ron spoke, he gently rubbed the other's thick tail. You. Freya bit her pink lips tightly. She could clearly feel her tail softening little by little. If this continues, my body will start to act strangely. It absolutely cannot turn out like that. Freya tried her best to suppress her physical desires, but the intense sensations, like waves, kept crashing over her entire body. The pleasure emanating from her tail was gradually breaking down her psychological defenses. The first to surrender were the softened scales. Freya, your softened tail feels really nice to the touch. After Ron felt the other's tail soften, he chuckled mischievously and teased. Could it be that it's because it senses me, a human being? Chapter 67. Freya doesn't dislike that feeling. Lucia talking in her sleep. In the courtyard, a person is riding a dragon. At this moment, Ron became a dragon knight. As the night deepened, a cool breeze blew, causing Philia's long red hair to flutter, but it couldn't extinguish the heat in her heart. Upon hearing the man's words, Freya sneered and spoke with a mixture of shame and anger. Even if I die, I will never feel anything for you, a human being. I will only want to kill you. She glared at him, her expression resolute. These words seemed to be spoken to the man in front of her, yet they also seemed to be a reminder to herself that she couldn't continue like this. Otherwise it will become strange. What a hypocritical dragon. Its scales have softened, yet it refuses to look into its own heart. Ron felt incredibly good as he pinned Freya to the ground, especially as her tail trembled slightly. The feeling was wonderfully pleasurable. Who would have thought that the once invincible Red Dragon Queen, who would set the entire continent ablaze with flames, would also have such a moment? Cool? The softening of the scales is a bodily instinct, but the desire in my heart to kill you remains burning. Freya was both ashamed and angry. She wanted to resist, but found that after her body was engulfed in the intense struggle, she had no strength left. She could only let the man in front of her do as he pleased. As for his later statement about killing the other party, it was probably just a threat uttered in a fit of rage and shame. So that's how it is. So your body has needs, but you're heartless and refuse to satisfy them. Ron nodded as if he understood, but he knew very well that once the body had desire, even if you're stubborn and resistant now, there will always be a day when you fully accept it. It's unimaginable what it would be like if Phyllis faced her own body and let him do as he pleased. Of course, after all, I deeply loathe humans, and as for the body, it's just a normal reaction after adulthood. Philia's expression gradually became indifferent, as if she took this matter in stride and was not embarrassed at all. Her inner turmoil was already churning, and her shapely, long legs involuntarily pressed together slightly. You evil dragon, get out of this body and let it act according to its own will. Ron gritted his teeth and put on a pained expression. He actually preferred the challenge of being with Philia to food that was handed to him. Only what is hard to obtain will taste sweeter when you finally savor it. I'm sorry, but as long as I am the owner of this body, I will never let you, you shameless human, succeed. Freya clenched her teeth, trying her best to control her trembling body. She felt she was about to lose control. The intense sensation caused her tail to instinctively wrap around the other person's arm. Despite her reluctance, Phyllis's tail began to twitch involuntarily. Get away from me, or I'll wrap my tail around your body and crush your bones. Freya wanted to intimidate the other party. After all, the human in front of her probably didn't know that she was completely powerless. She had no choice but to use all her strength to make her tail wrap as tightly as possible. However, the feeling of making his own tail move made that intensity even more overwhelming. If this continues, even Freya herself isn't sure what she might do. Don't be so violent, no one will like a dragon like that. Ron had no idea that this was the maximum strength that Phyllis could muster. If they knew, they would probably tease him a little longer. I am a dragon warrior. I do not need your human affection. You can hate me and fear me, With her crimson vertical pupils, Freya stared directly at the man in front of her, her expression resolute and without any hesitation. Can't I like it? Ron, seeing that he had the upper hand, stood up and stopped suppressing the little dragon in front of him. When I tried to pull my arm back, I found that my hand was still being held tightly by the tail. Your tail seems unwilling for me to leave, and wants me to squeeze it hard. This is already the case, and Freya's tail is already so unruly. If this continues, what will happen? Disgusting human, my tail can't help but want to shred your arm. Philia's cheeks flushed slightly, but her words still carried a hint of disdain and anger. A tail dragon that softens when touched cannot do that. Ron didn't think that such a tail could tear him apart, at least it would lose its original power after being touched. Ron felt that this weakness was something he could exploit for the rest of his life. You won't have this chance next time. Freya now fully understands her body, and there's absolutely no way this man will ever touch her tail again. Next time we fight, we can just not use our tails on him. Who knows? After saying those words, Ron turned and left. After walking a distance, he raised his hand and waved in the night sky. Good night, Xiaolong. I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Then I wish you a nightmare. Upon hearing those words, Freya felt extremely uncomfortable, and her scales nearly stood on end. She stood there in the pavilion, her crimson vertical pupils fixed on the man's figure as he gradually disappeared into the distance. She only looked away after he disappeared from sight. The courtyard, which had been bustling with activity just moments before, was now eerily quiet. This left Philia feeling somewhat lost, as she didn't seem to dislike the sensations the man had just given her. It's just that deep down I'm unwilling to admit it. Freya let out a long sigh and turned to walk towards the room. Upon reaching the door, she did not knock. Instead, she quietly pushed the door open, entered the room, locked the door, and headed towards the bathroom. After that fierce fight, she was already covered in sweat. Freya took off her clothes and submerged herself in the water, enjoying the coolness. Recalling the scene where the man grabbed her by the tail, causing her to fail, she was so angry that her teeth itched. It's so pathetic, it went limp as soon as it was caught. I absolutely cannot get caught next time. Despite thinking this, the feeling of being caught by the tail kept lingering in Freya's mind. That intensity was unforgettable for her. If nothing unexpected happens, after a few more times, she will find it difficult to suppress that burning desire. Inside the room, on the bed, two dragons lay sideways. During this time, they slept in one bed, but because the bed was not long enough, Sanlong could only lie sideways. Perhaps because the weather was unusually hot and humid tonight, Ovil was still awake late into the night. Lucia wants to eat barbecue too. At this moment, Lucia, who was sleeping beside her, murmured softly, talking in her sleep. It feels so good to have my tail pinched by the Lord. Lucia wants more. The preceding events were relatively normal. Ovil often heard the gluttonous Lucia talking in her sleep about all sorts of food. But the second half of the sentence surprised her quite a bit. What you think about during the day, you will dream about at night. In other words, Lucia genuinely feels comfortable having her tail rubbed, which is why she talks like that in her sleep at night. Is it really that comfortable to have your tail pinched by that man? Ovil seemed curious about this, but that was all she was curious about. She wouldn't ask Ron for help like Lucia did. However, after hearing Lucia's sleep talking, Ovil couldn't sleep even more. My mind is filled with thoughts of my tail being squeezed. This makes her feel uncomfortable no matter whether her tail is on the left, on the right, or she's holding it. Next time he comes to see Lucia, I can take his place. After all, Lucia isn't an adult yet. Ovil felt that as long as the man didn't do anything too outrageous, she could tolerate it. Chapter 68 The Insomniac Maid? Fiona's Little Secrets? The night is deep and quiet, the moon is full and the stars are few. Fiona lay on her side in bed, clutching the blanket, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She exhaled a puff of hot air, turned around, and stared at the dim ceiling. Damn master, it's all his fault, he made me unable to sleep. The culprit that kept her awake was Ron, who kept appearing in her mind. That's not the main problem, the key issue is that Fiona is always thinking about helping others. How could I possibly fall asleep on a night like this, thinking about such things? Since she couldn't sleep, Fiona simply got out of bed, put on black pantyhose over her fair, long legs, wore a thin skirt, and went out. Outside, only the cold wind and the chirping of male insects training to attract females could be heard. As she approached Ron Gate, she bit her pink lips tightly, her heart pounding faster and faster. She was torn between whether or not to go in. If we just go in like this, wouldn't it be like a lamb entering a tiger's den, and the master would ask us to do strange things? And that bastard owner will definitely make fun of me. After much deliberation, Fiona hesitated at the door for a while before finally deciding to return to her room and endure the lonely night alone. You can restrain yourself today, but as time goes by, and desires deepen, things could get complicated. In the north, the temperature difference between day and night is extreme. In late summer, daytime temperatures range from 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures drop to only 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. In a luxurious mansion in Winterhold. As usual, Joan of Arc practiced her sword until late into the night, then took a relaxing bath and prepared for bed. However, she didn't go to bed immediately today. Instead, she walked with her shapely, long legs to the dressing mirror. Looking at her long, flowing emerald green hair, Joan of Arc felt a mix of emotions. The trauma from her childhood was too painful and too deep. However, the thought of the man who had kept a lock of her hair brought a slight smile to Joan of Arc's lips. It seems like this bothers them a lot. Ron's appearance was at a very subtle time. In her despair and anguish, Joan of Arc did something that seemed ordinary. But for Joan of Arc, who was in darkness, this event was undoubtedly a ray of light shining into her life. That's why it left such a deep impression on her. Perhaps she will remember that man for years to come. Joan of Arc had a habit of sleeping with her sword in her arms. Only in this way could she feel safe. She hugged the sword even tighter today, because it was a gift from Mr. Ron. The night is long, so long that for those who suffer from insomnia, every second feels like a year. The night was also very short, so short that when I opened my eyes it was already the next day, as if only a moment had passed. The rising morning light, just as it had been driven from the horizon yesterday evening, dispelled the darkness. As dawn breaks, the poor people get up and begin their hustle and bustle for a living. The wealthy are still lost in their dreams. Fiona, a maid, woke up at dawn. Today, she was still sleepy-eyed, clutching her blanket, unwilling to leave. It's all Master's fault, making the maid unable to sleep again. She opened her pink lips and sweetly pursed her lips, then turned to the blanket she had been hugging all night and gave it a coquettish look. It was as if she regarded the blanket as her beloved owner. However, Fiona didn't linger in the warm bed for long. After stretching comfortably, she got out of bed. Start brushing your teeth and washing your face. Perhaps to keep her body clean, Fiona has always had the good habit of taking a bath in the morning and evening. After taking a shower and drying her soft body, she went to the wardrobe to choose clothes. First, wrap the body in black pantyhose, then put on the maid outfit piece by piece. After changing her clothes, Fiona went to the full-length mirror, turned around to make sure there were no mistakes, then put on her shoes and left the room. As soon as the door opened, sunlight shone on Fiona, as if draping her in a light golden veil. She first went to the kitchen to have the cook prepare breakfast, and then walked briskly to Ron's door. She originally intended to knock on the door and provide a wake-up call, but then I wondered if the door was locked. With this thought in mind, Fiona leaned forward, reached out, and turned the doorknob. The brown wooden door clicked open. Seeing the door open in response, Fiona revealed a smug smile. The master of this astringent must have become addicted to that feeling after enjoying the maid's help last time. So he left the door unlocked every night, hoping the maid would come again. But how can that kind of thing always satisfy the master? He needs at least a few days of rest. Thinking of this, Fiona swallowed hard, gently pushed open the door, entered the room, closed the door, and locked it. She then tiptoed to the edge of the bed, her beautiful, light blue eyes gazing at the man lying sprawled out on the bed. Damn owner, you're still sleeping at this hour. You must have stayed up too late last night. The shy master is always looking forward to the maid coming to his door. Fiona bit her lower lip, smoothed her skirt, gently placed her round, pert buttocks on the edge of the bed, bent over, leaned forward, and lightly ran her fingers across Ron's face. The owner is good-looking, and even more so when sleeping. The master's lips. Gumbling. Seeing Ron's full lips, Fiona couldn't help but swallow, as if they held an extraordinary attraction. That bastard owner, he used this very spot to steal my first kiss last time. Fiona took a deep breath and slowly slid her finger toward Ron's lips. The moment she was touched, Fiona's delicate body trembled slightly, and her heart felt as if it were about to jump out of her chest. These are the master's lips. She felt the room becoming somewhat stuffy, her breathing rate subtly quickening, and her mouth becoming unusually dry, as if she were anticipating the arrival of a sweet dew. Fiona opened her mouth wide because her nose could no longer handle breathing, and she needed to use her mouth to inhale oxygen. Gumbling. Her breathing grew heavier, and her body leaned forward slightly, as if she couldn't resist pressing against him. Perhaps his lips were tickled by the touch. Ron, in his sleep, turned to his side and reached out to grab Fiona's slender waist. Because it was an unconscious action while asleep, the force wasn't great, it just rested on Fiona's waist before sliding down to her upper legs, which were tightly wrapped in black bodysuit stockings. The moment her waist was touched, Fiona felt as if she had been electrocuted, her breath caught in her throat, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She was terribly nervous, thinking that Ron had woken up, but when she looked up, she found that the man lying on the bed still had his eyes closed. Only after confirming that Ron was still asleep did Fiona dare to breathe heavily. That damn owner, he's never still even when he's asleep. However, it is a maid's duty to take care of her master. We've bought most of the supplies yesterday, so let the owner rest a bit more today. After finding an excuse, Fiona grabbed the man's hand, slowly leaned against him, lay down on the edge of the pillow, and then gently placed Ron's hand on her body. At this moment, a blush spread across her face as she closed her eyes, savoring the tenderness of the moment. The owner has been working very hard lately, constantly running around for the expansion project. Let him enjoy it for a while. Thinking of this, Fiona hugged Ron's hand even tighter. Chapter 69 The Maid's Wake-Up Service? She loves being held by her master? In the room, on the bed, Ron woke up groggily and felt that the air was particularly sweet today, with the fragrance of lilies slowly flowing into his nostrils. My hand was touched by something very soft. Okay. Ron, bewildered, opened his eyes and saw Yongfei sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him with an expression as if he were scum. Master is really insatiable. The maid was just about to wake the master up when you pulled her into your arms. After enjoying herself, Fiona saw Ron wake up and immediately got up, looking at him with disgust. The owner must never know that the child lay down on its own initiative. Otherwise, her amorous owner would definitely not let her off the hook. Don't you want to listen to what you're saying? I just woke up. Ron didn't know what had happened, but something felt off. Doesn't master know what kind of person he is? Fiona lifted her round, perky buttocks and raised her chin. Your master is so restless, even when he's asleep, he can still put his arm around your maid. That's right, the owner carried me there. Maids wouldn't take the initiative. I don't believe you unless you sit down and demonstrate it for me. Otherwise, this sounds like you're just making things up. Ron couldn't tell if it was true or false, but that didn't matter anymore. He had a good idea. Damn master, let's demonstrate then. Fiona had never experienced this kind of routine before, and her mind didn't quite catch on. She immediately placed her round, pert buttocks, encased in black pantyhose, lightly on the edge of the bed. I'm sitting here, and then this bastard master's hand. Before Fiona could finish speaking, the man's strong, powerful hands pulled her into his embrace. Did I do that? Ron pulled the little maid into his arms and asked with a mischievous grin. Yes, that's exactly what that bastard master did back then. When the man suddenly hugged her like that, Fiona's delicate body trembled, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Anything else? Didn't you do anything else? Ron deliberately stroked the other person's waist lightly. I have to say, it was quite nice to be hugged by a soft, fragrant maid first thing in the morning. Ron suddenly understood why those noble families kept a group of maids. At first, Fiona was stunned by the man's sudden attack, but now she realizes that she has been tricked. You bastard master! How dare you lay your wicked hands on the maid first thing in the morning? Such a lustful master is disgusting. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain. The master's tactics are really deep. Under the guise of demonstration, he started to do things randomly. That damn master has been waiting for me to get close. You can't wake your owner up like that next time. You can insult my character, but please don't insult a gentleman's methods. Ron sniffed the aroma and spoke with a smug look on his face. I was clearly doing things in a methodical and rhythmic way. Fiona's bodysuit is amazing. Ron prefers the silky feel to a fleshy look. It's comfortable to hold and has a strong visual impact. You bastard master, let the maid leave right now. If you keep messing around, the maid will fight back. Fiona tried her best to control her restless body, but the intense sensation made her delicate body tremble slightly, and her upper legs involuntarily came together. Oh. Ron leaned close to the maid's ear, lowered his voice, and asked with a wicked grin. So, in your eyes, what constitutes reckless behavior? I'll keep an eye on it. Early in the morning, when everyone was in high spirits, their own maid had walked right into a trap. You bastard master, you're already acting recklessly. If this continues, the maid will bite you hard. Fiona's breathing became slightly rapid, but the undeniable intensity continued to course through her body, making her want to push him away, yet also wanting to continue. However, she worried that she might lose control if things continued like this. How can things continue like this? You need to explain yourself clearly, otherwise how am I supposed to know what you mean? Ron, feeling playful, kept teasing his maid. You bastard master, take your hands off me. Perhaps the sensation was too intense, Fiona couldn't bear it, and immediately pushed Ron's hand away, stood up, and moved far away from the man. The most disgusting kind of master is one who lays a hand on the maid who grew up with him. Fiona crossed her arms over her chest, slightly raised her chin, squinted her eyes, and looked at the man in front of her with an expression of looking at scum. We grew up together, shouldn't we help each other out? Ron stretched comfortably and got out of bed. The maid doesn't need the master's help, the master only helps the maid to please himself. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain. All right, now that you bastard master is up, it's time for the maid to go to the dining room. With slightly trembling legs, she slowly walked out of the room and into the courtyard, where she dared to breathe heavily. That damn owner, he actually did this to me first thing in the morning. Perhaps it was because of the cool morning air, but Fiona always felt a chill under her legs. In the past, she certainly wouldn't have known why. Since the last checkup, I've understood what's going on. Feeling her own body's condition, Fiona's cheeks flushed, and she bit her pink lips as she left. It's all that bastard owner's fault. Inside the room, Ron got out of bed, quickly washed up, changed into a well-fitting black suit, picked up a bowler hat and a smooth cane with gold trim, and left the room. Inside the courtyard, the sun shone brightly and the air was fresh. Ron seemed to be in a good mood today, and his steps were much lighter. After walking a few steps, you can see a pavilion in the distance, where two dragon maidens are sitting. With her long red hair, Fulya leaned against a pillar on the edge, gazing at the azure sky, lost in thought. Ovil, with her wheat-colored skin, leaned forward, her slender waist drooping, her hands braced against the edge of the railing, talking to Lucia, who was lying on the lake. Perhaps they were talking about something happy, because their tails kept wagging back and forth in a graceful manner. Ovili, straighten your clothes quickly, that damn human is watching you. After catching a glimpse of Ron out of the corner of her eye, Freya looked over and saw that his gaze had fallen on Ovili. Well. Upon hearing her companion's words, Ovil immediately straightened her slender waist and smoothed out the skirt that had been lifted up by her tail. His tone of voice sounded slightly flustered. Just knowing that the man had been watching her made her cheeks flush. Turning my head, I saw a man in a black suit walking towards me with a smile on his face. Good morning, little dragons. Did you sleep well last night? Ron's words were just a normal greeting, the same as asking someone if they've eaten when you don't know what to say. However, these words shook the hearts of the dragon girls. Freya swallowed a mouthful of dragon's saliva, raised her head, and continued to look at the sky, seemingly unwilling to greet the other party. Her behavior was actually normal, considering she wouldn't have greeted Ron before. Ovel lowered her head shyly and spoke nervously. Good morning. Her voice trembled slightly, as if the man's words had reminded her of the restless night she had spent tossing and turning. My lord, good morning. Isn't it time for breakfast? Lucia surfaced from the water and excitedly ran ashore, her mind filled with images of roasted meat. Chapter 70, a tail exposing outfit with a hole in the back? The dragon girl in a new outfit? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. In the sunlight, in the courtyard, Ron smiled as he looked at the water dragon girl in front of him. That's right, I was just about to call you for breakfast. Yay, Lucia's been starving. She had no concept of time, only that she was particularly hungry this morning. Actually, Ron woke up an hour late. As for what he did during that hour, only Fiona, who was in her room at the moment, changing her clothes that were soaked through, probably knows. My lord, the clothes I mentioned to you yesterday. Remembering how she had been seen by the man while lying on the fence with her tail held high, Ovel felt incredibly ashamed, and her desire to change her clothes grew even stronger. Because she didn't want her skirt to be constantly pushed up by the tail, which would expose her body. I had forgotten about it until you mentioned it. I bought it yesterday. Come with me. Yesterday, Ron went to the alien clothing store and bought 5 or 6 dresses for each of them, all of which had a hole in the back so that their tails could stick out. In this way, even if their tails wriggle, they won't lift their skirts, making it much easier for them to do things. That's great. Ovel wanted to say thank you, but the words stuck in her throat. Wow, the Lord bought us beautiful clothes. Yesterday, when Lucia went out with Ron, she was very interested in the beautiful clothes of humans. Women are born to love beauty, and the female dragon is no exception. They are all quite beautiful, and they were tailor-made for you. Ron was actually quite looking forward to seeing what the dragon girls would look like in their new clothes. After all, they used to wear maid outfits that didn't fit well, but this time Ron carefully selected them based on their figures. But the Lord hasn't even measured our figures. With her quirky way of thinking, Lucia felt that since her figure hadn't been measured in detail, it couldn't be considered custom-made. My eyes are like a ruler, I know your height, weight, and body curves perfectly. Ron just rattled off the answers, though he didn't actually know much about it. He was just estimating based on a general outline. Of course, if you're willing to let me take proper measurements, perhaps I can buy a better fit next time. He smiled and looked at the several dragon girls in front of him, his expression flippant. My lord, that's amazing. Please test Lucia first. Naive Lucia agreed without even thinking it through. Lucia, how can you let the Lord test your body so casually? That kind of thing is only for partners. Upon hearing the man's words, Ovel immediately recalled the scene of being seen by the man while she was leaning against the fence. Her cheeks flushed instantly, her body trembled slightly, and her tail swayed gently behind her. Then, let's not test it. Lucia lowered her head in shame, inexplicably thinking of the feeling of a man stroking her tail. If we're going to measure the body, does that mean the entire body has to be measured, Lord? Just thinking about it made Lucia's round, white legs involuntarily clench slightly, and the light blue scales on her body gradually became glossy, as if they could drip water at any moment. Disgusting humans, stop coveting our bodies. Freya frowned, her crimson vertical pupils filled with anger as she stared at the man in front of her. That's a harsh way to put it. I was just using a ruler to measure properly. How could you say I was coveting your bodies? Ron didn't indulge her at all, giving Freya a disdainful look. You seem to have an unusually high level of self-confidence. If I hadn't accidentally bought you after drinking, I wouldn't have even given you a second glance. He was telling the truth, if he hadn't already bought the future Red Dragon Queen back then. I will never look at her again, I will stay as far away from her as possible. Please take your eyes off my legs before you say that. Freya found this man utterly ridiculous. He was always staring at her body with such blatant disregard, yet he claimed he had no designs on her. Simply ridiculous? We will absolutely not let this human succeed, even though we don't know why. His genes are perfectly compatible with ours, and he can reproduce at any time. But no matter how strong the physical desires are, one can suppress them with a firm will. Freya had an unusually high level of confidence in her willpower. What she didn't know was that the more she suppressed that desire, the stronger it would become when it erupted next time. At that point, it will be unstoppable and uncontrollable, until it becomes a dragon weapon. After being exposed, Ron was not embarrassed and turned around to open the room where the supplies were kept. All right, come in and put on your new clothes. Yay, Lucia can wear pretty clothes now. Lucia rushed into the room, her eyes scanning the pile of supplies. Ovel was much more reserved, with a calm expression, but for some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed. When Freya walked up to the man, she scoffed, seemingly disdainful of his behavior. I've already sorted all the clothes for you. Ron took out 3 brown wooden trunks, placed them on the square wooden table, and opened them one by one. The clothes in this box are all your Lucia's. The clothes given to Lucia were mostly knee-length skirts, and the color was the same light blue as her scales. When choosing, Ron specifically bought plus sizes, especially for the buttocks and chest, which had to be the largest size, otherwise there might be an overflowing incident at any time. Yay, thank you, Lord. Lucia excitedly took the box, her eyes filled with joy. If Ovil hadn't stopped her earlier, she would have wanted to lie on the ground, expose her belly, and let the other woman touch her. Ovili, all the clothes in this box are yours. The clothes given to Ovil are mainly silver gray and brown, which match her hair, skin, and scale colors well. She will probably look great in them. Thank you. Ovil took the box, swallowed a mouthful of ambergris, and managed to squeeze out a few words. Looking at the clothes lying quietly inside, her eyes lit up noticeably, and she must have been really looking forward to wearing them. You grumpy little dragon, these clothes are yours. Looking at Freya in front of him, Ron even changed his way of addressing her, just to deliberately provoke her. I now know how disgusting humans are. Unlike before, Fulya was no longer easily provoked by a man's words. She took the box and retaliated without mercy. She didn't know why, but it seemed she couldn't bring herself to hate the man in front of her. Even if I don't kill him 3 years later, I'll imprison him and make him submit to me. Freya thought that she would use these 3 years to improve her strength, and after the 3 years were over, she would kidnap Ron and bring him back to the tribe. She would treat him the same way he had treated her during this time. Lucia's going to change into her pretty clothes. Lucia, whose eyes were only on the clothes, didn't notice that there was a man in the room at that moment. She began to slowly remove the maid outfit she was wearing. Lucia, the Lord is still here. Upon seeing this, Ovil immediately stepped forward and hugged her partner who was about to be completely exposed. Lucia's body trembled slightly. She turned her head and saw Ron smile at her before turning and leaving the room. I was seen by the Lord. Chapter 71 Lucia's clothes inside out? Ron gets a real treat for his eyes. Please continue reading. Watching the man's departing figure, Lucia's cheeks flushed, and her round, fair thighs trembled slightly. The Lord saw it. Fortunately, the Lord was standing behind me at the time. Lucia, you're always in such a hurry. Ovil looked helplessly at her companion. The observant girl had noticed that Ron's Adam's apple bobbed when he looked at Lucia's plump buttocks. Clearly, the man was very interested in Lucia's voluptuous hips. Ovil thought it was perfectly normal. After all, with such round, fair skin, what man could resist such temptation? Next time, it won't happen again. Lucia felt embarrassed too. Ovil always says her butt is fat, I hope the Lord won't be disgusted by it. What she didn't know was that, as a proper gentleman, Ron never disliked any plump, white buttocks. Even if you get deeply involved and can't extricate yourself, you'd still be extremely happy. I'd like to have a next time. Ovil gently tapped her friend on the head. If it weren't for me and Freya, the Lord might have pounced on you and devoured you completely. To teach the naive Lucia a lesson, she described the situation in the worst possible light. It made her face feel hot. In Lucia's mind, being bitten was like eating a leg of lamb, being devoured in large bites. Although she didn't think Ron would do that, Ovil was a little worried since she had said so. Because when they were in the tribe, the elders often said that humans eat dragons, and if they see a dragon, they will skin it, pull out its tendons, eat its flesh and drink its blood, thus warning the little dragon not to run away from the tribe. Lucia's butt is so fat, the Lord must want to eat her up. Thinking of this, Lucia used her thick tail to cover her upturned buttocks, as if this could bring her a sense of security. To some extent, Lucia's concerns were not unfounded. After all, Ron was quite interested in plump, round buttocks. He might nibble on it, but definitely not like Lucia imagined. This dress is so pretty. After putting on a light blue, knee-length dress, Lucia excitedly spun around on the spot. For some reason, she suddenly wondered if she should let the Lord take a look at it as soon as possible. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with what you're wearing? Ovil's lips twitched when she saw that Lucia's skirt was on backwards. Lucia's skin was so white, and just like hers, it was smooth and flawless. Of course, they're super comfortable to wear. Lucia looked around and thought there was nothing wrong. You've put it on backwards. That hole in the front is for the tail to stick out. Ovil felt that if Lucia weren't with her and Freya, the Lord would have taken advantage of her within a day. Of course, you can't entirely blame the Lord. After all, Lucia always manages to do things that get people's blood pumping without them even realizing it. Upon hearing this, Lucia realized that she had put her clothes on backwards. Thankfully, the Lord didn't see it. Otherwise, Lucia would be seen naked by the Lord. Outside the door, Ron, hearing the commotion inside, shook his head and chuckled. He felt that, in certain circumstances, Lucia's attire was the most appropriate. If I want Lucia to dress like that in the future, it probably won't be difficult. I can just use a routine or tempt her with food. As for Ovil, it probably won't be too difficult, since she has always been very sensible. It would be a bit difficult to get Philia, the future Red Dragon Queen who will sweep across the continent, to wear it. The arrogant and unruly little dragon is extremely difficult to tame and has a stubborn personality that won't be swayed by either soft or hard tactics. If you let her wear it backwards, the scene would be absolutely wonderful. Ovili, is it okay for me to dress like this? Lucia adjusted her skirt and then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this navy blue dress suits you very well. With her pale blue scales, long pale blue hair, and a sea blue knee-length skirt, Ovil thought Lucia had become even more beautiful. Ovili, your outfit looks great too. Black denim shorts paired with a grey cropped top perfectly accentuated Ovel's figure. I do really like it. Ovel felt comfortable wearing the outfit, and it didn't restrict her movements much. It was just that her stomach and calves were exposed, but that wasn't a problem. Freya, you look like a completely different person in this fiery red dress. When Ovel saw Philia in her fiery red, slit dress, her eyes sparkled. Lucia wants to wear this dress too, it looks so pretty. Lucia, who had no idea about her own figure, had no idea that this kind of slit skirt only looked good on tall and slender dragons. It's just a piece of clothing, nothing to make a fuss about. Freya had to admit that the human had excellent taste. She really liked the dress, but she acted nonchalantly, as if she didn't care at all. Yay, Lucia really wants grilled meat more than clothes. After putting on her pretty dress, Lucia couldn't wait to have breakfast. Her desire for clothes was fleeting, but her desire for food was constant. Okay, let's go have breakfast. Ovel nodded, knowing that Freya didn't want to talk about it anymore, so she didn't mention the clothes again. I walked to the door, turned the handle, and opened the door. As the brown wooden door opened, the warm sunlight rushed in and shone on them. My lord, you've been at the door the whole time. As soon as Lucia stepped out the door, she saw the man leaning against the corridor railing. Yes, we're waiting for you to come out. Ron nodded, his gaze fixed on Lucia. Her long, light blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently. The dress completely covered her chest, preventing it from spilling out. Overall, it looks even cuter and more playful. Did everyone hear, Lord, that Lucia was wearing her clothes inside out just now? Lucia is like that. She habitually confesses without being asked. Even if Ron didn't hear it just now, he should know by now. I heard it both just now and now. Ron grinned mischievously. He never bothered to lie about such things. If he heard it, and there was no point in hiding it. Lucia nervously covered her mouth, never expecting that she would blurt it out again. Her face turned visibly red, and her tail swayed shyly behind her. It's okay, I won't tell anyone. Ron licked his lips and said with a wicked grin. To prevent Lucia from making the same mistake again, I'll have Fiona modify all your clothes by cutting holes in both sides, so you won't have to worry about wearing them inside out. His words were purely joking. After all, he was about to go to explore new lands, and wearing something too revealing wouldn't do. Of course, if it's in a backyard where you're the only male, then that's fine. Chapter 72 The Sharp-Tongued Freya? The maid's words are always scornful. In the morning light, Ron laughed heartily in the courtyard. Lucia doesn't want to wear clothes with holes. Lucia's cheeks burned when she heard the man's words. Wouldn't that mean the Lord would see everything? Ovel, standing to the side, trembled slightly at the mere thought of that scene, and lowered her head shyly. Damn male humans, stop having such unfounded fantasies. Freya trembled with anger, gritting her teeth as she glared at Ron in front of her. We would never wear those kinds of clothes in front of you in our entire lives. That damned human, he really has been hiding his evil lust all along. They're starting to show their true colors now. Not appearing in front of me, does that mean you dress like this in private? Ron seized on the loophole in the other person's words and continued to tease. I never expected you to be this kind of dragon girl, but it's normal. Some dragons are like this. They always pretend to be serious on the surface, but they're probably little lewd dragons inside. It feels so good to tease Freya like this. I love seeing her angry and furious. My only expectation is that after 3 years, I will gouge out your eyes and cut out your tongue. Freya's face flushed red, and as she spoke, hot steam billowed from her mouth. That damned human? How could I possibly be a dragon like that? It's not now, and it certainly won't be in the future. Then I'll take advantage of these 3 years to admire your body as much as possible, so that even if I go blind, I can still find your face in my memories. Ron deliberately scanned Philia's body with his eyes, observing her repeatedly, as if he wanted to see every inch of her skin to his heart's content. I must say, Freya looks absolutely stunning in that fiery red dress. The slit in her skirt swayed gently in the breeze, revealing glimpses of her fair, long legs, making one yearn to transform into that breeze, drift away, and roam freely. Moving his gaze upwards, he saw a slender waist tightly bound by a knot. Ron felt he could easily grab such a delicate waist with one hand. Further up, he saw a chest tightly encased in a dress. Although its true appearance cannot be seen, one can still imagine that what is inside is truly exceptional. Freya's collarbones were beautiful, her neck was fair and slender, her cheeks were flushed, and her expression carried a hint of anger. Ron only looked at her for a second before looking away, his gaze shifting to her feet, which were bound by red open work shoes. Philia is beautiful, and her feet are beautiful too. Her feet are slender, white, and each toe is round and full, as delicious as a ripe cherry, tempting you to take a bite. Damn it. I'm going to gouge out your eyes right now. Freya felt uncomfortable being stared at, and her tail started swaying inexplicably. She herself didn't know why, but a surge of intense emotion welled up deep inside her. This feeling wasn't strong, but it wasn't so strong that it could be completely ignored either. After saying this, she reached out and peered into the man's eyes. The force wasn't great, but the sheer force of it was intimidating. You hot-tempered little dragon, I only glanced at you, didn't do anything, and you want to attack me. Ron, of course, wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. He immediately dodged to the side and ran towards the restaurant. You called it a glance, but you practically wanted to see right through my clothes. Freya increasingly felt that this human was a scoundrel, his words were shameless, and his behavior was even more wicked and lewd. And lately it's gotten increasingly outrageous, she doesn't want to continue like this. I swear, I didn't blink when I looked at you just now, so it really was just a glance. As a proper gentleman, Ron has a keen eye and will remain fully focused and attentive when observing beautiful things. Shameless humans. Freya was almost laughing in anger, the things this man said always surprised her. After chasing her for a while, her anger subsided considerably, and sometimes she even inexplicably felt that things were actually quite nice this way. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment before she extinguished it. Humans are inherently evil, greedy, and lustful, and this particular human being is even more so. Although Phyllis thought this way, she couldn't stop her mindset and thoughts from slowly changing. Doesn't my behavior fit your stereotypes about humanity? Of course, Ron didn't think he was shameless, he was just trying to add some fun to his life. Life should be lived with a smile. You are more shameless than I imagined. In my observation, you are the most evil alien among humans. Although Freya said that, she didn't actually think the other person was that bad. After all, evil humans don't just admire their own bodies with their eyes. They would use sticks, all sorts of things, to beat the dragons repeatedly. Some extremely evil humans would even cook the dragons into dishes. Freya hates these humans, and she vows to use fire to make them reflect on the mistakes they have made. Although she was always sharp-tongued, she never harmed ordinary people when she became the Red Dragon Queen and swept across the continent. They were all killing nobles and wealthy merchants stained with the blood of foreign races. Congratulations, you guessed right. Should I reward you properly? Ron had no intention of defending himself, because the facts were indeed pretty much as the other party had said. Because he is not a conventional person, sometimes he needs to use certain methods. Only by using methods even more shameless than those of a rogue can one deal with a rogue. No dynasty is ever established in a completely righteous way, only the victors can rewrite the dishonorable history. Only then can black be turned into white. Do you need me to give you a scratch? Even a fool could tell what strange things this human was thinking. She tilted her head back, raised her sharp claws, and made a show of being someone not to be trifled with. Hands are fine, but claws are out of the question. Ron doesn't have an indestructible body, so he can't make Freya do anything with her dragon claws. All I can give you is a claw. Philia swore that under no circumstances would she ever use her body to do anything for this man. That kind of thing could never happen to any dragon, but it could never happen to her. Alright, I know you're tough, but I'm telling you, don't bring weapons into the restaurant. That's basic dining etiquette. When Ron reached the restaurant entrance, he shrugged. Then take your mouth off first. Freya has always been sharp-tongued, she just never wanted to argue with men before. I don't know why, but now I seem to be enjoying it a bit. Okay, do as you please. Ron was momentarily speechless, feeling a sense of déjà vu as if the little dragon in front of him had been possessed by Fiona. It turned out that Fiona's mouth was also so powerful. Yay, finally, I can eat some delicious grilled meat. Lucia didn't quite understand the argument from before, so she ignored it and focused only on eating. For some reason, Oville's lips curled up slightly when she saw Philia and Ron bickering. She felt that their relationship had improved considerably. At least it's not like before, where a disagreement would lead to a fight. Damn master, he actually flirted with Ye Longniang first thing in the morning. When Fiona saw the man come in, she couldn't help but mutter a complaint. No, you can understand dragon language. Ron looked at his maid with a puzzled expression. If the maid doesn't understand dragon language, how could she not understand her master? Fiona crossed her arms over her chest, showing a disgusted expression. How could a master who's already aroused by the maids this morning possibly let go of the dragon girls who've changed into their new clothes? I bet he's not only going to tease them with words, but also with his mouth in other ways, right? Chapter 73. The maid takes the initiative to rub her feet. Ron helplessly enjoys it. Ron was speechless for a moment. The maid actually guessed right, but that's not surprising, since she always says things like that. Alright, let's have breakfast. Ron didn't want to dwell on the matter any longer, so he placed the brown wooden suitcase aside and sat down in the main seat. Master seems guilty. It looks like the maid guessed right again. Fiona wore a smug expression, but she felt inexplicably uneasy inside. Damn owner, he really bought them just for sex. Separated by distance, the maid needs to properly correct her master's peculiar habits. Fiona began to ponder how to reduce Ron's interest in the dragon girl. Little dragons, you can start your breakfast now. Ron ignored Fiona and turned his attention to the dragon girls. Yay, we can eat barbecue now. Lucia had been waiting impatiently, and when the man said we could begin, she grabbed a leg of lamb and started eating it in large bites. It tastes so good. Lucia's love for barbecue has never diminished. She could eat it every day without getting tired of it. Just like the eyes of gentlemen, they can never get enough of appreciating beautiful things. By the way, where's Lilith? Ron felt a void on his right side. It turned out the witch hadn't come to eat. I went to call her, and she said she was at a crucial moment in the early stages of research on frost-resistant wheat and didn't have time to eat breakfast. Fiona was not surprised by Lilith's answer. After all, this witch was so engrossed in researching the secret medicine that she forgot to eat and sleep. Although the secret medicine they developed was outlandish, their determination was truly commendable. As expected, but we'll have to make sure she comes out for lunch. Ron was worried that Lilith would starve if she didn't eat for a few meals, but if she didn't want to eat for several days, she would ruin her health. He didn't want anything to happen to such a useful witch. I understand. Master wants to feed Miss Lilith himself at noon, right? Fiona licked her lips, revealing an expression that seemed to see right through the man. That dim owner must have wanted to do this for a long time. Fiona, if food can't shut you up, I think I'll try something more powerful. Ron was speechless. His maid was good in every way, except for her mouth, which was just too annoying. But then again, it seems like breastfeeding does provide more nutrition. You bastard master, just shut up, or I won't let you do weird things to me. Fiona used to be fearless, but after witnessing Ron's power, she began to doubt whether she could withstand it. So after hearing what the other person said, she didn't dare to continue talking nonsense, otherwise her mouth might really get a serious beating. But then she thought, if Ron's desires aren't met, he'll go looking for someone else. Dragon Girl or Lilith, this is not what Fiona wants to see. Therefore, as long as they help their master, they won't do anything inappropriate to other women. Thinking about this, Fiona had a bold idea. She took a deep breath, put her feet together, and rubbed off her shoes, revealing her feet wrapped in black pantyhose. Perhaps it was what she was about to do that made her feel ashamed, and her pink toes, hidden inside, twitched restlessly. Gumbling. Fiona couldn't help but swallow, then slowly moved her foot closer to the man, until it finally touched his calf. Massage gently. Ron. He turned his head in confusion and saw his maid looking at him with a charming expression. Don't stare at me like that, you bastard master. The maid is just helping you satisfy your pent-up desires. Fiona slightly raised her chin, looking at Ron beside her with an expression of looking at scum. Of course, this is just a helpless move by the maid. After all, taking good care of the master is the duty of a maid. It's better than letting the master go horny everywhere. That bastard Ron, what kind of look is that? Did they think they did this because they had a need for it? How can it be? A maid has no desire for her master, she is only helping her master relieve his worries and troubles. When have I ever had a desire that I couldn't satisfy? I think it's you, the maid, who's defying the heavens and seducing your master. Ron's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. To be honest, the feeling of feet encased in black bodysuits rubbing against calves was quite amusing. Does your lewd master really need a maid to seduce him? Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, her delicate pink toes, wrapped in a blanket, gently rubbing against the other person's calf, her expression alluring. This peculiar sensation caused her delicate body to tremble slightly, and her heart to pound wildly. This. Ron was stunned, he never expected the maid to be so romantic under the dining table so early in the morning. See, even the master himself is hesitant. So the master doesn't need to seduce at all, he's already wanted to do something lewd with the maid. Fiona's breathing became more and more rapid. Her intense emotions caused her upper legs to involuntarily come together, her knees bumping against each other and rubbing gently. She didn't expect that just this would gradually make her seem a little strange. But Fiona didn't stop, she seemed to be enjoying it. Since that's how you see me, then I'll do as you say. Ron stopped pretending, put down his knife, reached under the table, and grabbed the maid's small feet, which were covered by black bodysuit stockings. It felt as smooth as silk to the touch, you could feel it even through the pantyhose. My maid's feet trembled slightly. Perhaps because they were shy about being held, their toes twitched restlessly inside. You bastard master, let go of the maid's feet right now. Fiona panicked, her voice trembled, her cheeks flushed red, and her beautiful eyes were misty with tears, her expression charming. That bastard master must have wanted to do weird things to the maid's feet for a long time. We absolutely cannot let our master succeed. You're allowed to use your feet on me, but I'm not allowed to use my hands on you. Ron held Fiona's feet in his hands and gently caressed them, they were warm to the touch and felt wonderful. The black pantyhose added a touch of ethereal beauty, as if draping a layer of black veil over the delicate pink toes. Simply tear it apart and you're good to go. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Fiona simply stopped struggling and let the man play with her in his hands. You bastard master, you wouldn't be like those lewd nobles, so obsessed with women's feet that you'd put them in your mouth, would you? She suddenly realized that those licentious nobles had all sorts of strange fetishes and were obsessed with every aspect of women. Just thinking about it made Fiona's feet, hidden in her pantyhose, tremble slightly, as if she was worried that they would be wantonly enjoyed by the other party. What are you talking about? I don't have that kind of fetish for the time being. Ron was telling the truth, he only wanted to play with her or use her for other things. But after Fiona said that, I inexplicably found those pink toes somewhat delicious. Damn it, if I actually do it in the future, it will definitely be because of Fiona. Not for now. That means the master might have this fetish tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even the next second. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with a look of disdain, as if she knew right through him. The maid only hopes that her master won't taste things indiscriminately, after all, feet are for walking. That bastard owner, he'll definitely do that again. Ron lifted the maid's feet up little by little, and said with a wicked grin, who says feet can only be used for walking? Chapter 74 Freya notices something is wrong. Fiona's amazing kick? Inside the restaurant, Fiona was trembling violently. My mind went blank, I couldn't think. You bastard master, how could you force the maid who grew up with you to do such a thing? She bit her lower lip tightly, her expression both charming and flustered, and her beautiful eyes were already brimming with tears, as if they could drip water at any moment. Ron said with a wicked grin, You started this whole thing, so of course you're the one who has to fix it. You bastard master, but you can't let the maid do this during breakfast. Fiona's upper legs were slightly together, her knees touching, gently rubbing against each other. She has only herself to blame. You mean, it's okay after breakfast? Ron smugly said as he enjoyed his food. If you don't do it now, things will be much more complicated later. If you could eat breakfast like this every day, that would be pretty good. Masters who always force their maids to do strange things are the most disgusting. Fiona pouted, frowned, and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. Although the maid was extremely unwilling, she had no other choice now. That bastard Ron, he must have wanted me to do this for a long time. I'm afraid they're thinking about even more than that. They'll definitely be treated ruthlessly in the future. Thinking of this, Fiona exhaled a warm breath, biting her pink lips, seemingly not particularly averse to it. This is what a maid should do when her master is having breakfast. Ron nodded in satisfaction, squinted his eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. You bastard master is getting more and more lewd. If you ask for more, the maid will resist. Fiona looked at the man in front of her with disdain. Don't worry, I'm the kind of person who never likes to force others. Ron felt incredibly pleased as he watched the maid glare at him with disdain. Such a despicable maid deserves to be treated like this. Let's see if she dares to say anything strange again next time. That bastard master never liked forcing people, but now he does. Fiona felt her emotions growing more and more intense, and her knees involuntarily bumped together. If this continues, it will start to look strange. Lucia was oblivious to the unusual behavior of Ron and Fiona. All she could see was food. Ovil barely glanced at Ron, focusing instead on eating her lamb leg in small bites. Only Freya's crimson eyes were always fixed on the man, as if she wanted to see right through him. For the first 2 days, I was on guard, afraid that the other party would do something outrageous. Perhaps she's gotten used to it now, or maybe she wants to understand this man better so she knows how to deal with him. So most of their attention was on Ron. At first she didn't notice anything, but later she felt that the man's expression was not right, and the female human's face was getting redder, and her body was trembling, as if something she couldn't understand was happening. Freya was a little confused. They seemed to be having a normal breakfast. Maybe the topics they were discussing were a little explicit, but it couldn't be that serious. She suddenly realized a possibility. Could the truth be hidden under the table? Driven by curiosity, Freya lifted her pert buttocks off the stool, moved them to the side, and slowly lowered them back down. As her shapely buttocks were about to touch the ground, she could see clearly what was happening in front of her. Just as she suspected, the female human was. Freya's expression froze instantly. She never expected such a thing to happen right before her eyes. The sight made her cheeks burn instantly, and the red scales on her body turned even redder, as if they were about to spew flames at any moment. This male human is more evil than I imagined. Freya gritted her teeth and calmly placed her ample, round buttocks lightly on the stool. For some reason, after witnessing this scene, she was somewhat afraid to look at Ron, as if she was afraid that he was also looking at her. This would make her feel very embarrassed. Who? Freya took a deep breath, trying her best to remain calm. Freya, you're getting hotter and hotter? It's so hot. Lucia, who is sensitive to temperature, immediately felt as if there was a small furnace next to her, with warmth constantly washing over her. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Ovil noticed that Philia's scales had turned even redder, which meant either there was something wrong with her body or she was angry. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something that made me angry. Freya was too embarrassed to tell the truth, so she gave a vague answer. Oh, you must have been thinking of the Lord, because the Lord always makes Philia angry. The naive Lucia has virtually no emotional intelligence and often says inappropriate things. The key point is that she herself didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. No. Freya glanced at the man sitting opposite her, and when she saw his eyes looking at her, she felt a little nervous. They seemed afraid of being discovered peeping. He should be the one who's scared and nervous. Why am I so nervous? Freya, why is that? I want to know. Ron hadn't actually noticed Philia's actions earlier. His mind was entirely focused on his maid, and he wasn't thinking about anything else. I only spoke up at this time to make a joke. You want to know, so I'll tell you. Freya frowned, staring at the man in front of her with her crimson vertical pupils. She appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. The thought of what they were doing right now made him feel incredibly uncomfortable, and his tail had started wagging back and forth without him noticing. The proud little dragon will be tamed one day. Ron thought Freya's tail was quite good. It was strong, powerful, and could curl very well. Most importantly, it softened with the slightest touch. Don't worry, that day will never come. Upon hearing the man's words, Philia's mind immediately conjured up images of what Fiona was actually doing. How could I possibly be tamed by humans, especially such evil humans? There's absolutely no way I would help him like that. Although she said that, her tail wagged even more vigorously, as if anticipating something. Damn master, at a time like this, you're still flirting with the dragon girl. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man in front of her, feeling a sudden pang of sadness. That bastard Ron, all he does is change his mind, even though I'm helping him. No. All right, Fiona, that's enough breakfast for now. With so many dragons in the restaurant, Ron only wanted to enjoy himself briefly. I won't let that bastard master get away with this. Seeing that Ron was acting strangely, Fiona revealed a smug expression. She really liked seeing Ron's current expression. I love this kind of owner. Chapter 75. If you lose an argument, you'll be punished. Inside the mansion, in the courtyard, Ron sat in the pavilion and let out a long sigh. That was really close, I almost died in the restaurant. Fortunately, Ron was very patient. Haha, Master always talks about how strong and powerful he is, but he's clearly very fragile. Fiona, who had just come out of the restaurant, walked to the pavilion with a charming smile, crossed her arms over her chest, and spoke triumphantly. At the crucial moment, he was still manipulated by the maid. She felt that Ron's expression was completely different from his usual calm demeanor. At that time, he was like a fierce tiger, breathing like an ox, yet also like a little wolfhound caught in a trap, left to be teased at will. I loved seeing my owner's expression just now. I wish I could see it every day. Fiona, given your behavior just now, I'll teach you a lesson in the carriage later. What could Ron do? Men are sometimes powerless to control themselves, but this time he didn't let his body do as it pleased. It wouldn't work in the restaurant, but it's a different story in the carriage. Ron felt it was time to punish that wretched maid and teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Even without being in the carriage, the maid knows what her master wants to do to her. He simply wants to use her feet or feed her strange things. Fiona tilted her head slightly and licked her lips with a hint of smugness. But how could the maid let her master have his way? So the maid doesn't intend to ride in the same carriage with her master. What could her sullen master possibly be thinking? How could she, as his maid, not know? Therefore, how could we allow the owner to do whatever he wants? All right, I was just teasing you. In a bit, make sure you buy all the remaining supplies and don't forget anything. Today is my last day in Winterhold. We'll be setting off for the frontier tomorrow morning. Supplies are crucial. If we forget anything, the consequences could be fatal. So Ron wasn't in the mood to play games with the maid today. He wanted to take care of business first. He'd have plenty of opportunities to enjoy romance when he got to the frontier. Of course, the maid checked this several times yesterday to make sure there was nothing missed. Besides Ron, Fiona is the person who cares most about the development. Don't be fooled by her strange remarks. When she gets serious, she's very reliable. You've arranged for a maid to go buy supplies alone. Where does this lustful master plan to vent his insatiable desires? Fiona pouted and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. I'm going there to confirm the farmers' identities. Ron stood up, walked to his maid, pinched her fair cheek, and shook it gently. Even if I want to do something, I'll first use it on you to show you the consequences of always teasing your master. His expression was flippant, and his eyes were full of aggression, like a hungry wolf ready to pounce and bite at any moment. The most disgusting thing is a master who always wants to take advantage of his maid. Fiona pushed the man's hand away and rubbed her face in disgust. I won't let my master get away with this. If my master dares to mess with my mouth, my teeth are not to be trifled with. That bastard owner has become increasingly reckless lately. If this continues, I'll be fed weird things by my owner sooner or later. This kind of thing won't be left to the owner to do as they please. Grumbling. Thinking about this, Fiona couldn't help but swallow, lost in thought. Got it, your teeth are for eating meat, right? Ron, with a wicked grin on his face, said. All right, get on the carriage in a bit. I've prepared a sumptuous meat feast for you. I have to say, it was quite fun to tease that slutty maid so early in the morning. A maid would never eat anything prepared by that jerk of a master. Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona's cheeks flushed, and her breath was hot as she spoke. Perhaps out of fear of being attacked, her mouth involuntarily contracted slightly. You'll love it from now on. Ron stretched comfortably and walked out of the mansion. I think the master will become obsessed with the maid's feet from now on. Fiona, not to be outdone, raised her chin and looked at the man beside her. After all, my master always adores my feet whenever he sees them. He's probably been wanting to bite them for a while now, hasn't he? How could her personal maid not know what her sullen master was thinking? However, the master will not succeed in this kind of thing. Of course, if the master forces himself on her, the maid has no way to resist and will have no choice but to let him do as he pleases. I think you're the one who wanted to be treated like this by me, aren't you? Ron hadn't initially thought of it that way. Although the maid's jade feet were beautiful and pink, he had never considered putting them in his mouth. But now, his maid keeps mentioning it to him, which has inexplicably made him want to try it out. If I actually did it, then I was seduced by Fiona, and she did it on purpose. Master really has some wild ideas. Fiona rolled her eyes at her disdainfully. A maid would never have the strange idea of putting her feet in her master's mouth. For some reason, towards the end of her story, her toes, hidden inside her black bodysuit, started fidgeting nervously, as if she were worried about something happening. Even if you dare to send it, I still wouldn't dare to eat it. At least wash it clean first. Ron increasingly felt that his maid definitely had such thoughts and was trying to seduce him little by little. If we don't wash them, then the maids will never wash their feet again, so that the master won't dare to eat them. Although Fiona said that, she had already decided in her heart that she would soak her feet in flower petals several times a day from now on. Then your mouth will suffer. Ron lifted the curtain and got into the carriage. Then I won't brush my teeth either. Fiona naturally placed her round, pert buttocks lightly beside the man. Then I must congratulate you in advance on becoming a mother next year. Perhaps because he's used to bickering with the maid, Ron can now speak without thinking. Fiona's lips twitched, and she looked at the man beside her with disdain, as if he were scum. You bastard master, how can you let the maid who grew up with you get pregnant? You can't do this kind of thing to a maid. That bastard Ron, he already thought of this? Sure enough, he had been expecting to devour me completely. Isn't that great? You can take care of the child you gave birth to yourself. Ron leaned forward, close to Fiona's ear, and whispered. Or is it that you only want to do lewd things with your master? Damn master, stop having such impossible fantasies. Fiona's delicate body trembled slightly, and her knees involuntarily pressed together, gently rubbing against each other. Maids are very innocent and would never think of doing anything with their masters. The master always imposes his own thoughts on the maid. How could I possibly think about something like that? Absolutely not. You're just being stubborn now, but don't come begging every day from now on. Ron thought that with Fiona around, the journey would be much more interesting. Didn't she say before that she wanted to take a different carriage? As expected, my maid is all talk and no action. The maid wouldn't do that, but master, please stop begging the maid for help. Why would you need to ask for something that's readily available? Bastard, ugh. Chapter 76, Claiming the Farmer's Benefits? The virtuous saintess comes to pray for blessings. In Winterfell, a carriage sped through the streets, the outside bustling with noise and excitement. Ron lay on the bench inside the car, looking completely satisfied. You damned master, he won't even let the maid say a word. Fiona wiped her mouth and gave the man a disdainful look. You should be glad I used my mouth this time, next time it might be something else. Ron looked at his maid with a mischievous grin. He had to admit, the journey was quite pleasant. I will not let my master do whatever he wants, the maid will resist. Fiona had considered resisting earlier, but after a gentle push, she stopped. This isn't resistance, it's clearly playing hard to get. Alright, remember to make sure you buy all the supplies, or you'll be severely punished when you get back. When the carriage stopped at the market entrance, Ron pinched the maid's fair cheek. The maid will definitely do her best to avoid eating strange things. Fiona lifted her round, pert buttocks off the bench, rolled her eyes at Ron, and then swayed her slender waist as she left the carriage. After the maid left, the carriage continued its journey toward the Earl's mansion. Ron stretched comfortably, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he recalled the amusing incident. Fiona's mouth is not only good at talking, but also has a sweet, soft, and wonderful taste. In addition, the trembling of the whole body creates a tremendous sensory impact. My maid is tough on the outside, but her body is very sensitive. That's wonderful. I forgot to give Fiona those ripped maid outfits at the restaurant, but it's okay, I'll give them to her when we get back. Fiona in this maid outfit would definitely be quite interesting. The market is not far from the Earl's mansion. The speeding carriage weaved through the streets and alleys and soon came to a stop at the back gate of the Earl's mansion. Last time I attended the banquet, I entered through the main entrance. This time, I'm just receiving donations from farmers, so I don't have the right to enter through the main entrance. Moreover, as a nobleman, he would not allow farmers to enter his residence. The back door is where the manor's butler, maids, gardeners, and other servants enter and exit. Since the manor was built, the Earl of Byrne has rarely used the back door. Rather than saying the farmer's place was in the Earl's mansion, it would be more accurate to say it was in the servants' backyard. In fact, it was at least 5 kilometers away from the Earl's mansion, separated by a large expanse of lush green grass and vegetation. Ordinary nobles could only appreciate the splendor of the Earl's mansion on important occasions like the last one. Under normal circumstances, they couldn't even get through the gate. After being formally knighted by the Kingdom of Saintis and becoming a lord, an investiture banquet will be held at the Earl's mansion. Of course, only those who survive will have the opportunity to participate. Earl Byrne would naturally not handle such a trivial matter as receiving farmers personally. The task was overseen by the Earl's steward. After getting off the carriage, Ron saw a heavy, 5-meter-high gate. It must be said that the Earl's mansion is incredibly extravagant. Even the doors for the servants are spacious and tall, more luxurious than some barons' residences. Tomorrow is the last day of the stipulated period, and the lords will collect their share of the farmers' land. Therefore, quite a few people came to the Earl's mansion today to collect farmers. Of course, some pioneering lords would arrange for their stewards or knights to handle this matter. You can't count on the minor nobles, they basically have to come in person. Ron was in the same boat, he had no other choice. Fiona needed to go and buy supplies, and as for Yarman, Ron didn't dare to ask him to do such a complicated thing. We can only give Yarman some simple instructions, his brain can't process anything more. Ron, it seems we are really destined to meet again. Not long after he entered the backyard, Boris Hayden, who was standing to the side waiting, greeted him with a smile. Indeed, if you were a beautiful lady, I think it would be a lovely encounter. Ron, in a good mood, made a humorous joke. Haha, Mr. Ron, are men not good enough? Boris Hayden is a naturally funny guy with a quirky personality. He can handle any conversation. Of course, none of the nobles present could be sure whether Hayden was joking or speaking his mind. Hayden, you're getting more and more humorous. In aristocratic circles, it's no secret that men have affairs. Ron wasn't sure if Hayden was that kind of person, so much so that he got goosebumps when they shook hands. If he really had such thoughts, Ron swore he would use his longsword to completely cure his loose anus. Why is everyone waiting? Hasn't it started yet? Ron was puzzled. The dozens of nobles present gathered in 2s and 3s, waiting, but there was no progress. It is said that the nuns of the Church of the Goddess of Night are going to pray for the farmers. Pullman Kyle shrugged helplessly. Their purpose is obvious, to make more people from the lower classes believe in the Church of the Goddess of Night. After all, the nobles only believe in the sword in their hands, so they can only target ordinary people. The Church of the Goddess of the Night is one of the two major churches in the Kingdom of Saint Tis. In addition to the Kingdom of Saint Tis, the Church has a presence in every country on the continent. Besides the fact that the papacy can grant faith to ordinary people, it is also because these papacy are very powerful, even to the point of threatening the kingdom. Therefore, a delicate balance emerged between the various kingdoms and the papacy, with divine authority and royal authority not interfering with each other. The papacy cannot punish nobles, and nobles cannot punish clergy, only the common people are subject to punishment by both sides. A world where only ordinary people get hurt has been achieved. In any world, the lower classes are endlessly exploited. But I heard the nuns are quite nice, so we'll be in for a treat later. Burke Tyron very gentlemanly expressed his opinion. Hey. This sentence was like Pandora's box, it opened the floodgates, and the conversation began to veer off course. They talked about which girls were the most exciting, methods for training maids, and the possibility of having female non-humans, etc. That's how nobles are. Aside from maintaining a respectable and gentlemanly demeanor at important banquets, when they get together, they mostly chat about romance and nature. Of course, that's normal. If men get together and start talking about men, then Ron should consider leaving this godforsaken place. Before long, a commotion arose at the door. Everyone looked over in surprise and doubt. Then they saw a dozen or so young nuns dressed in black and white habiting, surrounding a nun in a pure white robe, as they filed in. Each of them had a kind smile on their face, which made people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. The nun at the head of the group, dressed in a pure white robe, was particularly beautiful. She was 1.75 meters tall, and although her body was covered, her slender figure was still undeniable. Every gesture he made exuded an aura of sacredness and inviolability. The one leading the team this time is actually the 12 chaste saints of the Holy Convent. Boris Hayden couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The so-called Holy Monastery is one of the 3 houses of the Church of the Goddess of Night. The Holy Convent has 12 chaste saintesses, each one a rare gem, possessing not only outstanding looks and figures but also exceptional talents. The nobles and gentlemen present couldn't take their eyes off the chaste saint. Of course, Ron, being a gentleman, was no exception. After all, it's rare to see such a pure and flawless woman in ordinary times. Ladies and gentlemen, we will represent the Church of the Goddess of Night to pray for you and to ward off illness and disaster. The chaste saint walked into the crowd, smiled sweetly, and spoke gently. If anyone feels unwell, they can come for free treatment. This is a blessing bestowed upon the world by the great Goddess of Night. Chapter 77 The Seemingly Invincible Saintess. What a stark contrast. At this moment, the morning sun shines down. It was as if a pale golden veil had been draped over a holy maiden, creating a hazy and beautiful scene. No one present could take their eyes off her for even a moment. Of course, no one was thinking about those filthy things, because this saint was so holy that no one dared to desecrate her. It is for admiring only, not for touching. Your Holiness, my leg was hit by a falling tree a few years ago, and it aches whenever it's cloudy or rainy. I hope you can treat me. Everyone was immersed in the pleasant atmosphere when a middle-aged man in his 40s broke the silence by rolling up his trouser leg, revealing his calf with a scar 7 or 8 centimeters long. These legs are dark in color and not very thick, but you can clearly see the muscles trembling. Of course, my purpose in coming here is to treat everyone's injuries and illnesses. The saintess smiled gently, then strode forward, her long legs, hidden by her white robe. As she walked, the outline of her shapely legs could be vaguely seen through the white skirt. Sometimes, the beauty of the veil can ignite a gentleman's desire to explore, making him want to tear off that demmed robe and admire its beauty. When I approached the middle-aged man, I smoothed out the hem of my skirt with my hand. At that moment, her round and beautiful figure was revealed in a hazy way. Then, her shapely buttocks, tightly wrapped in the white skirt, slowly sat down, finally resting gently on her calves, forming a half-squatting posture. This beautiful scene stirred up a great deal of excitement among the gentlemen present. This saintess is so pure and beautiful, and her figure is breathtakingly beautiful. Strangely, none of the people present could muster even the slightest evil thought. The Holy Maiden of the Goddess of the Night Church is indeed holy and beautiful, just looking at her makes one feel better. Boris Hayden found it amazing that he couldn't get aroused by such a beautiful woman in front of him, it was truly incomprehensible. Perhaps this is the meaning of a chaste saint. Indeed, just appreciating it makes one feel refreshed all over. Burke Tyrell nodded, wondering if the Virgin Saint had a special ability to suppress the lust of those nearby. Only in this way can it make sense. It is truly wonderful. Ron couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, the chaste saints are different from ordinary women. They need to remain chaste for their entire lives and live without desires. They are revered by thousands and possess great abilities, yet they cannot experience the pleasures of humanity's most primal desires. It's hard to say whether this is fortunate or unfortunate. Ron felt sorry for these nuns who upheld their chastity. Unfortunately, it's too far away to help, so all I can do is sigh in vain. Goddess who controls the night, your most devout followers Island, I pray that you will bestow your divine grace to heal the wounds and illnesses of the world. The saintess clasped her hands together in front of her chest and prayed devoutly. Gradually, a wisp of pale golden light emanated from her palms. Actually, this is her own ability, healing holy light. The reason for mentioning the goddess of the night is to make it seem to others that all of this is a gift from God. Doing so can strengthen the public's recognition of divine authority and God, making God's existence more real. Then, the pale golden healing light, like a golden mist, drifted toward the middle-aged man's scarred leg and enveloped it tightly. In just a short while, the scars faded considerably, and the underlying injuries were completely healed. My leg is healed. The middle-aged man stood up excitedly, feeling no discomfort in his calves, which seemed even more agile than before the injury. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to the saintess in front of him. Your Holiness, thank you for healing me. He knelt down suddenly, spoke sincerely, his expression was earnest, and he was deeply grateful. Sir, I am merely a servant of the goddess. You may praise the great goddess, and she will hear you in heaven. The chaste saint named Xylan spoke gently. Her reason for saying this remains the same, to enhance the public's impression of the goddess of the night and the papacy. Under this subtle influence, ordinary people living in poverty can easily turn to the goddess of the night as a form of faith. Their children will also be influenced by their parents and develop a good impression of the Vatican. This is how the Vatican recruits believers and controls ordinary people. The subsequent treatment, under the guidance of the chaste Saint Xylan, proceeded very smoothly. One by one, the people knelt down and kowtowed, praising the goddess of night. Everyone present had a deep memory of the goddess of night and her papacy. Even if they don't become believers immediately, they will become supporters of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Faith is a truly terrifying force. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but sigh. The power of faith to unite people is immense. Once the papacy controls the majority of the population, along with the clergy, overthrowing the monarchy would be incredibly easy. They're just a bunch of fools, nothing to be afraid of. Pullman Kyle understood what Ron meant, but as a nobleman, he was proud and believed that farmers were no different from livestock tilling the land. Even if they were brought together, they couldn't do anything. What can tiny ants do when they gather together, besides being noticed by humans? Really? Ron did not refute it, because he knew that people's opinions were extremely difficult to change. Getting the high and mighty nobles to care about the common people is probably harder than climbing to heaven. However, after the Virgin of Chastity said her name was Xylan during her prayer, Ron learned all about her. The Chastity Convent, and Xylan, one of the 12 chaste saints, is not as simple as she appears. Beneath her holy, beautiful, and radiant exterior lies a lustful heart. The holy and virtuous Saintess Xylan enjoys being admired by the people and loves the way everyone looks up at her. He always fantasized about being pinned to the ground and brutally treated by the people below. While at the Vatican, he would fantasize about being bound to a cross and humiliated by believers. She is a stark contrast to her outwardly pristine appearance. Knowing this, Ron's lips curled into a wild smile. He had originally thought the Saintess was holy. It makes one completely unable to harbor any evil thoughts. Now that he knew the true nature of Saintess Xylan, Ron's heart began to stir. A proper gentleman will spare no effort to meet a woman's inner expectations and needs. He stood up and walked towards the Saintess. Saintess Xylan, could you please treat me? Of course, sir, the goddess of night will take care of everyone. Xylan turned around, first giving a sweet smile, then speaking gently. That tone was like a gentle breeze on a spring night, making people's hearts itch. Sir, please tell me the cause of your illness so I can treat you. Seeing the young nobleman in front of her staring at her without saying a word, she smiled and added a comment. For some reason, she felt that the man's eyes were full of aggression, like a demon that might pounce on her at any moment and drag her, pure and innocent, into the abyss, and ravage her. This made her breathing a little heavier. Ron pointed to his head, a look of pain on his face. Your Holiness, my mind is constantly filled with thoughts of procreation and having pleasurable things with women. This is causing me great distress, you know? I don't want to do this, but I can't control myself. I'm always thinking about crazy, lewd things. Chapter 78 Ron's Incredible Actions? The Saintess's Various Fantasies. Winterhold, Earl's Mansion, Backyard. Everyone present was stunned when Ron said this. The people were surprised that this noble gentleman would reveal such an embarrassing illness in front of everyone. And this doesn't seem like an illness, it's more like a severe addiction. The nobles looked at each other in surprise. At first, they were astonished, but then they figured that Ron probably wanted to flirt with this holy and chaste nun. But this is too audacious and shameless to say such vulgar things to the holy and beautiful Saintess Xylan. It's a disgrace to the nobility. The nuns were stunned when they heard this. They had seen countless diseases, but this was the first time they had ever heard of such a shameful illness. I'm sorry, sir, your condition seems to be psychological, and I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Upon hearing the man's words, Xylan, whose body was hidden under her skirt, trembled violently. She never imagined that there were people in this world with the same addiction as her. But as a chaste saint, she could never openly reveal such a thing. Moreover, she couldn't even control her own illness, which was getting worse and worse, so how could she possibly cure others? But this is really uncomfortable, like having a demon hiding in your head. Ron lowered his head in shame, gritting his teeth as if he were enduring something. Do you know, Your Holiness, there seems to be a voice in my head telling me to pounce on you and then defile you. At this point, he lowered his head, his face full of regret, and said, I must be sick, after all, you are so holy and beautiful, how could I have such evil thoughts? When it comes to acting skills, Ron has never been inferior to anyone. His performance in this scene was incredibly realistic. He is now a complete lecher, tormented by lust and desperately seeking liberation. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like thunder, violently penetrating everyone's ears. My ear got irritated by strong alkali. The crowd stared wide-eyed, their faces grim, as if they had seen a ghost. They never imagined that someone would harbor evil thoughts towards such a holy and beautiful saint. This nobleman must be ill. Several people who had been healed by the Saintess Xylin were even more furious upon hearing this. But what can the weak, oppressed by power, do besides clench their fists in secret? There's nothing we can do. Although some nobles felt dissatisfied, they did not show it. Everyone was a smart man, and they wouldn't easily offend other nobles unless their own interests were threatened, so they all chose to watch the show from the sidelines. Stunned by Ron's words, Saintess Xylin's delicate body trembled, her legs involuntarily bringing them together slightly, her knees touching and gently rubbing against each other. She couldn't believe that she, as a chaste saint with the innate ability to purify evil desires, was being fantasized about in this way by a man. The reason why no one can feel lust upon seeing a chaste saint is that their lust is temporarily suppressed and purified. The young man's eyes were staring at his body so openly and brazenly. His gaze was so intense it seemed to burn her. He was a complete lecherous demon, wanting to devour her, the chaste saint, bit by bit, and then defile her madly. This kind of thing. How could that be? Thinking of this, Saintess Xylin bit her lower lip, her face flushed with a faint blush, and her expression was charming. However, this expression only lasted for a moment, and was only seen by Ron, who was standing in front of him. Anyone else who saw this would absolutely go crazy. Sir, I think you are indeed ill. Saintess Xylin pinched her fair thigh to calm her intense emotions and maintain her usual dignified and holy demeanor. I have a bottle of holy water here. Drinking it may suppress your inner desires. She took out a bottle with pale gold patterns inlaid on its body from her waist and handed it over. However, holy water can only suppress it. If you want to completely eradicate it, you will probably have to go through the baptism of the holy pool. When she took out the bottle of holy water, her hands trembled slightly, and her expression was somewhat unnatural. That's wonderful, Your Holiness. Thank you for your holy water. Now my mind will no longer be filled with those lewd thoughts. Ron, like a devout believer, bent down, stretched out his hands, and prepared to receive the holy water. You're welcome. The goddess will treat everyone equally. When Xylin handed over the holy water, she felt that the distance of less than 20 centimeters was extremely long. As she slowly reached out, the sensation made her heart race. So intense. Why does simply handing over holy water evoke such a strong feeling? As she placed the holy water in the man's hand, she inexplicably slid her finger lightly across his palm. Those hands are so strong and muscular, they look like they have a lot of strength. I can't imagine what it would feel like if the man in front of me lost control and pinned me to the ground. Thinking of this, the Saintess Xylin kept rubbing her knees, which were hidden under her white robe. It seemed that the intensity was about to become uncontrollable. Praise the goddess. Ron offered a devout praise to the sky, then looked at the saintess before him. Saintess Xylin, you just said that you are confident you can cure the disease at the sacred pool. Are there any preconditions? In reality, he was just saying it. If the holy pool really cured lust, what fun would there be in living? What will Fiona and the little dragons do? What about those delicate women? A proper gentleman would never allow such a thing to happen. One needs to become a devout follower of the Church of the Goddess of Night. Xylin explained patiently. However, only women can be baptized in the holy pool. Of course, if your condition is difficult to control, I can try to apply to the bishop to see if a special exception can be made. Then I'll trouble you, holy maiden. Ron extended his hand. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Leonard Ron, and as you can see, I am a pioneer lord. He didn't want to see this wretched holy pool at all, as long as only women could receive baptism. If I have the chance in the future, I can have a friendly chat with this saintly woman who, beneath her holy exterior, always longs to be thoroughly rubbed. Satisfy her lewd fantasies. Hello Mr. Ron, if your condition is still not under control, you can come to the Walran bishopric to see me. If I am there, I will cure your condition. Xylin reached out her fair hand and gently grasped it. The moment she touched the other person's large, thick hand, she felt her hand being tightly enveloped. This man's hands are so thick and strong. And Mr. Leonard Ron was actually needing his own hands, and the feeling was, if it were just him and me there, he would definitely forcefully pin me to the ground and defile me violently. That feeling must be more intense than a torrential downpour. You'll be relentlessly tormented until the other person finishes venting their frustrations. Thinking of this, the Saintess Xylin, her delicate body hidden within, trembled incessantly, her form swaying slightly unnaturally. I really want to be brutally touched by these hands. Chapter 79 Saintess Xylin anticipates Ron's intervention, officially receiving the farmer's title. Under the sunlight, the chaste Saint Xylin trembled slightly, her expression alluring. However, the charming expression only appeared for a moment before she returned to her usual holy appearance. If Ron hadn't known that this saintess was such a stark contrast, he would have doubted his own eyes and thought he was seeing things. This saintess is truly an exceptional beauty. She secretly fantasizes about being treated harshly, yet she maintains a dignified and holy demeanor on the surface. With such a deep yearning for pleasure, she was practically a born witch. However, being a saintess isn't bad either. The stark contrast creates a tremendous sensory impact. We're heading to the new territory right now, so there's no chance to get to know this saintess better. When spring arrives next year and the flowers are in full bloom, and she is granted a title and honors, then we can finally fulfill her intense fantasies. The blessing came quickly and went quickly. After the healing was complete, the chaste saintess Xylin held her hands tightly to her chest. Ladies and gentlemen, may the goddess bless you with peace and health. The crowd gave them a warm send-off, for it was this saint with an angelic face who had healed their wounds. The nobles watched them leave with unblinking eyes. They couldn't help it. The nuns were simply too eye-catching. Especially the chaste Saint Xylin, who is beautiful, kind-hearted, and pure, making it impossible for anyone to have any evil thoughts about her. Ron, however, looked at the saintess with an aggressive gaze. Perhaps knowing that this departure would mean never seeing each other again, Shi Lin's gaze fell on that wild man in the last moment before leaving. His intense gaze shook her to her core. Previously, she only fantasized about having a man who was unaffected by the holy light, who could have evil thoughts about her body, and who could even violently pin her down and defile her. Now such a man has appeared, and he is a young pioneer lord. May Mr. Leonard Ron become a lord soon, so that we may have the chance to meet again next year. If they were alone together, he would definitely crush his own saintly self to the ground. Thinking of this, Shi Lin's knees gently touched together, unable to suppress the slight rubbing. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but the wind on her way back felt cooler than when she came. Especially when the air blows over my legs, a cool sensation comes through. Ron, I swear you are the boldest gentleman I have ever met. Boris Hayden was stunned by Ron's actions. He never expected that Ron would dare to say such things to the Virgin Saint. Finally, he even had the audacity to touch Saintess Xylin's hand, which truly made people grit their teeth. Mr. Hayden, I only sincerely ask the saint to heal my illness. Ron's expression was serious, as if he really thought it was a serious matter. Tell me, is Saintess Xylin's hand soft or not? As a mature gentleman, Burke Tyrone did not believe such nonsense at all and immediately asked. Soft. Ron didn't want to lie about this, so he told the truth. Shi Lin's beauty and figure are secondary. What is most attractive is that she is a holy and noble chaste saint. You should know that the entire Church of the Goddess of Night has only 12 chaste saintesses. Such women are extremely rare and hard to come by. Of course, what's most attractive is the stark contrast hidden beneath her pure, dignified, and noble exterior. A woman like her who always fantasizes about being treated harshly. When the time comes to actually face it, it will be an unimaginably grand feast. Ron eagerly anticipates the chaste saintess, Xylin, gradually descending into depravity and ultimately becoming his supreme sacred artifact. The nobles present began to look at Ron with a strange expression. He felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and admiration. After all, he was the first person to dare disrespect the holy maiden. Of course, what they didn't know was that the saintess's inherent holy radiance prevented anyone from having such thoughts. Only Ron saw through the contrast hidden beneath Xylin's saintly exterior, thus breaking through that layer of holy radiance and allowing him to admire her without restraint. With the departure of the saintess, the nobles began to formally take over the farm households under the supervision of the count's steward. Although the person in charge was just a butler, no one dared to order him around. Everyone treated him with utmost respect. Everyone knows the principle that you have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. Since the butler is in charge of this matter, he represents the Earl of Byrne. Everyone present was not stupid. They all obediently accepted the farmer's gifts. However, unexpected events can sometimes occur. At this moment, a noble knight commander frowned and looked at the Earl's steward. Why are all the 200+ farmers that our Wilson family has taken on around 50 years old? The Earl's steward is in his 50s. Although he has a head of white hair, he looks very shrewd. He straightened his suit collar and said expressionlessly, I am only responsible for leading the people. As for how the resources are distributed, I am not clear. An ordinary butler would give a knight commander some respect. However, he was the Earl of Bourne's butler since childhood and held a very high position in the manor, so he didn't really give the other person a second glance. Then can you tell me who is in charge? Wilson Gray's knight commander seemed determined to get to the bottom of things. He felt that if he couldn't even handle this matter properly, he would have no face to see Baron Gray when he returned. Perhaps because the butler's attitude was so cold, his tone became much gentler, and he no longer showed the anger he had shown before. Many people are like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, raising their knives against the weak and groveling before the strong. It should be the knight commander. The Earl's butler, no longer maintaining his composure, revealed the general outline and called out to the long queue. Next person. The knight commander of the Wilson family did not pursue the matter further, intending to report it to Baron Gray and see what his opinion was. Based on his guess, perhaps he had offended the Earl of Byrne, or someone in the Earl's mansion, otherwise it would be impossible for them to all be farmers around 50 years old. The nobles present were all watching the show. If it were Wilson Gray himself, they might have gone up to exchange a few pleasantries. He's just a knight commander now, and nobody's interested in talking to him. It's probably Baron Gray who offended someone. Like most people, Boris Hayden thought the same way. He didn't think it was a serious matter, since the other party was probably trying to get Baron Gray to back down. If there's a major conflict, they won't just resort to underhanded tactics. He probably said something inappropriate while drunk, and someone stirred things up. Pullman Kyle shared the same thought. After all, nobles attended so many banquets together that it was inevitable they would say the wrong thing. However, despite the presence of Wilson Gray's sworn enemy, Leonard Ron, no one suspected that he was involved in the matter. The reason for this is that, in everyone's perception, Ron is someone whose strength is so low that Baron Gray could easily crush him. They completely ignored Ron, the culprit who caused all of this. Upon seeing Wilson Gray's plight, Ron immediately recalled the day he picked up the medicinal herbs from the Earl's mansion and mentioned Wilson Gray's name. Luckily I was quick-wit then, otherwise I might have been the one in trouble. This time, they really disgusted Wilson Gray. The next strike won't be so simple, we must annihilate them in one fell swoop, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. Chapter 80, The Young Mother Who Was Eaten Up and Left Without a Family, A Tragedy of Our Times? Bonus chapter today. Distributing farmers is actually not complicated, each pioneer lord has already assigned them. As long as they sign their names, give them some money so they can buy some daily necessities, and they can pick them up another day. Soon it was Ron's turn. After the butler confirmed that everything was correct, he had a knight take Ron to a settlement of farmers. It was a makeshift area of tarpaulins made of rags and old wood, scattered here and there, numbering in the dozens. It's hard to imagine that tens of thousands of people have been living in such conditions for so long. They had all been staring blankly with their heads down, completely lacking energy, but upon seeing the well-dressed nobles arrive, they excitedly stood up and bowed respectfully. Lord. They don't say nice things, but they are very obedient and show enough respect when they first meet someone. This is a microcosm of our times. In the minds of the lower classes, nobles are superior, and the blood flowing in their veins is different from their own. When facing nobles, the only thing one can do is bow one's head and obey their orders. As a qualified nobleman, Ron knew very well that he needed to maintain the proper aura of a nobleman in front of his subjects. There was a time when a nobleman was too kind to his subjects, which aroused their suspicion that he was a fake nobleman. They then banded together and killed him. Sometimes, when you think about it, it's quite sad. My name is Leonard Ron, and from now on I am your lord. Lazy lot, your end is near, because I will keep whipping you from behind to make you industrious. Ron raised his head and scanned the farmers present. Those who were seen lowered their heads even further, not daring to meet his gaze. Please rest assured, my lord, we will work very diligently. They spoke one after another, their accents carrying the tone of a northern village, yet one could still vaguely discern what they were saying. You seem to be in good spirits. Come here and collect your reward. Ron nodded in satisfaction, took out a box, and sat down on the stool. Upon hearing about the reward, the farmers' eyes lit up, and they excitedly gathered around. However, they all stopped a meter away from Ron, and no one dared to get too close. 50 taels of silver each, line up to receive it. Without wasting any words, Ron opened the box full of silver coins and began distributing them one by one, head to head. The farmers who received the silver coins knelt down and kowtowed in excitement. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. We will certainly work diligently to complete all the tasks you have assigned. Actually, at first, they said all sorts of random things, including all sorts of ways of expressing their gratitude. After all, many farmers can't even read a few words, let alone speak nice things. He was a young farmer who had learned the expression of gratitude from somewhere, and so everyone followed suit. However, some people always leave out a few words or add a few words. Ron didn't care. After all, his level of education was what it was. In this world, not every village had a school. Proper academies only admitted nobles or wealthy merchants who were willing to spend money. It can be said that more than 90% of the world's population is illiterate. Not to mention ordinary farmers, even many knights are illiterate. The money was distributed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only a few dozen people remained. It was then that Ron noticed that among the group of farmers was a woman in her 20s holding a sickly little girl. Under normal circumstances, it is rare for a woman this young to be willing to become a farmer. Either she and her husband would work together on the territory, producing offspring for the Lord. They were either older widows, preparing to choose a good family among the farmers to settle down with. Merciful Lord, please don't send us away. My daughter has just caught a cold. I promise she'll be back to her old self in a couple of days after taking some medicine. The young mother, dressed in a plain dress, suddenly knelt on the ground and pleaded desperately. Her voice attracted the attention of the surrounding farmers, and everyone looked at her. Where's your husband? Ron did not agree immediately, but instead asked the question that was on the minds of many people present. My husband passed away 2 years ago. The woman bit her red lips tightly, as if she had remembered something sad, and her expression became even more sorrowful. After my husband passed away, my land and house were forcibly seized by my uncles. Now my daughter and I have nowhere to go. We only beg the Lord to take us in. I can do laundry, cook, and mend clothes. Just give my daughter and me a bite to eat. Actually, there was something else she didn't say. Her uncles and aunts, seeing that she had a plump bottom, was beautiful, and had a charming figure, forced her to become 2 men's mistresses so that they could give her a place to live. For her daughter's sake, she almost agreed, but then she heard that many nobles had come to Winterfell to expand their territory and needed a large number of farmers. On one hand, she's a plaything for 2 old men, being defiled daily, on the other hand, she's taking a gamble. Maybe she can live like a normal person. In fact, she had thought a lot about it. She felt that when her daughter grew up, she would definitely not be able to escape the clutches of the 2 beasts. After much thought, she decided to come to Winterfell to see if she could become a servant of a nobleman and make a living. The bumpy ride and the rain caused my daughter to catch a cold. Everyone around her said that nobles wouldn't want a sick burden, and they all advised her to abandon her daughter so that she could be chosen by a nobleman. But a daughter is flesh of her mother's flesh, how could she easily give her up? You wish? You think I'd take you and your daughter in, and now you want me to spend money on medicine for her? Do you think this is a charity? After learning about the mother and daughter's current situation, Ron felt a little uneasy. However, this kind of thing consuming the property of the destitute is all too common. Not to mention the entire continent, it happens every day in the kingdom of Saint Tess alone. Ron won't bother with people he hasn't encountered yet, but if he does encounter one and doesn't have to do anything, he'll help if he can. However, as a lord, one cannot appear too benevolent in front of one's subjects, one needs to be shrewd and calculating so that they will not harbor any ill intentions. Upon hearing this, the woman felt as if the sky were about to fall, despair and helplessness filled her body and soul. Finally, as if she had figured something out, she loosened her tightly clenched pink lips. My lord, besides that, I am also very good at serving people. As long as you have any needs, Jenny will do her best to satisfy you. In order to save her daughter's life, this mother named Jenny was willing to offer her body for the nobleman to abuse at will. Actually, she had her reasons for doing this, because the nobleman she had just met had said that he was always thinking about doing that kind of thing. What are you talking about? Ron slammed his hand on the table and said somewhat angrily. Do you see me as that kind of person? I'm so sorry, my lord, I didn't think you were that kind of person. Jenny panicked completely, and only when she came to her senses did she realize that what she had just said was far too explicit. The other party is a nobleman, and even if he had that kind of need, he wouldn't agree to it in front of so many people. This will undoubtedly become a stain on the other party's reputation. Alright, I happen to need a female worker to do laundry. Take these silver coins to buy medicine. Ron's earlier remark was just to tease her. In the end, he handed the young mother 20-odd silver coins and left nonchalantly. For him, hiring such a female worker was not a loss at all. At most, he would give her some bonuses every year, which was more cost-effective than being a serf. Ron certainly didn't agree because of her offer to serve him. Thank you, my lord. Jenny will certainly carry out all your orders diligently in the future. Sometimes, all it takes to go from despair to a new beginning is a single word from someone in a position of power. Watching the man's departing figure, the young mother felt her cheeks burning as she remembered her promise to serve him wholeheartedly. She seemed worried that this young nobleman would take advantage of her in various ways. Chapter 81 The Last Night on the Way to the Frontier? A Gift for the Maid? Bonus chapter. Winter City was bathed in warm sunlight, and its streets were bustling with people. A horse-drawn carriage sped along the old stone road, its rolling wheels kicking up clouds of dust. Ron, sitting in the carriage, let out a long sigh of relief. With the issue of the people resolved and the preparatory work for the expansion completed, all work was essentially finished. Once Fiona gets the supplies sorted out, everything will be perfect, and we can officially set off for the 1,000-mile swamp first thing tomorrow morning. Expanding territory is no easy task, it requires a powerful knightly order, ample funds, and a dozen or so kinds of resources needed for expansion. This is just what needs to be done before development begins. Various problems will arise once development officially begins. Of course, there's always a way out, and with such thorough preparation, any problems that arise can be easily solved. There was no major crisis, but the minor crisis was Wilson Grey, their sworn enemy. In terms of sheer numbers, Wilson Grey, with his 50 holy knights and 300 ordinary knights, is naturally stronger. However, Ron is not weak now either. He has 30 knights who have taken the full version of the potion, plus 3 dragon girls, making him no less powerful than Wilson Grey. With her current strength, Freya could easily take on a dozen or so holy knights. Lucia and Oville could also use their abilities to assist in the attack. Most importantly, Ron himself can fight against more than a dozen holy knights on his own, so the two sides are almost evenly matched. In battle, there will never be a one-sided situation. Of course, if Wilson Grey were on the offensive, Ron, with the swamp as a natural barrier, would have a huge advantage. Once we arrive at the pioneering land, we can give our subordinates potions from mages, swift archers, and shadow assassins to significantly boost their combat strength. Ron will be able to acquire 3 illustrations at once, which will make him capable of fighting against more than a dozen holy knights. In addition, Ron still has the trump card of Philia. If all else fails, he can leave her in the crowd and let her awaken a stronger true dragon bloodline after she is on the verge of death. At that time, a mere 50 holy knights could be wiped out with a flick of the wrist. Therefore, as long as Wilson Grey safely reaches the frontier, he is nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Ron felt a significant weight lifted off his shoulders. Once you successfully enter the swamp, you can begin to prepare for battle, cultivate the land, store grain, and develop steadily. When the flowers bloom next year, I will brandish my sword and head south, carving out a vast and expansive territory. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the mansion. Ron lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. Before he had taken 2 steps, Yarman came up to him and spoke respectfully. Young Master Ron, everything at the mansion is normal. Ron nodded and patted Yarman on the shoulder. Today is the last day before leaving Winterfell. The more critical the moment, the less we can afford to let our guard down, especially tonight. Keep a close eye on things. Many nobles were killed before the expansion, so this kind of thing must be guarded against. Although nothing unexpected happened during this period, complacency when success is within reach could lead to a fatal blow from the enemy. Understood, Master Ron. Yarman noted this down and decided to stay up all night to faithfully guard the mansion. Ron had complete confidence in his own knight commander. Although he's a bit stubborn and can't quite think things through, he'll do his best to complete any task given to him. It's hard to say whether this personality trait is a strength or a weakness, but Ron quite likes it. As soon as I arrived in the backyard, Fiona, dressed in a maid outfit, walked over quickly. It was just to settle the farmers, but the host spent the whole morning on it. They were still quite a distance away when she couldn't help but tease them. I was quite puzzled at first, but seeing the upturned corners of my master's mouth, I understood that my master must have met a beautiful lady and was now fantasizing about something intimate with her, right? These are probably the only things that can make their owner happy. You're really wrong this time. Ron was used to his maid's sharp tongue and wasn't angry. Instead, he explained smugly. This time it's the chaste saintess of the goddess of Knight's church, fantasizing about being brutally defiled by your master, me. The saintess Xylan's stark contrast means that once she is granted a title, we must make time to fulfill her fantasies. Master really dares to think of such a thing. Fiona didn't believe Ron's nonsense at all, frowning and showing a disdainful expression. The chaste saintess is sacred and inviolable. Normal people would not have lust for her. Indeed, the master is not ordinary. Perhaps he is a lecherous demon who is the likes of which are seen only once in 10,000 years on the entire continent. Lately, the master's desires have been rising, and he's even started fantasizing about defiling the chaste saint. This kind of thing must be stopped. Otherwise, if the master really does it, he will definitely be regarded as a heretic by the Vatican and burned at the stake. But the master's demands are getting more and more outrageous. If I want to satisfy my lecherous master this time, my mouth is probably going to get a big slap. Gumbling. Thinking about this, Fiona couldn't help but swallow, seemingly filled with both anticipation and fear. This is a special holy water given by the Holy Maiden. She sent it because she wanted your master to treat her harshly. The reason it is called specially made holy water is because the saintess Xylan added some potent ingredients during the production process. This is something that absolutely cannot be known to anyone. Holy water is a good thing. It can ward off evil spirits, avert disasters, and purify curses. I can't tolerate oral administration of Ron for now. I can only use it topically at most. It really is holy water. Fiona looked surprised as she saw the holy bottle in Ron's hand. Master, you wouldn't be so bold as to steal the holy water from the chaste saint, would you? Otherwise, how would this thing be in your hands? She still couldn't believe that a chaste saint would give such precious holy water to Ron. If it's ordinary holy water, that's fine, but holy water engraved with the authority of the goddess of night is a big problem. It's not that you have a narrow vision. Ron carefully placed the holy water away and said smugly, I already said, the holy maiden took a liking to your master and specially gifted it to him. These are all true, but the way they obtained the holy water is rather absurd. TCH, I won't believe a jerk like my master. As long as it wasn't stolen, Fiona wasn't worried. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you at lunch later. Ron suddenly remembered that the box he had left in the restaurant that morning contained a maid outfit with a tail that was specially made for the dragon girl. I originally planned to give it to my maid in the morning, but unfortunately her feet were just too nimble. Ron couldn't take it anymore and had to leave the restaurant, so the matter was put on hold. It's really rare that the master would think of giving a gift to the maid. Fiona looked puzzled, then suddenly smiled and said with realization, the master wouldn't want to give the maid strange things to eat, or a chance to get pregnant, would he? These things can hardly be called gifts. It seems that apart from those things, the owner has never given me anything. If he dares to send those things, that bastard Ron is dead meat. Who do you think I am? Ron's lips twitched. Although his maid had guessed wrong, she was on the right track. Upon seeing the man's expression, Fiona understood that things were going as she had predicted. As expected, these are the gifts master prepared for the maid. The maid would never accept such a gift. You can choose to receive or consume, or you can choose both. You bastard master, all you do is coerce the maid into accepting strange things. Chapter 82 Remarks on the launch. This book will be available tomorrow at noon, with a massive 20,000 word update so everyone can enjoy it. Dear readers, please spend a penny or two to support us with a first subscription. Many thanks. I've seen many people whose pace is too slow, and they haven't made any progress for a long time. I admit, on several sweltering afternoons, I got carried away with writing. This resulted in too much interaction with the female lead. Don't worry, everyone, as things progress, I will remember this lesson and be able to effectively advance the story while maintaining interaction. Finally, dear readers, please rest assured that I have been preparing this book for a long time and have a complete outline. I don't care whether I make money or not, as long as one person reads it, I will write for that one person and will definitely give this book a perfect ending. Therefore, the author hereby swears. Aside from being banned, this book didn't even reach 200 million words. From then on, he would become arrogant whenever he saw a woman, and would ejaculate at the slightest touch, becoming permanently impotent. Medication was useless, and medical treatment was fruitless. In the years to come, he could only look at women and shed tears in vain, holding his gun in vain sorrow. Swearing by, pen name, real name spelling, Zhengshepeng? Chapter 83, Freya's argument fails. A unique maid outfit. Seeking first subscriptions. Inside the restaurant, at a long table, Ron sat at the main table, with the maid and Lilith on either side, and the 3 dragon girls sitting opposite him. All right, little dragons, lunch is ready. Ron picked up his knife and smiled at the dragon girls in front of him. Yay, we can have barbecue again. Lucia, who had a sweet tooth, picked up the roasted lamb leg and put it into her mouth, which was wide open and revealed her oral cavity. It tastes so good. Lucia, whose mouth was stuffed full, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You seem to have some misunderstanding about the word small dot. 2 days ago, Felia wanted to say that she was being looked down upon because she was already an adult and was still being called Little Dragon. Moreover, the nickname Little Dragon seems to carry a certain ambiguous connotation. She didn't want men to call her that. Oh. As Ron cut into the tender steak with his knife and fork, he spoke with great interest. Before we determine your size, it's okay to call you Little Dragon, right? Of course, you can also prove to me that you've really grown up. Playing with the fire dragon girl while having lunch is quite a nice experience. Shameless human, is this all there is to your mind? Freya regretted bringing it up, even though she had expected the man to say something strange. But I didn't expect it to be said so bluntly. Upon hearing the man's words, Freya suddenly felt a surge of anger, an inexplicable urge to bite him hard. If not, Ron glanced at Freya's body and said matter-of-factly, "You're 1.8 meters tall, with long legs, a slim waist, fair skin, a petite figure, and even an adorable tail and dragon horns. How could I possibly think of anything else when faced with someone like you?" These words were entirely intended to provoke Freya. "You." Freya gritted her teeth in anger, never expecting the man in front of her to describe her in such a way. Dragon horns are a symbol of strength, and a dragon tail is a weapon of attack. Don't you find your description ridiculous? She increasingly felt that the human in front of her definitely had some strange fetish. This shameless human. Upon hearing Freya's description, Lucia stopped what she was doing, stroked her thick tail, and wondered, can this thing really be used for fighting? Dragon horns are indeed a symbol of strength, but if I catch them, I'll use them for something else. Ron thought that if he could grab the dragon's horns, he could become a dragon knight. Nothing beats the thrill of grabbing onto the dragon girl's horns, no matter how white stockings or twin tails she wears. Furthermore, are you sure your dragon tail is for fighting, and not for enhancing the bond between partners? Ron felt it was a waste to use Phyllis's soft yet powerful, very correlable tail only for fighting. Your ability to disgust dragons is getting stronger and stronger. Steam began to rise from the scales on Phyllis's body, and she exhaled heat waves as she spoke. Don't worry, everything you think will always be just your wishful thinking. Even if I die, I will never agree to those things. She vowed never to speak to this human again. It's absolutely amazing. But for some reason, Freya suddenly remembered that night in the backyard, the image of the man pinning her to the ground and squeezing her tail. That intense feeling was unforgettable for her. So much so that just thinking about it makes its tail wag involuntarily, as if anticipating being pinched and squeezed again. Sensing the changes within herself, Freya reached out and pressed down on her tail. That damn tail, it's so useless. Sometimes she even wondered if tail had its own thoughts, since it clearly hated the man in front of it and was very resistant to those things. But its tail seemed to have long since become a toy, manipulated at will by the other party. Have you forgotten that I would eat it while it's hot? Seeing Philia's exasperated state, Ron felt incredibly pleased. Freya didn't want to talk anymore, because she felt that no matter what she said, this man would always come up with strange rebuttals. Unable to argue, he simply buried his head in his food. Ron, realizing he'd lost interest, didn't say anything more, since he'd won the argument. If I have the chance in the future, I'll have a good chat with Phyllis face to face. Look at this hot-tempered little dragon, how stubborn he is. Master is really not honest, he even flirts with Yelongniang during lunch. Judging from Freya's expression, Fiona deduced that it must be her master saying something explicit. No matter what, Master, you can't be so promiscuous everywhere. You should be more restrained in these kinds of things. Fiona raised her chin and began to instruct with a serious expression. I was so busy flirting with the dragon girl that I forgot to flirt with you. Ron looked at his maid with a mischievous grin. He had to admit, life was really quite pleasant. It added a lot of fun to the otherwise boring exploration. A maid doesn't want to be teased by her lewd master. Of course, if the master's desires have nowhere to go, the maid can only be teased by his words. Fiona looked helplessly at the man beside her, seemingly very averse to this kind of thing. That bastard Ron? He spends all his time flirting with the maids, yet he still flirts with other women? What a jerk. What's the point of just talking? In the past, it was fine if he just talked, but now that there's no real action, how could Ron possibly be satisfied? This is a gift for you. He wiped his mouth and casually pushed the brown wooden leather suitcase on the table in front of Fiona. Please tell me what's inside first, otherwise I won't dare to open it with so many people around. Fiona glanced at the box in front of her, adopting a wary expression, as if afraid that it contained something strange. Just a few maid outfits. Ron told the truth. I'm tired of your outfits. You can wear them next time you see me. There are indeed 3 maid outfits inside, but they are the tailless maid outfits suitable for the dragon girl. It seems more interesting to wear these on humans. Just a maid outfit. Fiona still felt something was wrong. Based on her understanding of Ron, this matter was definitely more complicated than it seemed. If not, Ron put on an innocent-looking expression. Don't always think of me as such a pervert. To call him a pervert would be going too far. He can only be described as an excellent gentleman. All right, I'll trust my master this once. Fiona was still not entirely convinced and opened the box very carefully, afraid that something strange might pop out. Lilith overheard their conversation. She pretended to be eating, but her eyes were constantly darting towards the box, wondering what was inside. It really is a maid outfit. Upon seeing the maid outfit lying quietly inside, Fiona's tone seemed somewhat disappointed. Because in her imagination, her master would definitely prepare strange things for her. A simple maid outfit suddenly doesn't seem so interesting anymore. You seem disappointed. Ron saw a sense of disappointment in his maid's eyes. This lousy maid, I bet she's expecting something weird. How could that be? Maids like anything the master gives them. Fiona did like it, but not as intensely as she had imagined. Since you like it, come to my room tonight after you change into it so I can see how it looks on you. Ron's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care much about the matter. Since master has spoken, the maid can only comply. However, master cannot ask the maid to do anything strange. Fiona strongly suspected that she wouldn't be able to return without eating something during her trip. Damn it, master, why is there a big hole in the back of this maid outfit? Fiona had originally intended to see what Ron thought of her taste, but when she took it out, she found a hole the size of a bowl in the back of her skirt. Damn master, as expected, he prepared something strange for the maid. Chapter 84 Ron's outrageous actions leave Lilith speechless. Fiona agrees? Seeking first subscription. What's strange about it? Don't talk nonsense, okay. Ron shrugged, giving an innocent look. I bought this from a cross-species clothing store. All the dragon girls can wear it, but you, Fiona, can't. He spoke with such confidence that Lilith, who was standing to the side, was completely stunned. As a bystander at the dinner table, I was startled when I saw this outfit. I never imagined such clothes existed. If someone wore this to meet the Lord, they would definitely be humiliated. The way the master talks makes it sound like this outfit is perfectly normal. Fiona's momentum was not suppressed at all. She raised her chin, squinted her eyes, and showed an expression as if she were looking at a scumbag. It's normal for the dragon girl to have this hole since she has a tail, but the maid doesn't. So what is the purpose of this design? Then she scoffed with a look of disgust. Master is really daring, actually wanting the maid to wear this kind of clothing to satisfy his special fetish. That bastard Ron, he never gives a proper gift. If I agree to this kind of thing so easily, Ron will definitely take advantage of me. This time it's a maid outfit specially made for the dragon girl, who knows what she'll do to herself next time. Of course, it's to add some fun to the maid outfit. Ron spoke so casually, as if it were a perfectly normal thing. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain. No matter how the master tries to coerce or entice her, the maid will not wear it. Where is the holy light sword? Ron had already prepared a holy light sword for Fiona, and now he was taking this opportunity to coerce her. If you come to my room wearing this maid outfit, it's yours? In fact, Ron's purpose and thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to see how the dragon girl's maid outfit would look on Fiona. You bastard master, you always use this kind of thing to coerce and entice the maids so they won't fall for it. Fiona snorted coldly and then turned her face to the side. I don't care about holy swords or anything like that, a long sword is enough. This time, I will not agree easily, otherwise my amorous master will definitely take advantage of me. Alright then, I'll keep this holy light sword for you anyway. Ron didn't insist, because he knew that his maid would definitely come to him obediently in a special maid outfit within a few days. After lunch, give the holy light sword from the storeroom to Yarman for distribution. Ron originally planned to post it himself, but now he's just letting Fiona be envious, so she'll be even more impatient. Damn master, why do they just hand out the items directly, but ask the maids to do strange things? Fiona pouted in dissatisfaction, and a hint of moisture welled up in her beautiful eyes. Actually, she felt quite wronged about this. She had tried so hard to do everything for her master, even helping him solve his problems, but that bastard master still wanted to coerce her. Ron is such a jerk? I forced them to wear maid outfits, do you think that's appropriate? Ron turned his body to the side, leaned closer, and said with deep affection. Fiona, you need to understand that not everyone is qualified for me to send you a maid outfit. Why can't I send one to Lilith, one to Yarman, or one to any other woman? As he said this, he reached out and gently touched the girl's head. Because in my eyes, you are the most special, and no one can replace you. Ron was speaking from the heart. After all, she was a maid he had grown up with since childhood, and there was a special bond between them. You bastard master, you clearly only sent it because you wanted to be lewd with the maid. Fiona knew the man in front of her was lying. He just wanted to admire her body. But for some reason, I still feel inexplicably happy. My aloofness towards you stems from liking you and caring about you. Otherwise, why wouldn't I be aloof towards Lilith? Ron was sincere and spoke earnestly. Lilith, standing to the side, was exasperated. Why did she keep being mentioned? What do you mean by otherwise? Why don't you feel aroused with yourself? Does the Lord think I have absolutely no charm? You bastard master, you always make CC sound so self-righteous. In short, the maid will never agree to this. Fiona was almost persuaded, but a last shred of reason told her that she should never agree to something so easily. Even if we were to agree, the master would have to wait a few days. Lilith, would you like to try wearing one? Ron showed no intention of continuing to persuade her and turned to look at Lilith. Ah, me. Lilith pointed to herself in shock, a sense of inexplicable fear creeping into her heart. Yes, I think you have a pretty good figure. You could try changing your style. Ron's purpose in saying this was to make his maid feel a sense of crisis. I still prefer wearing robes. Lilith's face turned bright red. She never expected her lord to suddenly make her wear that kind of clothing. All right, bring a few robes to my room later, and I'll personally alter them for you. Ron suddenly realized that his witch was actually quite cute when she was shy. For some reason, he always felt a murderous aura behind him, as if a gaze was gradually turning cold. My lord. I can't wear that kind of thing. Lilith lowered her head shyly, unaware that even watching the drama unfold would affect her. This was the first time a man had said such things to her. It was a strange feeling, a heart-pounding sensation, but she didn't dislike it. You jerk, stop getting all horny with the people around you. Fiona, unable to bear it any longer, finally managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I will agree to Master's request, but I'm not sure which day it will be. That bastard Ron, if you don't satisfy him, he'll just go looking for other women. I'm not sure which day it will be, which is interesting. It makes me look forward to your arrival every day. Seeing that Fiona had agreed, Ron's lips curled into a wide smile. To be honest, I didn't originally intend to coerce my maid, but this guy's mouth was just too annoying. He needs a stern verbal reprimand. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain. You bastard master, so that's what you were after all. But I'll only agree to wear it for you to see, and I will never do anything strange for you again. That bastard owner will definitely make even more outrageous demands then. But I would never agree to something like that. Don't worry, I'm a proper gentleman and I won't do anything reckless. Ron was telling the truth. He just wanted to see how Fiona would look in that maid outfit, and he figured her expression would be beautiful. The master only knows how to mess around with the maids. Thinking about what she had gone through recently, Fiona felt a sense of helplessness. But it seems they also enjoy it. Because she really liked the look on Ron's face when she saw him. How about I let you do whatever you want this time? No need, the maid has nothing she wants to do for her master. Chapter 85, Freya's breathtaking beauty under the moonlight? Even a dragon will bite when pushed to the limit? Time flies, and before we know it, the sun has set and dusk has fallen. After dinner, Ron sat in the gazebo, looking quite relaxed. This is the most comfortable day I've had since joining the pioneering team. With all supplies purchased, we're ready to depart tomorrow morning for the new settlement. Ron felt like he was in a dream these past few days. First, he resolved the crisis with Freya, and then he recruited the dragon girl to serve him for 3 years. Then, they sell holy night potions in exchange for gold coins, which are used to create complete potions for consumption. His subordinates increased from a single holy knight to over 30, and his strength jumped from the lowest-ranking pioneer lord to a mid-level lord. As long as they don't directly confront the powerful viscounts and sons of earls, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, the long-standing feud with Wilson Grey needs to be resolved as soon as possible. There's no such thing as killing the thief for a day, but guarding against the thief for 1,000 days. Once the territory was stabilized, the plan to annihilate Wilson Grey would begin. However, we cannot be complacent. After all, this pioneering war involves 2 major noble groups whose combined forces are terrifying and cannot be confronted at present. After defeating Wilson Grey, return to Winterfell to continue purchasing supplies and crafting potions. Oh, and there's also the in-depth discussion I promised Ms. Fanny. Ron's plan was to build a Holy Knights Order of at least 100 men over the course of a winter. Only in this way can we have a fighting chance against several powerful nobles. Ron let out a long sigh, got up and walked out of the pavilion, drew his long sword, and prepared to practice his swordsmanship during his free time. In martial arts training, one cannot slack off in sword practice. If one does not practice for a day, one's reaction speed when drawing the sword will become slightly sluggish. In order to better prepare for potential future crises, Ron is not going to slack off even with the Lord's Compendium in hand. It's true that you have great abilities, but if you put in a little effort, you'll only become stronger. Moreover, their current strength is only considered mid-tier among the pioneering lords. This moment of complacency may become a double-edged sword, striking your future self right between the eyebrows. Victory doesn't favor the lazy. After sparring with Philia yesterday, Ron found himself becoming increasingly adept at using Holy Light. I practiced alone today, but it felt like something was missing. It's true that you need to fight against someone of equal strength to unleash your full potential. Thinking this, Ron's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he headed straight for the backyard. Little dragon, take this. Today I'm going to crush you to the ground. Upon entering the backyard and seeing Philia cultivating under the moonlight, Ron immediately drew his sword and charged over. Clang! Just as Freya was getting into her training, a man carrying a sword charged at her. He was still muttering strange words, his expression lewd. Damn it! I'm going to crush you under my feet. Philia felt that this man was really infuriating. Unable to tolerate it any longer, it immediately swung its sharp claws and attacked relentlessly. Clang! 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 As the battle intensified, under the bright moonlight, Ron seemed to see Philia smiling. That smile, as radiant as the stars, seemed even more beautiful than the moonlight. Boom! A brief moment of distraction resulted in Ron being severely injured, landing a punch from Phyllis. The immense force sent his body flying several meters like a cannonball, his back slamming heavily against the trunk of the fire maple tree before finally coming to a stop. Cough cough. Ron winced in pain, clutching his stomach with a pained expression. You could have dodged that punch just now. Why? Philia used to think that it would be really satisfying to beat this man up. But for some reason, now that the other person is hurt because of me, I don't feel the joy I expected. Instead, I feel inexplicably choked up. Actually, she originally attacked with her dragon claws, but seeing that her opponent did not dodge, she withdrew her claws at the last moment and clenched her fists. Normally, that claw strike would have disemboweled the animal. Phyllis, who used to always threaten to kill the man before her, has now withdrawn her claws. Cough cough, it's all because you cheated. Ron clutched his stomach, glaring angrily at the other man. Thanks to the body's self-healing ability, the abdominal pain is gradually subsiding. It was clearly your carelessness that caused this. I'm not as cunning as you humans. Philia is an open and honest dragon, and she never stoops to using despicable means. Still making excuses. Ron took a deep breath and said, feigning anger, during the most intense moment of our battle, if you hadn't deliberately shown me your breathtakingly beautiful face, how could I have lost my focus? I admit I was distracted at the time, but she's so beautiful. Couldn't she have done something wrong? You human, what nonsense are you spouting? Perhaps it was the man's gaze that was too intense, making Freya feel inexplicably flustered, but she still put on an angry expression. He gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the other person. What does it mean to deliberately show off a face that's breathtakingly beautiful? Doesn't he, a human, feel ashamed to say such things to a dragon? Did I said wrong thing? Ron, though unreasonable, was also arrogant, and approached step by step until he stood in front of Freya. If it weren't for your captivating smile under the moonlight, how could I have been so moved by you? The only reason to blame it was the alluring moonlight that day, which perfectly illuminated Philia's smiling face, causing everyone to lose their senses. You human, you're beyond redemption. To have such thoughts even in the heat of battle, you're utterly disgusting. The man's gaze was too intense, and Philia worried that he might do something, so she took a few steps back to keep her distance. However, her crimson eyes remained fixed on Ron, though her long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly, and her thick, powerful tail began to wag unnaturally. Now that you have deliberately injured the Lord, tell me what to do about it. As a true gentleman, Ron would never let himself be taken advantage of. However, after such a brief conversation, the abdominal injury had completely healed. It has to be said that the self-healing ability granted by the Water Dragon Girl's illustrated guide is really useful. It was your own absent-mindedness. What does it have to do with me? Freya's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected the other party to be so shameless. This human is just too much for a dragon to like. She was so angry she wanted to bite the man hard. Anyway, the result is what it is. You have to let me hit my stomach back. Ron perfectly portrayed what it's like to be harassed by a scoundrel. Freya almost ground her back teeth to powder, but at this moment, as a dependent, she, a dragon, had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and utter a few words through gritted teeth. Bring it on. She closed her eyes and waited for the other person's fist to fall. That's pretty much it. Ron, a smug look on his face, stepped forward and gently stroked Phyllis's abdomen. What are you doing? Freya took a half step back, her crimson vertical pupils flickering with flames as she glared at the man before her. Sorry, I'm afraid I'll dial the wrong place. Let me make sure you know where your stomach is first. Ron spoke with such conviction, but his true intentions were not what they seemed. Are you sure now? Freya resisted the urge to bite the other person to death and spat out these words through gritted teeth. Confirmed. Seeing the man nod, Freya took a deep breath, closed her eyes again, and waited for the fist to fall. But after waiting a moment, the expected pain didn't come. Instead, she felt the man's hand gently bump against her abdomen, followed by a series of caresses. Shameless human, I'm going to bite you to death. Unable to bear it any longer, Philia suddenly opened her eyes, grabbed the man's unrestrained hand, and put it in her mouth. I bit down hard with my teeth, which I had prepared long ago. Chapter 86, pressed to the ground, Philia lost her arrogance and became only charming. Under the moonlight in the courtyard, after being angered by the man so many times, Freya finally got her revenge. Freya, are you a dog? Ron never expected that the future Red Dragon Queen would bite someone. I am a dragon, and my teeth are more powerful than a dog's. Seeing the man's pained expression, Freya felt an immense sense of relief and smiled faintly. You evil dragon, let go of my jaws. Ron grabbed Freya's dragon horns, trying to pull her away, but her teeth showed no sign of loosening. Instead, they clenched even tighter. If you don't let go, I'll bite you to death today, you shameless human. Having been angry for so many days, Philia finally felt relieved and was unwilling to give in easily. Okay, but don't beg me then. Without further ado, Ron reached out to grab the other woman's thick tail, which was her weak point. She'll soften up at the slightest touch, and then I'm not afraid she won't let go. But Freya wasn't a stupid dragon. After her tail was attacked by a man once, she became wary. Seeing the man's hand reach out, she grabbed it and held it tightly in her palm. I told you, I won't let you touch my tail again. As Freya spoke, she had a smug expression on her face. She herself didn't know why she was secretly pleased by such a small thing. She felt inexplicably happy whenever she made the man in front of her lose face. So, you mean I can touch you elsewhere? Ron is still as perceptive as ever, always able to accurately grasp the key points. What do you mean? At that moment, Freya admitted that she had panicked. If she hadn't known about Men's character before, she probably wouldn't have cared. But now, a bad feeling keeps welling up inside me. What will this shameless human do to himself? Literal meaning. Ron also grasped Freya's wrist, licked his lips, and slowly brought his face closer. Don't even think about it, your teeth can't even crack my scales. As the man slowly moved closer to her arm, Freya didn't even struggle, because she had absolute confidence in her scales. His forearm was covered in dragon scales, so even a sharp sword couldn't harm him. Will they be able to stop him? Ridiculous? Who said I was going to use my teeth? After leaving those words, Ron's mouth started working, while his teeth remained idle. Humph. The tingling sensation in her arm made Phyllis let out a soft moan, then she said with a face full of shame and indignation, "You shameless human, what are you doing?" It was only at this moment that she realized that this man's bottom line was that he had no bottom line at all. It has reached a point where even the word shameless is insufficient to describe it. Quiet down, let me savor the taste of dragon meat. Ron smacked his lips smugly, showing no shame whatsoever for his outrageous actions. They even thought it was just basic stuff. However, he dared not go too far, fearing that Philia would unleash her bloodline and humiliate him. I won't bite you anymore, please stop. Freya felt as if all her strength was being gradually drained away, and the turmoil in her heart caused her ruby-like scales to soften. Knowing that things would turn strange if things continued like this, Freya had no choice but to back down. Because I'm softening. Little dragon, if you beg me, I might spare you. At this moment, the situation reversed, and Ron became the one in control. I will never submit to humans, let me go. Even after being treated like this, Freya refused to bow down to the human in front of her and still arrogantly tried to make the man give in. That shameless human, I'll never get this close to him again. But what about this time? Under the impact of intense emotions, the scales on Phyllis's body became incredibly soft, and her powerful tail swayed back and forth like a puppy's tail. She seemed to be really looking forward to being grabbed tightly by the man in front of her. It's good that you don't give in. I like a little dragon like you with hard bones and soft scales. Ron didn't really intend to do anything to Philia, but seeing her expression of shame and indignation made him feel incredibly satisfied. Moreover, one could clearly feel that Freya's delicate body was trembling slightly, and hot steam was constantly gushing out from her scales. Her face was already flushed, her brows furrowed, and she bit her lower lip tightly, as if suppressing some intense emotion. Let me go. Perhaps she was about to reach her limit. Freya pursed her pink lips and spoke softly. At this moment, she looked charming, and her beautiful eyes, whether from anger or something else, were brimming with tears, as if they were about to spill over at any moment. After saying this, she turned her face to the side, closed her eyes, and seemed to be quietly waiting for something. Seeing Philia's expression, Ron froze on the spot. This was the first time he had ever heard Philia speak in such a gentle voice, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Fine, since you've begged me. Ron knew very well that sometimes it was necessary to stop at the right point and not be too hasty, otherwise it would backfire. The same applies to relationships, they need to be developed gradually so that things can naturally fall into place in the future. Moreover, he achieved his goal today, or rather, he gained more than he had imagined. I didn't beg you. Seeing the man looking at her with a soft-hearted gaze, Freya loosened her tightly clenched pink lips, frowned, and retorted. Under the moonlight, however, she no longer possessed her previous arrogance. Instead, she was now dominated by coquettish charm. This might not have been her intention. After all, Freya had just been overwhelmed by intense emotions and her heart was not yet at peace. Of course, Ron seemed even more satisfied to see Philia like this. What could be more interesting than gradually softening a proud little dragon into a gentle, delicate creature? Okay, then there isn't one. Ron, who was satisfied, didn't want to argue with Philia. After all, we've already gotten a good deal, so there's no need to expose her shortcomings now. There wasn't one. Freya refused to admit that she had given in to the other party. In her view, she had simply said something normal. But is this normal? That's definitely not normal. Philia felt incredibly ashamed when she thought about the words she had just uttered. I am a warrior of the dragon race, how can I appear so delicate? Alright, that's enough for today's practice. Ron stretched comfortably, feeling that tonight had been very fruitful. They not only gained an improvement in strength, but also satisfied their appetite. Who gave you permission to leave? Having just suffered a great loss, how could Philia possibly let the man in front of her go? She planned to fight him for another 300 rounds to vent her anger. She then attacked the man, but held back, because Freya disdained to resort to sneak attacks. Are you ever going to stop? I'm going to sleep. Faced with the menacing little dragon, Ron could only draw his sword to defend himself. Let me beat you up, or knock me down, or you won't get any sleep. Freya was feeling resentful, and she wasn't going to let it out through battle. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep when she got back, and she even couldn't help but do some strange things. You're doomed, you evil dragon. A strange thought inexplicably arose in Ron's mind. In the future, when she wanted to get out of bed, Fiora, now the Red Dragon Queen, hooked herself around with her thick tail and demanded another 300 rounds. Damn it, I'm going to be toyed with by the evil dragon? Chapter 87. Fiona changes into a special maid outfit. She sits on Ron's lap early in the morning. The night is getting darker. The night breeze slipped into the room through the cracks in the window, bringing some coolness to the unbearable heat. Having just washed herself clean, Fiona held the maid outfit the man had given her and exhaled a deep breath of hot air. She was torn about whether or not to wear this strange maid outfit. How can I possibly wear these clothes? But this is the first time that bastard owner has given me a gift, so I can't just not give it a try. In the end, Fiona chose to remove her thin nightgown and slowly, bit by bit, put on the maid outfit the man had given her. As soon as she put it on, she felt a chill in her back from the evening breeze. She went to the mirror, turned to the side, and saw a scene that made her extremely ashamed. That bastard Ron? Those clothes were made specifically for dragon girls. How could they possibly suit him? That bastard actually made me wear this maid outfit to see him. We'll have to wait until we reach the pioneering lands. She couldn't face this tonight, and felt it was too early. She should at least leave Ron out for a few days. On the road, with so many people around, Fiona didn't want to be seen by anyone except Ron. After much thought, I decided to wait until I reached the pioneering area before making any plans. But, if he were to go to see his master dressed like this, could he really resist? A lecherous master will surely make his maid eat strange things. Thinking of this, Fiona bit her lower lip tightly, her face flushed. I wouldn't agree to something like that with my master so easily. The night was deeper. In Winter City, within the Church of the Goddess of Night, the lights still burned. Although most of the nuns and clergy had already gone back inside. But as a sacred place, the papacy will not extinguish its candles even when darkness falls. That's right, the Vatican still uses the traditional method of lighting, candles. Although the light from a single candle is not bright enough, there are thousands of specially made candles throughout the entire Vatican. Enough to drive the darkness out of the papacy. Inside the Vatican, only a few night watchmen remained. Most of the nuns had already returned to their rooms. They're either praying or already asleep. As usual, Saintess Xylin knelt before the statue of the goddess and prayed until late at night before finally falling asleep. She felt that the night was exceptionally long and the air was exceptionally stuffy. This caused her prayers to become disjointed, and she would occasionally recall what Leonard Ron had said in the Earl's backyard earlier that day. This young gentleman shared the same troubles as I did. I often fantasize about lewd things. Grumbling. Saintess Xylin couldn't help but swallow. When praying to the goddess, you must not let your mind wander. She tried to calm herself and prayed earnestly. But the more this happens, the more the man's voice, appearance, and smile replay in her mind like an old movie. If only Mr. Leonard Ron were here right now. He will surely lose control, tear off his sacred cloak, press himself before the goddess statue, and defile her ruthlessly. It must be like this. The saint's mind was no longer filled with prayers, all that remained were fantasies about men. The more he thought about it, the more intense his emotions became, to the point that his legs, which were kneeling on the ground, trembled uncontrollably. Finally unable to restrain himself any longer, he lay down on his side on the cotton carpet and took an empty holy bottle from his waist. Mr. Leonard Ron, please defile me even more recklessly. The night was completely deep. The temperature difference between day and night in the north is extreme, and the once bustling streets are now only filled with cold winds carrying dew. Slam la. In the bathroom, Freya, who had just returned from her battle with Ron, took a relaxing bath. She was initially quite upset because she had suffered a great loss. In the subsequent battles, whether her opponent was intentionally letting her win or not, she repeatedly succeeded. After beating the man up, she felt better and finally let him leave. Recalling what had just happened, a blush crept onto Phyllis's face. Next time, I'll beat that shameless guy up again. Time flies, and dawn breaks in the blink of an eye. The rising sun drove the darkness away into the depths of the sky. Inside the mansion, in the courtyard, Fiona, having finished washing up, walked along the path by the pool, her long legs tightly encased in black pantyhose. Arriving at Ron's bedroom, I gently knocked on the door. Master, today is the day to go to the pioneering land. It's time to get up. On such an important day, she woke up before dawn. She couldn't help it. She was so excited about going to the pioneering land that she couldn't sleep at night. Owner. After knocking on the door several times without receiving a response, Fiona had no choice but to try pushing the door open. Unexpectedly, it was the same as before. The room door was unlocked and easily pushed open. That bastard Ron, was he expecting me to come to him in that maid outfit last night? Honestly, today is supposed to be an important day for heading to the frontier. How could I possibly satisfy this bastard master at a time like this? Upon entering the room, Fiona saw the man lying on the bed, fast asleep. Damn Ron. In the past, she might have played with her master a bit, but today was different. She needed to set off for the pioneering land as soon as possible. Perhaps a little angry, Fiona inexplicably lifted her pert buttocks and plopped down on Ron. Damn master, he's still sleeping. On such an important day, she originally intended to maintain the demeanor befitting a maid. But to his surprise, he broke down as soon as he saw Ron and couldn't keep up the act, so he simply stayed the same. Cough cough. Ron, whose body was under immense pressure in his sleep, immediately turned red in the face. Confused, he opened his eyes and saw a round, pert buttock tightly wrapped in black bodysuit stockings, gradually receding into the distance. My gaze moved upwards and I saw my maid smoothing her skirt, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Damn master, you're still sleeping in on such an important day. Fiona herself didn't know why she suddenly had the urge to press down on him, and more importantly, she actually did it. Fortunately, it left before its owner woke up. Otherwise, if the owner sees it, they definitely won't be able to resist hugging and chewing on it. Thinking about what she had just done, Fiona felt a surge of tension. But for some reason, a surge of intense emotion welled up deep within me, as if I had a special feeling about this kind of thing. Fiona, did you just sit on me? Ron woke up in a daze and saw his maid's shapely buttocks gradually moving to the edge of the bed and then being hidden under her skirt. When I opened my eyes, I moved towards the edge of the bed. So where am I when I'm asleep? This made him a little confused. What else can we sit on? Fiona shrugged, making a helpless expression. The lazy master refuses to get out of bed, so the maid only took some necessary measures to wake him up. Ron's intuition is too sharp, but as long as he doesn't admit it, he has no evidence. This is something I won't let my shy owner know about. Otherwise, I'll definitely be asked to do strange things. Alright. Ron always felt like something was pressing down on him when he woke up in the morning, but maybe it was just his imagination. You can't entirely blame me for getting up so late. Blame it on Freya last night for insisting on it. Last night it was all Freya's fault. She insisted on sparring with me until late at night. It can only be said that she truly deserves to be the future Red Dragon Queen. Her stamina and physical abilities far surpass those of humans. If I weren't strong enough, I'd probably already be getting utterly crushed. Chapter 88, Taking Action Against Fiona's Curvy Buttocks. The Pain of the Leonard Family? The Dwarf Race? In the room, beside the bed, Fiona looked at the man on the bed with disdain. That bastard master really dares to think like that. Even if something really happened, it would be because of the master's tyranny. That bastard Ron, he wouldn't actually lay a hand on the dragon girl, would he? This guy, even though the maid was helping him solve his problems. Although she wasn't sure if it was true or not, for some reason, Fiona felt a lump in her throat. Do you think that red-scaled dragon girl is so easy to conquer? Ron stretched comfortably and got out of bed. So her name is Philia, which sounds just as nice as my name. Fiona thought that the name of this dragon girl sounded similar to her own name, and it was quite nice. However, judging from her body language and attitude during this period, she does seem to be someone not to be trifled with. Perhaps her temper, like her ruby-like scales, is fiery. That's good, then the lewd owner won't get away with it so easily. Master, the maid has gone to the dining room to prepare. Breakfast was prepared by the kitchen an hour ago, and now Fiona is going to check if there are any problems. As she said, she was a maid who did everything perfectly. Of course, Ron has plenty of ways to break that fact. Remember to invite Lilith along as well. After giving his instructions, Ron went into the washroom and began to wash up. Understood. In fact, even if Ron hadn't said anything, Fiona would have done the same, because after breakfast, they would officially set off for the pioneering land. Although this witch's divination skills were just as unreliable as the potions she made. But he's a good person, he has no ambition and is focused on researching potions. Fiona didn't care, what could she do if her master liked it? Soon, Ron, having finished washing up, went out dressed in a well-fitting suit. As soon as I opened the door, the sunlight and the fresh morning air rushed in. However, Ron felt that it didn't smell like the lilies he had smelled when he first woke up. Moreover, he noticed that the fragrance of the lilies was stronger than ever before. As Ron thought about this, he seemed to realize something, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. My maid is really naughty, I'll have to give her a good scolding when I have time. Before even reaching the courtyard, a sound could be heard coming from afar. Ron didn't even need to look to know it was Lucia's laughter. Because her voice is so easy to recognize, among the three dragon girls, only she would laugh so carefree. Good morning, little dragons. Today was the day to officially head to the pioneering area, and Ron was in a good mood, greeting people more enthusiastically than usual. Freya glanced at the man, then turned her face away without responding. For some reason, after turning her head, the corners of her mouth slightly turned up. Good morning. Ovil lifted her ample, rounded buttocks off the bench and responded with a smile. Good morning, my lord. It's time for breakfast, isn't it? Lucia immediately leaped out of the lake and excitedly went ashore. She seemed to have discovered a pattern. Whenever Ron appeared, there would be delicious roasted meat to eat. Yes. Ron nodded, his face serious, and said, after you finish breakfast, get ready, we'll be heading to the pioneering area soon. Then he looked at Phyllis and Ovili. Put on your hoods when you go out to cover the dragon horns. Especially in times like these, it's crucial to be absolutely meticulous. We cannot reveal that the two dragon girls have come of age on the last day before heading to the frontier. Don't be fooled by the fact that the nobles all appear to be gentlemen and kind, that's because they have no direct conflict of interest. Once there is profit involved, one might be tempted to do something wicked. Adult dragon girls can sell for around 30,000 to 50,000 gold coins. Girls with outstanding looks and figures like Freya and Ovil are estimated to sell for over 100,000 gold coins. Especially Philia, in the eyes of some nobles and wealthy merchants, is an absolutely rare and top-quality female dragon. As the saying goes, wealth can be a powerful motivator, and Ron didn't want to expose the jade at the most crucial moment. This could attract the covetous eyes of other nobles. Then we might face more than just Wilson Grey. Don't worry, my lord, we will hide the horn well. Ovil nodded seriously, though she didn't know how serious the matter was. but the man repeatedly reminded me before we met, so it must have had a significant impact. What about you? Seeing that Freya remained silent, Ron frowned and looked over. It seems like a better choice to stay by your side than to be possessed by other humans. In the past, Freya would probably have shown anger, but today she was surprisingly calm. Of course, after all, I am an elegant gentleman. Ron was surprised. He hadn't expected the grumpy little dragon to be so obedient today. No, it's just safer to stay with weaker humans. She crossed her arms, raised her chin, and looked arrogantly at the man in front of her. That's how Philia is. She might obey a man's orders, but she'll never verbally back down. Don't be arrogant, Xiaolong. I was just trying to go to bed early last night and let you have your way. Next time I'll beat you to a pulp. Ron felt that although Philia was not easily angered anymore, her arrogance was becoming more and more overbearing. They completely see themselves as someone who can be manipulated at will. You've said this many times, but it seems to exist only in your imagination. Seeing the man's discomfiture filled Philia with immense satisfaction, causing the scales on her body to tremble. Okay, don't beg for mercy next time. Upon arriving at the pioneering land, Ron administered potions to his subordinates for the 3 major professions, and obtained 3 illustrations. Ron wanted to show Philia who was the one being bullied. I let her go last time because I was soft-hearted. Next time, if I get the chance, I definitely won't let that arrogant little dragon off easily. I'm waiting. In Freya's view, as time goes by, her depleted energy and blood will gradually be replenished, making her even stronger. If you can pin him to the ground now, imagine how much more you can torment him every day. She seemed to be gradually enjoying the feeling of conquering the man before her. The two of them, one man and one dragon, bickered all the way from the pavilion to the restaurant before finally stopping. Fiona was well prepared and pulled out the main bench. Master, please have a meal. Ron nodded in satisfaction, and before sitting down, he inexplicably patted the maid's round, pert buttocks. Snapped. The crisp sound echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Lilith, who was standing to the side, was stunned. She never expected the lord to be so bold. You bastard master, how can you treat a maid like this first thing in the morning? When Fiona was hit, her delicate body trembled violently, and she was startled by the sudden hand. Her face flushed instantly, and her heart pounded wildly. If we had been prepared, it wouldn't have been this intense, but all of this happened so suddenly. Sorry, you stick your butt out so high, it feels uncomfortable if I don't pat it down. As a proper gentleman, Ron couldn't resist taking a picture of a shapely butt the moment he saw it. You bastard master, that's no excuse. You clearly wanted to have sex first thing this morning. How can that not be a reason? Look at why I didn't take pictures of Lilith. Lilith. In the morning light, in the courtyard, Fiona lifted her skirt and jogged to catch up with the man in front of her. Master, will you be wearing that armor later? At this point, Fiona's expression became somewhat serious. Of course, that suit of armor carries the glory of the Leonard family in the past. On such an important day as heading to the frontier, Ron would not choose ordinary armor, but would prepare to wear the armor passed down through generations of the Leonard family. Normally, this set of armor is passed down to the current head of the family. However, at the strong insistence of his father and elder brother, it was passed on to Ron, who went to explore the far north. This story contains a father's expectations for his son and a deep brotherly bond where the elder brother voluntarily gave up the inheritance, then let the maid help the master put it on. Fiona was thrilled because she knew the meaning behind that armor and that it was the most precious possession of the Leonard family. Ron nodded, opened the door, entered the room, and pulled out a large, jet-black trunk from under the bed, its surface engraved with the Leonard family crest. The Leonard family crest is a knight's sword, symbolizing fearlessness and courage. However, ever since the defeat of the Black Iron Kingdom and the demotion of the Leonard family to lower baronial rank, Ron's grandfather, Leonard Charles, wanted to ensure that future generations would remember this humiliation. The family crest was redesigned, turning into a sword blade hidden in a crevice in the rock, with only the hilt showing. The sword in the stone, its sharpness hidden. On his deathbed, Leonard Charles admonished his descendants that only by making the Leonard family great again could the family crest be changed and the Leonard sword shine once more. It was because of these words that Ron's father allowed his second son, Leonard Ron, to participate in this pioneering war. Pat. As the heavy iron box was opened, a wisp of silver light immediately emanated from within. Inside, lying quietly, was a suit of armor that gleamed with silver light, its surface spotless, as if it had just been forged. The reason this armor is so precious is that it has remained undamaged for so many years. This armor was commissioned by the king of the Black Iron Kingdom as a reward for the contributions made by the Leonard family. He spent a great deal of money to have it crafted by dwarven artisans. It's important to understand that in that era, the dwarves had gradually withdrawn from the major kingdoms and chosen to live in seclusion. It is easy to imagine how highly the Leonard family was regarded by the king at that time. As for now, let's not talk about it. Master, this armor is so beautiful. It would suit you very well. After taking out the armor, Fiona couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ordinary armor, the upper armor alone weighs more than 10 pounds, but this armor, the upper armor only weighs 2 or 3 pounds. This was the first time in all her years with the Leonard family that she had ever personally touched this armor, which was only shown on important occasions. Of course, this was made by dwarven craftsmen. No one in the world can match the craftsmanship of the dwarf artisans. Their unique and exquisite skills, combined with the effects of special runes, make their armor thin yet tough, so much so that ordinary swords cannot even leave a scratch on it. Owner. After dressing Ron in the armor piece by piece, Fiona looked up and couldn't take her eyes off him. Ron used to wear suits and look like a refined scoundrel. Now, dressed in armor, he looks like a valiant warrior. This armor seems tailor-made for Ron, perfectly fitting his physique. How? Ron looked over in confusion and saw that his maid's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars a light of admiration. It's nothing, it's just that I feel Master has become different when he puts on this armor. Fiona was shy about expressing her inner thoughts and spoke vaguely. That's how scumbag maids are, they're all talk and love to indulge in their verbal sparring, but when it really comes down to it, they're incredibly shy. I'll have a dwarf craftsman make one for you later. As a mature gentleman, Ron always knows how to make women happy. Master really knows how to paint impossible blueprints for his maid. The various kingdoms have been searching for decades without finding any trace of the dwarves. How could Master possibly find them? Fiona didn't believe a word the man said. After all, if the entire nation couldn't find the dwarves, how could her master find them so easily? Since you don't believe me, then once it's created, you'll have to exchange your body for it. It's normal that other people don't know where the dwarves are. After all, dwarves are not only skilled at crafting various weapons, but also adept at digging tunnels. Finding them is harder than climbing to heaven for humans. But Ron was different. He knew that a tribe of dwarves lived beneath the Misty Forest in the far north. The Misty Forest is located within the area of this new development zone. It is shrouded in thick fog all year round, hence its common name, the Misty Forest. It is inhabited by many alien races left over from the Great War, including the dwarves who once stood on the side of humans. However, due to human greed, the dwarves saw no hope for peace and chose to retreat underground. In their view, as long as humanity unites, it can defeat foreign tribes and bring peace to the world. However, the dwarves discovered that the weapons they created were not tools for creating peace, but rather sharp knives used to stab their own kind. It was for this reason that the dwarves became completely disillusioned with humans and chose to leave. Ron felt he could persuade the dwarves to come out of the mountains. If they are willing to assist him, then the army will have the best equipment on the entire continent. Furthermore, since they consumed complete magical potions, the strongest army on the continent was thus born. Master really went to great lengths to get the maid's body. Fiona crossed her arms over her chest and said with a touch of arrogance, "Of course the maid will agree to something that is impossible. Consider it as giving the shy master something to look forward to. That bastard master, he's been coveting the maid's body all along. But how could the dwarves possibly find it? They were merely fulfilling their master's idle fantasies. Of course, if the owner does find it, then just fulfill his request. 10 times, at least 10 times. Dwarves are so hard to find." Ron felt that this bet was worth 10 rounds. Master really is. Fiona looked helplessly at her master and sighed. Just agree to satisfy your master's pointless fantasies, since he can't possibly do it anyway. That bastard Ron, he's asking for such a huge amount of money, so many times. But what's the point of agreeing if it's impossible? In that case, why don't you just pay in advance? Ron grinned mischievously at his maid. If that bastard master dares to do anything reckless, the maid will fight back with all her might. How could I possibly agree to something like this? Upon hearing the man's words, Fiona took a half step back with a wary expression. I never imagined that something like this could be paid for in advance. That bastard owner, he really has some wild ideas. That half time. You bastard master, not even half a time. What do you mean by half a time? Today is the day we head to the pioneering area, master. Please don't cause any trouble. So, does that mean we can do whatever we want tomorrow? Chapter 89, clad in silver armor, riding a black horse. Gathering followers? The adorable Renee? 20,000 words completed. Inside the room, in front of the mirror, Ron stared blankly at his reflection in full armor. There's a saying that's true, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. Ron now resembles a knight who has just returned from the battlefield. Master. Just then, Fiona couldn't help but hug Ron from behind. They gripped each other tighter and tighter, as if afraid of losing each other. You can't resist attacking your master. After Ron finished speaking, he turned his head and saw that Fiona's eyes were very red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, as if they were about to burst at any moment. What happened to you? He was momentarily confused as to why the maid, who had just been arguing with him, suddenly had tears in her eyes. It's nothing, the maid is just happy to see her master like this. Fiona shook her head, her voice choked with emotion, but a faint smile graced her face, making her look like she had something on her mind. I was happy, and I was also sad. Ron didn't say anything, just stood quietly in front of the mirror, letting the maid hug him tightly. It's a strange feeling. We usually bicker, say all sorts of weird things, tease, and flirt with each other. The atmosphere now feels like a return to the time when the two were childhood sweethearts, or like a silent confession between lovers. Of course, there was a reason why Fiona was feeling unwell. These days, she has been having the same strange dream every night, a huge fire that burns everything to the ground. Her master, everything she owned, was consumed by the fire. No matter how much she screamed or howled, she could not change that fact. After doing it once or twice, she thought it might be because she was too tired lately. But having the same dream for the past few days has made Fiona afraid that she will lose Ron. especially after the other person put on the armor. A wave of sadness inexplicably welled up inside me, and I found it hard to control myself. I'm sorry, maids shouldn't have these emotions on a day that should be happy. After calming herself down, Fiona let go of his hand and stepped aside. Don't keep things to yourself. I'll help you solve anything. Ron reached out and gently wiped away Fiona's tears, his tone very tender. After spending so much time together, it would be a lie to say there are no feelings involved. Especially since Fiona is so loyal, how could one not cherish a maid who is willing to protect her master with her life? I don't want Master to solve this. Master only wants to help the maid solve strange problems. Feeling the man's tenderness, Fiona felt a warmth in her heart, but she pouted and looked at him with disdain. That's how Fiona is, she's always unwilling to reveal her true feelings. I can definitely help with that. I'm available anytime you need me. Honesty is the most basic quality of a knight, and Ron clearly possesses this quality. He would never stoop to lying about such things. Fiona wore an expression that said, I knew it. I knew it, Master. He always wants to do those things to the maid. I won't let Master get away with it. I heard those women say that once a man gets something, he won't cherish it anymore. That's why it won't easily satisfy its master. All right, we can argue again tonight. Let's head to the new territory now. It's getting late, so let's set off early while the morning sun isn't too strong. So the master knew all along. Fiona glanced helplessly at Ron, then opened the door and walked into the courtyard. Ron followed closely behind, crossing the courtyard and arriving at the gate of the mansion. More than 100 knights from the Knights' camp were already waiting at the gate, along with Lilith and 3 dragon girls, all waiting to officially set off. As Ron stepped out of the mansion, everyone felt that the surroundings had become much brighter. Looking up, one could see Ron, dressed in silver armor, walking out with a solemn expression. Everyone, draw your swords. As the knight commander, Yarman immediately drew his long sword upon seeing Ron emerge. Shhhhhh. At his command, more than 100 knights drew their swords. Fight for Leonard, fight for Lord Ron. The knights knelt on one knee, gripped their longswords tightly in both hands, pressed them against their chests, and solemnly swore an oath. Under the sunlight, knights' long swords gleamed with golden light, and shouts pierced the sky. Although there were only a little over 100 people, their momentum was exceptionally strong. Lilith, who witnessed all of this, was so excited that she trembled all over. The dragon girls were also stunned on the spot. No, is this still the same human who only knows how to be lewd all day long? Even the usually lively Lucia was speechless with surprise. Oville's eyes widened, her tail swaying back and forth, lost in thought. Philia's crimson vertical pupils never left the man for even a moment. When Ron looked over, she immediately raised her chin proudly, seemingly unwilling to lose in terms of imposing manner. But Freya had to admit that the man did indeed look like a warrior when he put on his armor. Mount up and let's go. After scanning the room, Ron waved his hand, and all the knights immediately sheathed their swords and mounted their horses. Young Master Ron, your horse. Yarman led over a magnificent horse with a glossy black coat and sharp eyes. Ron took the reins, put his feet on the saddle, and leaped onto the horse with fluid, graceful movements. Perhaps excited by being ridden by a man, the horse couldn't help but lift its front hooves into the air. Under the sunlight, Ron, clad in silver armor and riding a black horse, looked like a valiant knight who had stepped out of a painting. Without using a single brush or ink, a masterpiece was created. Ron rode ahead, followed closely by a group of knights, escorting a procession of over 30 carriages as they made their way toward the Earl's mansion. Pedestrians stopped on both sides of the street and looked out. The men who saw it felt jealous and envious, as if a fire had been ignited in their hearts, and they wished they could become knights immediately. The woman was overjoyed and wished she could ride off into the moon with this handsome nobleman and enjoy himself right there. This scene is playing out on every street in Winterfell, and it will continue for the next couple of days. Because the lords heading to the far north will all be arriving at the settlements in the next few days. Every nobleman would don his finest armor and ride his beloved horse, so that the people of the city and other nobles could see his heroic figure. There's a reason for doing this. Firstly, to flex our muscles to other noble families, and secondly, to make our family's name even more prestigious. There's even a third point. If he were to catch the eye of a noble lady at this time, it's not impossible that he could win her heart at the next noble banquet and even have a beautiful love story. As the Leonard family's last hope, Ron naturally shared this sentiment. As the caravan passed the church of the Goddess of Night, Ron suddenly remembered the Saintess with the striking contrast in her appearance. I couldn't help but look up, wondering if the Saintess would appear at a window on this occasion. As I scanned each window, I didn't see that familiar face. Just when Ron thought that Saintess Xylan might be praying or had already left Winter, he saw the Saintess in a pure white robe at the window on the left spire. She was leaning against the window, only half of her body showing, when just then, she looked over. Their eyes met, gazing at each other across the distance. At this moment, the Saintess Xylan saw the man who also coveted her body and was frantically trying to defile her. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, her knees touching each other and rubbing gently. Her beautiful eyes seemed to hold a hidden well of tears, as if they could well spill out at any moment. Mr. Leonard Ron, please defile my body thoroughly. Under the morning light, in the Holy See, a chaste saint gently caresses her delicate body. The flames of desire tightly enveloped the Saintess Xylan, making her unable to extricate herself and willingly sinking into them. This scene was witnessed by Ron, who was riding a black horse and wearing silver armor. He laughed, a smug laugh. The saint fell because of her own actions, and she hoped that he could defile her without reservation in the future. And all of this didn't last long. When the knights are enfeoffed and granted titles, and when they return, it will be the day to enjoy this sacred feast. Let's indulge this saint's fantasies. Ron was quite looking forward to seeing what the Virgin of Chastity would look like and what expression she would make. As the horses moved forward, the caravan gradually disappeared into the distance, leaving behind the church of the Goddess of Night. Before the man's figure disappeared, Saintess Xylan seemed unable to hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Mr. Ron. Seemingly reluctant to see the other person leave, the Saintess couldn't help but call out their name. But the distance was too far for Ron to hear, though there would be opportunities for face-to-face communication. The Church of the Goddess of Night is located in the central district of Winter City, not far from the Earl's mansion. The convoy only crossed 3 streets before arriving at the back gate of the Earl's mansion. Looking into the distance, there were several pioneering teams parked on both sides. Everyone stay put. Yarman, take a few knights and come with me to rally the people. The road ahead was fairly wide, but if their team cut in, it would cause congestion and could even lead to a riot. It would be better if a small team went in and led the farmers out. Young Master Ron, we need a few knights. The lack of precise numbers posed a challenge for Yarman, making it impossible for him to execute the orders. Including you, there are 10 of you. Ron momentarily forgot about his knight's long wheelbase problem, but it wasn't a big deal. In some tasks, his stubbornness is actually an advantage. Yes. Once the command is precise, Yarman's brain begins to function. He summoned 9 knights, who followed Ron as the group headed towards the backyard of the Earl's mansion. My lord, my lord. Before even entering the backyard, a gentle female voice could be heard coming from a nearby area where farmers lived. Ron hadn't paid attention before, but now that he saw them clearly, he realized that these people seemed to be his subjects. He recognized the woman who spoke. She was the young mother from yesterday who had brought her daughter with a cold. My lord. The stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The farmers, who were squatting, sitting, or lying down, were terrified when they saw Ron in full armor. They all knelt down respectfully. Ordinary people would be intimidated by the imposing aura of a knight in armor. Now Ron is wearing a set of armor that is even more dazzling and radiant, shining like a silver star. They felt that their lord was even more majestic than yesterday, and their knees involuntarily buckled. Some of them didn't even know what was happening, they just knelt down because others did. Get up and follow, let's set off for the pioneering land. Looking at the farmer kneeling respectfully on the ground, Ron nodded in satisfaction. Before achieving absolute power and unification, it is better for the people to remain humble and without their own opinions. Being too opinionated makes someone difficult to manage and control. The people only need to obey orders, they should not think about anything else if they can avoid it. Yes, Lord. Only after receiving the order did they dare to stand up, and even then, some of them didn't dare to look at the lord in front of them. Only after Ron turned around did some of them dare to admire the demeanor of their lord. They wanted to say something in praise, but dared not speak. However, innocent children are not afraid of these things. The little girl who was sick and lying in her mother's arms yesterday is much more energetic now. The little girl was very grateful after learning that the medicine she had drunk was a gift from the Lord. My lord, you're so handsome. Upon seeing the Lord's handsome figure, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She and her mother were walking ahead, so her words reached Ron's ears without incident. Hearing the childish female voice behind him, Ron turned around and saw that the little girl, who had been pale and on the verge of death yesterday, looked much better today, with rosy cheeks. Thank you for the medicine yesterday, Lord. Renee is all better now. Renee will work hard to repay your kindness. The girl named Renee didn't seem afraid of the tall man in front of her, who was wearing a suit of armor. Her voice was clear and melodious, and she had a sweet smile on her face. When she smiled, she had 2 cute little dimples, and she looked innocent and lively. I'm sorry, Lord. My daughter is very talkative and lively. I hope she hasn't bothered you. The young mother, Jenny, bent over in fear and bowed deeply in apology. She was very worried because her daughter's recklessness had angered the young lord in front of her. If that's the case, the dream of peacefully living as a citizen might be shattered. I like lively children. Ron didn't mind the words of an innocent child, and since he was saying cheerful things, he seemed very well behaved and impossible to dislike. Your name is Renee, right? Ron smiled and stepped forward, pinching the little girl's cheek. That's right, my lord. It's the name my mother gave me. It sounds beautiful, doesn't it? I think so too. Many people say my name is nice. Renee seemed to have endless things to say, habitually asking and answering herself, gesturing wildly as she spoke, like a doll that had just been fully charged. Jenny, standing to the side, watched her daughter chatting fluently with the Lord, feeling both apprehensive and excited, afraid of saying something that would displease the man before her. I'm excited because I can admire the Lord's heroic figure so closely. This reminded her of that day when she said she was very good at serving people and would take good care of the Lord. Just thinking about it made her cheeks flush slightly, and a surge of intense emotion welled up inside her. She seemed not only not averse to serving the man before her, but even secretly looked forward to those things happening, hoping that she could wholeheartedly and tirelessly help the Lord. You have a lovely daughter. Ron felt much better after chatting with the little guy for a while. Yes, Lord, I'm glad you like it. When the man looked over, Jenny immediately lowered her head in a panic, not daring to meet his gaze. My lord, my mother praised you for being very handsome last night. 6-year-old Renee didn't know that saying these things would embarrass her mother. She said whatever came to mind. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Jenny's body trembled violently, her face flushed red, and she lowered her head even further, unsure of what to do. Good taste. Ron didn't seem to care much when a young mother complimented his good looks, he just smiled. After all, with his noble status and handsome appearance, it was common for him to attract women's attention. Lord. Jenny bit her pink lips tightly, feeling shy and unable to contain herself, not knowing what to say, so she could only call out Lord. She regretted it as soon as she said it, because her tone was far too gentle. Fortunately, the man in front of him didn't seem to care and turned to leave. Staring at the man's tall back, Jenny was somewhat lost in thought. What's wrong with me? Could it be because I haven't been with a man for too many years? Thinking about this, Jenny was somewhat hesitant to face the young lord. She was worried that if the other party gave her an order, she wouldn't be able to resist helping them. Chapter 90, Absorbing hundreds of serfs on the road? The Sly Maid's petty schemes. At the north gate of Winterfell, a convoy of over 30 carriages drove out of the city and into the distance. The pace was slow, because there were more than 200 farmers following behind who were making their way on foot. Inside the carriage, Ron took off his silver armor, changed into a black suit, and comfortably reclined on the sofa. You bastard master, you were chatting with that young mother for so long just now, you must have been attracted to her beauty. Fiona pouted, revealing an expression that seemed to see right through the man's thoughts. What are you thinking? Even if I feel a little horny, I'll just go find you? Although the young mother named Jenny was quite beautiful and exuded a strong mature woman's charm, Ron wasn't very interested. A maid would never satisfy her master so easily. Fiona turned her face away, making a haughty expression. Once a master gets his hands on a body, he won't cherish it, so how could he possibly let him succeed so easily? Your shoulders are sore, come over for a massage. Ron shrugged and leaned back on the soft sofa. Got it. Fiona had no reason to refuse Ron's request. She lifted her round, hurt buttocks, sat down next to the man, and gently massaged his shoulder. It's not satisfying me yet. Ron looked smugly at his maid. As long as it's not too outrageous, the maid will certainly satisfy her master. Fiona rolled her eyes at the man, annoyed. Of course, the maid knows very well that the master must want her to massage other places, but the maid will not let the lewd master succeed. As she spoke, she inexplicably took off her shoes and placed her small feet, encased in black pantyhose, on Ron's calf, gently rubbing them. Fiona, what you are doing now will become arrows that will pierce through your body in the future. Ron thought his maid was really too mischievous, teasing him at a time like this. Of course, she did this with nothing to fear, since Lilith and 3 dragon girls were also sitting in the not-so-spacious carriage. Fortunately, the round table in the middle was covered with a light yellow cloth, which allowed the slut's feet to tease Ron at will. But master can't do it right now. Fiona bit her pink lips tightly, her beautiful eyes charming and captivating. She leaned close to the man's ear and spoke softly. The master must really want to punish the disobedient maid. For some reason, she really enjoyed seeing Ron in pain. I love how my owner looks when their desires aren't being met. Gumbling. Feeling the warm breath of the man beside her, Fiona couldn't help but swallow, her gently sliding toes trembling slightly as if electrocuted. It's impossible now. Do you think you can handle it once we reach the pioneering land? Although Ron appeared displeased, he actually quite enjoyed the feeling. When her maid does this kind of thing, she's clearly trembling with embarrassment, but she pretends to be very proud of herself, which is quite cute. Especially those delicate pink toes, it's impossible not to like them. If the master prepares to do something excessive to the maid will resist. Fiona felt that since her master had long coveted her body, no matter what she did, she couldn't change that fact. Why not tease your master now? She loved seeing Ron's longing expression, even just seeing it made her incredibly agitated. Ron breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but lift Fiona's feet up to a more comfortable position. You bastard master. Fiona's body trembled instantly, and she bit her pink lips tightly. Why don't you say it out loud and let Lilith hear it too? Seeing his maid's shy and embarrassed expression, Ron felt a surge of pleasure. Lilith, who was standing nearby, didn't know what was going on, but she overheard their conversation and noticed their strange expressions. He felt restless and for some reason, his cheeks were inexplicably hot, and he didn't dare to look at Ron. You bastard master, always using the maid's feet so carelessly. Fiona leaned closer, lowered her voice, and said with a look of disdain. A master who would do this to a maid is the most disgusting kind of person. Although her inner emotions were turbulent, she still showed a look of disgust. She didn't want the man to discover that she actually liked and enjoyed the wonderful moment. I absolutely mustn't let my owner find out, otherwise he'll definitely take advantage of me and demand even more. So, the maids who use their feet to seduce their masters are innocent. Ron looked at his maid with a satisfied expression, feeling extremely pleased. That wasn't seduction, I just wanted to make master uncomfortable. Who knew that bastard master would always treat his maid's feet like that? Fiona rolled her eyes at the man with disdain, then pulled back her slender waist, turned her head, and lay down on the round table. Perhaps it was because Lilith and the dragon girls were there that her emotions were too intense, forcing her to hide herself, otherwise she would be discovered. Ha ha ha. Ron burst into a hearty laugh. My maid is so cute. She's delicate and sensitive, yet she always manages to stir up trouble. Now things are really bad, we're about to reach our breaking point. My lord, have you thought of something pleasant? Lucia was leaning against the window, admiring the scenery along the way, when she was drawn over by Ron's laughter. It's not just thinking about it, it's actually doing something that makes people happy. Ron took a deep breath and replied with a smile. Of course, it might also be something that makes you feel good to the very root of your tail, for dragons as well. Lucia, I'm sitting just like the Lord, what's there to be happy about? Lucia found it strange, the Lord was just lying down, so why was he happy? Oville, standing to the side, was already blushing, head bowed, silent, her tail twitching uncomfortably behind her. Lucia, don't talk to this disgusting human. Having witnessed Ron's actions at the restaurant, Freya frowned and stared at the man in front of her with her cold, vertical pupils. Sometimes she really couldn't understand why humans could be so shameless. Even though it was a restaurant for eating, a carriage for traveling, and there were so many dragons around, he didn't care at all and continued to do as he pleased. I really want to stomp this shameless human to the ground and tell him not to do these things in front of me. Why? Lucia saw that her companion was a little angry and didn't know what to say, because she didn't understand what had happened. Evil dragon, I think you also want to be punished like Fiona. Ron didn't tolerate the hot-tempered Freya at all and directly confronted her. You can try it, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Freya gritted her teeth and glared at the man in front of her. This damned human dares to have such thoughts about me. Although she said that, her tail wagged uncontrollably, as if she really wanted to experience being punished. You bastard master. At this moment, Fiona couldn't help but curse Ron. Ron turned his head, looked at the charming maid, and a smug smile appeared on his lips. Fiona always claims to be meticulous in everything she does, but Ron knows she's lying. She's a complete liar. A gentle breeze blows in the sunlight. A long procession of horse-drawn carriages stretched from the north, their rolling wheels grinding through the muddy ground and kicking up clouds of dust. The farmers following behind the procession endured the wind and sun, and the sand washing their faces, but they didn't utter a single complaint, because they knew that once they reached the territory and settled down, they wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. For people at the bottom of society in this era, being able to eat their fill is a blessing. Inside the carriage, Ron lay comfortably on the sofa, looking smugly at the maid who was sprawled on the round table. Fiona, can you tell me what's wrong with you? This wretched maid of mine is useless and addicted to fighting. She surrendered before I even had a chance to do anything. All I can say is, she's truly worthy of her name. That damned master knows perfectly well, yet he still asks the maid why at a time like this. At this moment, Fiona was filled with shame. She was the one who started the kick, so why was she the one who couldn't take it first? This kind of thing. It's all that bastard owner's fault? If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. Haha, how would I know if you didn't tell me? Ron leaned closer and whispered. So sensitive, what will you be like if you come to my room next time wearing a special maid outfit? I thought my maid was very strong, but it turns out she's just like Freya's tail, and she can't withstand a touch. But Ron likes it. Upon hearing this, Fiona bit her pink lips tightly and remained silent. She used to be sharp-tongued and could always find a way to argue back, no matter what a man said. But now it's a little difficult to talk about, because even Fiona herself can't guarantee that she won't be defeated so quickly next time. It's all that bastard master's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. We're being followed, it looks like 3 humans on horseback. At this moment, Freya frowned and spoke with a serious expression. After reaching adulthood, her perception improved considerably, allowing her to sense subtle fluctuations in the air through her scales. These fluctuations allow us to roughly determine the volume of the return wave. So, does that mean we're going to fight? Lucia looked terrified, fearing she might encounter danger. It's fine to feed her and let her do some watering work, but getting her to fight is probably not an option for the time being. Ron had seen everything Lucia was doing, and he wasn't worried about her condition. He would become a dragon tamer himself from now on. With proper training, she'll be ready to fight. Those are surveillance personnel sent down by the high nobility, and also for protection. Ron explained calmly. Surveillance, protection. Philia was puzzled, her eyes filled with an eagerness to know the answer. That's right, monitoring us ensures we won't launch attacks on other pioneering lords prematurely. Ron explained patiently. They are also monitoring other lords and are not attacking us rashly. These are the watchtower knights arranged by the Earl's mansion, mainly to prevent the nobles from starting to fight before even reaching their territory. This would contradict the original intention of pioneering. Behind every outrageous rule lies an even more outrageous past. 25 years ago, a powerful pioneering lord, with thousands of knights, ambushed the city. Before the pioneering war even began, he had already killed more than 50 nobles. That's why there's this strict rule, no attack can be carried out before reaching the settlement. Once they reach their territory, these knights will leave. Ron wasn't bothered by this, on the contrary, he felt it would make the journey much safer. At least we don't have to worry about Wilson Gray launching a surprise attack beforehand. After all, it's called a mandatory rule because if you violate it, you'll lose your eligibility to develop. Understood, to protect weak lords like you. Philia gets straight to the point. She always manages to find the crux of the matter. That's right. Ron did not deny what Philia said, admitting that he was indeed a beneficiary of the rule. Regardless of whether he has a chance of winning against Wilson Gray now, he is currently acting in concert with the Northern aristocratic group. If the battle becomes stalemate, it's hard to guarantee that the Northern nobles won't join the fight. Then, they'll be beaten so badly they'll have to run away in terror. Moreover, Ron didn't want to fight before the settlement was established. There was a lot of work to do once they arrived, and they couldn't afford to waste time on the way. Young Master Ron. At this moment, the caravan stopped, and while Ron was still wondering what was going on, Yarman came to the right side of the carriage. What happened? Judging from the situation, it doesn't seem like there was any enemy attack or anything like that, since it didn't cause any riots. A group of farmers are kneeling on the main road ahead, begging for shelter. What do you think we should do? Yarman wasn't good at handling these kinds of things, and his first thought was to report it to Ron. If it were a knight commander with his own ideas, he might have already resorted to violence to drive them away. Take me to see it. Upon hearing this news, Ron was overjoyed. He got off the carriage and looked into the distance, where he saw a large group of people kneeling. As expected, the other lords only kept a portion for land reclamation. The rest would be left behind on the road shortly after leaving the city. To the nobles, the lower classes were merely resources, those without value were discarded, while those needed were absorbed. They won't spend extra gold coins to leave this group to spend the winter in their territory. Anyway, the one thing this world has no shortage of is consumables. Merciful Lord, please take us in. We will help you with a lot of work. Like refugees, they knelt on the ground, pleading and begging to be chosen by the noble lord before them. Because if you don't become a citizen, you'll most likely not survive this winter. You people really have wild ideas. You want me to take you in? Do you think I'm running a charity? Ron frowned and spoke in an unfriendly tone. His reason for doing this was simple, to first suppress and then elevate the situation, so that these people would not see any hope and would not make so many demands. He would be satisfied with just a little charity, since he no longer had any gold coins to give to the farmers. Lord, we swear to be loyal to you forever, as long as you give us a bite to eat. In this era, food and clothing are the biggest problems for people at the bottom of society. As long as they can eat their fill, they are willing to do anything. Upon hearing the nobleman's words, the group of people cried out in despair and continued to plead. How about this? Seeing that it was almost time, Ron pondered for a moment and then spoke. Those who are willing to become serfs, come with me. This year I will only provide you with food and clothing. Starting next year, you will receive 50 silver coins per year. After saying this, he got into the carriage without looking back. Normally, recruiting serfs or farmers would require a reward, but Ron doesn't have that now, so he can only promise them basic sustenance. Moreover, serfs are different from peasants. Before they die, serfs belong to the lord and only need to be paid about 1 gold coin per year, in addition to ensuring that they do not starve to death. The children born will become the second generation of farmers, working for the lord. Ron's offer is extremely low, and a qualified lord would certainly exploit them at such a time. Despite the small amount given, these desperate farmers not only did not complain, but were also deeply grateful and praised Ron for his kindness. For them now, only by solving their basic needs for food and clothing this winter can they survive. Ron was willing to take them in, arrange jobs for them, and even secure employment for their next generation. How could that not be considered benevolent? Okay, the caravan headed north, its rolling wheels crushing the weeds on the ground, but they could not crush the serfs' will to live. Abandoned, they had no choice but to follow the caravan as long as they could get enough to eat and wear. They didn't know how far the road was, or even their destination, but they still steadily followed the current. In fact, some of them are also struggling with this decision, feeling confused and unsure of what to choose. But seeing that most people followed suit, their herd mentality led them to choose to go with the flow. Inside the carriage, Fiona leaned out of the window, resting her hand on the windowsill, striking a graceful pose. As more and more people followed, Fiona frowned, snapped. Looking at the alluring, round, perky buttocks swaying back and forth in front of him, Ron, being a proper gentleman, couldn't resist patting them. You bastard master, always taking advantage of the maid to lay your evil hands on her. Fiona, whose buttocks trembled from the spanking, pulled back her slender waist, pouted, and gave the man a disdainful look. Now is not the time for sentimentality. There is something important that I need to remind you of, my lady. If it weren't for Lilith and the dragon girl, that bastard master might have already hugged her. The owner of this erotic novel has a particular fascination with feet and shapely buttocks. Tell me the story. Having just experienced the softness of Ron, he looked at his maid with great interest, wondering what she would say. The wheat and rye we bought yesterday are enough to feed 400 people for 3 to 4 months. If we include hunting, it will be enough to get through the winter. Fiona gently placed her slightly reddened, upturned buttocks on the soft sofa and spoke with a serious expression. In other words, we are barely getting enough to eat right now, and I don't know if it's out of kindness or something else, but you are still taking in people. She sighed helplessly and continued. It is good to have a kind heart, but you must know, my master, if we cannot guarantee the food supply, it may even cause these people we have brought here to starve to death this winter. That bastard Ron, when did he become so kind? And they don't even think about the future. Who says there's no food? We can start planting wheat once we get to the territory. According to Ron's estimate, once the wheat ripens, it will be enough to feed 700 or 800 people through the winter, and there will even be a slight surplus. Winter is expected to arrive a month late this year, and with Lilith's divination showing a failure, a wheat harvest is a certainty. In order for the territory to develop rapidly, the more citizens the better. Owner. Fiona took a deep breath and said with some melancholy, "Are you really so sure that you can grow wheat in just over 2 months?" She was originally quite confident in the development, thinking that Ron would finally have a territory where he could live and multiply. I don't know where he got his confidence from, that he was so sure the wheat would ripen. Of course, I observed the celestial phenomena last night, and this year winter is more than a month later than usual, so the wheat will definitely ripen. Ron licked his lips and said expectantly, "Just remember the bet with me. On the day of the harvest, you can do whatever you want with me. That will truly be a bumper harvest." Damn master, sometimes I really don't understand you. You could have chosen a more stable way to expand, but you put all your eggs in one basket and the wheat ripens. In Fiona's view, the gains from this high-stakes gamble were completely disproportionate to the risks. Winning simply means faster development and more people under our control. Losing almost means losing the whole game. The owner of the erotic body must be thinking about getting her body, which is why he simply staked everything on it. Thinking of this, Fiona moistened her pink lips and spoke. So everything the master did was just to get the maid's body, right? Ron. The maid knew her master's thoughts all along, but she still wouldn't admit it. Fiona crossed her arms in front of her chest and spoke with a haughty expression. If that's the case, master only needs to promise the maid that he will give up planting wheat and dismiss the newly joined villagers. When winter comes, the maid will simply grant the master's request for 1 day. As she spoke, she felt her cheeks burning, as if that day would come soon. Even so, she didn't want Ron to succeed so easily, because she was afraid that he wouldn't cherish it afterward. But for the future of the territory, to prevent problems during expansion, and to ensure her master could develop the territory in peace, she was willing to do so. It's been too long. I'll agree if you go to develop the land and satisfy my needs. How could Ron possibly give up? What he's saying now is just to tease his maid. He never expected that this girl he grew up with would be willing to sacrifice so much for him. They actually agreed to such an unreasonable request. You bastard master, don't push your luck. Fiona pouted and looked at Ron with a hint of anger. That damn master? He promised him, but he couldn't even wait a few months. Are you that impatient? If you don't agree, then forget it. I'll just wait for the wheat harvest. Ron just wanted to see what his maid could do. Planting wheat and recruiting subjects were things that were absolutely impossible to change. Even if Fiona agrees to let him do whatever he wants once he arrives in the territory, it won't work. To be sensual without being lewd is the true way. A man can be lustful, but he shouldn't prioritize the small things over the bigger picture, otherwise, he'll lose sight of the bigger picture. The development of the territory is the top priority right now. As for Fiona, she can eat it sooner or later. Moreover, the bet was made at harvest time, and it didn't say that we couldn't take a small bite in between. Perhaps the land will have already been developed before the harvest even arrives. Master is so impatient. After hesitating for a moment, in order to ensure the proper development of the territory, Fiona gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. In that case, the maid will agree to her master's request. That bastard Ron? He always bullied me when we were kids, and now that he's grown up, he's bullying me in new ways. But this is all too early, I'm not mentally prepared for it yet. Gumbling. Although she was thinking this, for some reason, thinking about everything that was about to happen, Fiona couldn't help but swallow. It seems she's not as opposed as she says. Deep down, she's even secretly looking forward to it. I managed to get it out of him. Ron's lips curled into a smug smile. Fiona, you must have been looking forward to me doing something to you, right? You bastard master, how could a maid think about such things? Only a master whose desires are not satisfied would think about such things. These words confused Fiona, who didn't understand why Ron suddenly said these things. Otherwise, why would you agree to something like this? You would only agree so easily if you were really looking forward to it. Ron leaned close to Fiona's ear and whispered, "You must be impatient for the wheat harvest, which is why you agreed to let me do whatever I want with you once we get to the new land." Seeing his maid's cheeks gradually turn red, Ron couldn't help but smile. This makes her prone to speaking without thinking and likes to say all sorts of strange things. Now it's time to fill it with my own words. Chapter 91 Team Co-Farming System, Farming Ranking, Setting Up Camp. The carriage was swaying and rocking as it moved, which meant I had left the city and the roads were no longer as easy to travel. Inside the carriage, Lilith overheard Ron and the maid's conversation, and her face began to burn with shame. The overwhelming embarrassment was almost unbearable for her. But strangely enough, she couldn't help but continue listening. The maid wouldn't have the same delusions as her bastard master. It's just. Fiona was getting a little anxious and wanted to express her true feelings, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. That's just how she is. She always keeps everything to herself, giving silently without letting the other person know. Just what? Ron knew that Fiona's loyalty was unparalleled. She was a woman who would fear nothing and give up her life for him. No one could be more loyal than their own maid. The maid only wanted the expansion of the territory to proceed smoothly, but that bastard master. At this moment, Fiona felt so wronged. She had tried so hard to help, but she was still not understood. Suddenly, she felt a lump in her throat, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. She didn't want the man to see her like this, so she turned her head away, buried her face in the round table, and sobbed silently. I'm sorry, Fiona, I won't force you anymore. Ron hadn't expected that his own maid would be so distressed that she cried, and he felt a pang of sadness. I don't believe a word my master says. All he ever thinks about is how to tease the maid. Actually, Fiona only got a little anxious for a moment and didn't shed many tears. Now that her emotions have calmed down, she feels a little embarrassed. It's all that jerk of a master's fault for making me cry. If that's the case, then your mouth is always teasing me too. Seeing that Fiona's tone had improved considerably, Ron immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He's good at flirting with women, but he has absolutely no experience in coaxing them. He has no choice but to grit his teeth and do it anyway. The maid wasn't joking, she was telling the truth. Fiona wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pouted, and gave the man a disdainful look. Only her slightly red and swollen eyes proved that she had just cried, otherwise, it would be hard to tell that anything had changed. I believe I can grow wheat before the harsh winter arrives. Ron reached out and gently patted the maid's head. What else can we do if we don't believe it? Anyway, once the master has made up his mind, the maid can't persuade him. Fiona began to seriously consider the possibility of the wheat ripening. If the harsh winter arrived as normal, then there would be absolutely no possibility of the wheat ripening. The only hope is that, as Ron said, this year's winter will come later than usual. And then it remains to be seen whether Lilith can create a miracle and develop a secret medicine that allows wheat to mature quickly. That's not necessarily true. Why don't you try letting things take their course from now on? Maybe you can persuade me to come back. Ron was just teasing the maid. Planting wheat was definitely a done deal. Fiona frowned and looked at the man in front of her with disdain. That bastard master is really daring. The maid will not fall for it again and will not let that lecherous master make a move on her. She had wanted to try it out to see if there was any possibility of change. Now that I know it's impossible to change, I won't fall for it. On the carriage, Ron and his maid Fiona were bickering as usual, while Lilith pretended not to care, but was actually listening intently. Lucia had only been on the carriage for a short while, and after admiring the scenery for a while, she fell asleep hugging her thick tail. No matter how much noise was made, she couldn't be woken up. Oville couldn't understand what Ron was saying. At first, she was a little curious, but later she also lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Freya hadn't slept at all. Her crimson vertical pupils were always looking out the window. Whether she was admiring the scenery or trying to remember this journey, it was hard to tell. But occasionally, out of the corner of her eye, she would glance at the only man in the carriage. As time went by, the convoy gradually grew, from less than 400 people to 700 or 800. However, the number of people has now remained at this level and is no longer growing significantly. The reason is simple: the farther away from Winterfell, the more forks in the road there are, and the lower the probability of encountering other nobles abandoning their farmers. Ron glanced out the window and saw such a large group of serfs following him. He felt both happy and inexplicably sad. This is not just the tragedy of one person, but the tragedy of an era. If minor nobles are like clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of major nobles, then the lower classes are like intelligent livestock. This is how most nobles viewed farmers, no different from horses and oxen, just consumables. Is the master frowning because he's worried about how to settle his people? With her keen observation skills, Fiona immediately noticed Ron's melancholy expression. I already have a plan for how to settle them. A few days ago, Ron had already gone to the frontier and figured out exactly how to build his territory and plant wheat. Oh, then tell the maid what you said, master. The man's answer piqued Fiona's curiosity. She was eager to know what arrangements her master would make. Of course, if the master's plan is terrible, the maid will laugh at him mercilessly. Fiona raised her chin, revealing a smug expression. First of all, it is difficult to manage when there are many people. There will always be hard-working people and particularly lazy people. Ron ignored his maid's words and spoke with a serious expression. In order to effectively deal with this situation, I plan to implement a team-based farming system. Team-based communal farming. At first, Fiona thought Ron couldn't explain it clearly, but when she heard the professional and somewhat difficult to understand words, she was stunned. Lilith, who hadn't paid much attention to the matter before, turned her head and stared intently at the man in front of her when she heard such a novel term. Yes. Ron nodded and continued to explain. I plan to have the people form teams of 10, and select a team leader from each team. At the end of the quarter, each team will have a ranking based on their harvest. The higher the ranking, the more silver coins they will receive each quarter, and the food supply will also be upgraded. As he said this, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Those who rank low will have fewer silver coins and will only be able to eat rye bread with sawdust. Upon hearing this, Fiona's pupils widened, unable to process the news for a moment. She touched her forehead and spoke with some excitement. Master, your method can perfectly solve the problem of hard-working people and lazy people reaping the same harvest. When did our owner become so clever? He actually came up with such a perfect solution. With a captain, management becomes much simpler, and team members will encourage each other to earn more silver coins and eat better. Lilith swallowed hard and looked excitedly at the man beside her. My lord, Lilith made the right choice in following you. You will definitely become an excellent lord. At first, she just thought that her lord was a nobleman with excellent taste, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen her at first glance. Later, I realized that the lord was very lecherous and always liked to flirt with maids and female dragons, but that wasn't a major problem. After all, they're nobles, it would be abnormal if they didn't have any special quirks. Upon hearing about the squad-based farming system, Lilith suddenly felt that she could see a bright future. This is the enlightened ruler I've been searching for all this time? I can rest easy when they start fighting amongst themselves. As a qualified lord, and having once been a lowly servant in society, Ron knew all too well how to manipulate those at the bottom of society. Only by making them fight and oppose each other can one rest easy, manage the army with peace of mind, and expand territory. There are countless trivial matters among the serfs, and as a lord, how could he have time to be distracted by such things? Actually, he had an advanced plan, but he didn't reveal it. The plan is that if a team ranks in the top 10 more than 10 times, the descendants of the team members can qualify to become knights. This would absolutely drive the people crazy, because it is their only way to transcend class. For ordinary people, knights are an unattainable dream. Now that they have such an opportunity, how could they not cherish it? Knights selected from the descendants of the people are undoubtedly loyal, so this is a perfect win-win plan. The maid suddenly felt that her master's serious demeanor was quite frightening. Fiona wasn't opposed to this solution, but she inexplicably felt that Ron had changed a lot, actually coming up with such a perfect and unbelievable solution. It can be said that as long as this plan is implemented, the problem will be solved once and for all. At most, 2 agricultural managers will be assigned to resolve conflicts between the teams, the rest of the villagers will handle it themselves. For a lord, clear rewards and punishments and strict governance are far more commendable than indecisiveness and kindness. Lilith believed that Ron's way of managing his subordinates would definitely earn everyone's trust. Although this system may seem somewhat cruel, but hardworking people will be absolutely grateful to Ron, because it made them richer. Under this system, the harvest from farming in Ron's territory will be greater than that of any other territory. Your talent surpasses that of everyone else in this pioneering war. Lilith's eyes were filled with admiration and appreciation as she looked at Ron. Since the Lord is so outstanding, I must work even harder to research and develop frost-resistant wheat. Excellent, you have a good eye. Ron nodded in satisfaction, a smile creeping onto his face. However, he felt no unease, since few of the nobles who participated in the pioneering war were weak. In particular, there are 2 powerful noble groups that cannot be neglected at any time. Of course, we're not worried about that right now. Establishing territory, cultivating wheat fields, and forming hunting teams are the immediate priorities. Wilson Gray, their sworn enemy, will have to wait. According to Ron's estimation, Wilson Gray would not easily invade the swamp before his territory was established. After all, this carries certain risks and could significantly delay the progress of territory development. If, while attacking his own territory, his new territories are attacked by other lords, he will find himself unable to defend both sides. Only by building strong defensive fortifications can one launch an invasion against other lords. However, the most important thing is to quickly form a hunting team, because with so many mouths to feed, the food supply will probably only last for 2 months. There is a food shortage that needs to be replenished for more than a month, which is estimated to require more than 20,000 caddies of meat, as well as some wild vegetables and berries. It was autumn, the time when many wild fruits and vegetables ripened. As long as there are hunting and gathering teams of a dozen or so people, the food shortage problem should not be a big issue. If there's really no other way, then we'll have to plunder from other lords. Coincidentally, Wilson Gray, his sworn enemy, built his territory on the only route between the swamp and Winterhold in order to ambush him. Then all the old and new grudges will be settled at once. As the son of a viscount, he is very wealthy and will probably be able to make a good profit. Of course, we can't be careless. After all, the strength on paper is roughly equal, and even if we win, it will only be a narrow victory. We need to achieve victory through unconventional means, taking advantage of favorable timing and location, and employing some strategic planning. This can greatly reduce casualties. Who